Last we left off, the crew of the Valiant were taking on incredible foes. People from the past who were still trapped in this fiery inferno of the burning tree root down below on Erisire's long lost Eldritch Kingdom. You sealed up Azura, met with Archon the Cruel, and had some polite discussions with him before you, one of you at least, Kaiasaya, managed to gain some sort of discourse with him as you tried to interrupt his incantation. However, he did succeed, and as he succeeded, he turned his blade upon you. However, after some grueling moments of fighting, you took him down. His body and soul, and seemingly everything on his person except for the hand of Ekna, was sent back into the Nine Hells where he belongs. After closing up the magical rift down below that led into the Nine Hells, you all decided to rattle up, get some rest, and planned your next few steps where to go. Upon talking to several individuals, Kaisa, your mother, and then the queen, not in that order, Fugler, you called up seemingly your brother who has forgotten about you, but you called upon your father who still has his memory intact. You called on Valentine as he explained that he's being used as a hunting dog to search for you, and he is currently, as far as he can tell, in his current state, some sort of swampy grassland, some sort of forest area, and you know he's not too far behind of where you just were.
You're gonna get a pleasant surprise, that's for sure.
With all these different paths ahead of you, Kaiasaya decided that it would be best to make your way over to Quadridum, her old home. At least that's what she used to call it 30 years ago.
Longer than
Perhaps
that.
a little bit longer than that. As you guys started to make your way up into the atmosphere, and then far beyond that, you have finally broken through the gravitational pull of Earth, and you are starting to head your way over to the smaller lunar moon that doesn't have a specific name, but you know that Quadridum is there. As you guys are currently flying out into the distance, all you see is nothing through the bridge window is purely nothing but moon rock. It looks like there's nothing even here. You wanted to look at the map?
Well, look at the map of what?
Well, you were questioning like Earth, like on this star
Yeah,
map
no,
that you have here.
Yeah, no, I'm wondering what Earth got to do with it.
Well, as you inspect it further, Kaisai, you see that he's currently inspecting it, and you know that the ship, and also most likely Zephyros, or sorry, not Zephyros, Vorthecaron.
Yeah, Zephyros.
You know that Vorthecaron is probably also helping your map energize this image onto your screen or your crystalline slab. Fugler, as you look over it, roll me just a basic intelligence check.
Intelligence check?
Yeah.
Ka-chow.
Are you smart, young paladin?
14.
14?
You are not.
Smartish.
As you're looking at this, you're kind of thinking, oh, that's just the Earth plane.
The Earth plane. Okay.
Wait, are we already in space?
Yeah, you are.
We're in
Like
space.
Deep in space?
No,
Not
or are we
deep.
just hovering in orbit?
You're hovering over orbit heading to the secondary moon.
Oh.
Is fake gravity on?
Yeah.
Yes.
Fake gravity,
Fake gravity.
plus life support systems are on.
Life support? Who needs that?
But do you not want to breathe?
Me. I like to breathe.
Turn them off. We don't need them.
Okay. So Fugler would like to turn Bayhorn's life support off
Oh no,
Uh,
it's for the entire ship. You cannot do that.
by using his hammer on his head.
Never mind, you can do that.
Can't hit
Oh.
me.
You haven't
Anyways.
rolled for anything yet. I could probably hit you.
I rolled the hit on you already and I beat you.
Oh, I rolled a natural 1 to hit. It's still a 12.
Anyways.
I rolled a 26 to hit.
Anyways, while they're doing that and they're goofing off, I'm gonna use the sending slab.
Okay.
And I'm gonna
Head over
contact
to
my
the sending slab.
sister.
Your sister.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You feel a connection link. What do you say?
Bella, are you on Quadridum right now?
About a minute goes by before you hear your sister exclaim back. Yes? Sister, is that you?
Yeah, sorry, I know it's been about a year-ish since my last yearly letter.
Well, that's fine. I know you're quite busy. What's the occasion?
Would you like to have lunch?
Are you here?
In about an hour or two, yes.
Oh, so that's what the hubbub is about. Okay, yes, dinner or lunch, sure. It's a very interesting time. I'll go and meet you at the, shipyard.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
Perfect.
Bad
Don't
timing.
worry. Don't worry. It's okay. I know it's last minute. However, if you don't have the time, that's okay. We'll find something else to do when you have time.
Oh, no, I have time at the moment. It's just, well, I was wondering what all the hubbub was about. I didn't realize it was going to be you. Lots
Yeah,
of rumors
lots
are
of-
spreading.
Lots has happened. I do have a surprise for you, though.
Oh, good. Okay. Great. Love it. I'll see you soon.
Good. Okay. Who is on the bridge right now?
You, Fukler, the whole entirety of the B team in Chakna, as Bayhord is currently forging.
Yeah.
Okay. I will have to reiterate this with him. Tiana and Finnegan, you will be staying on this ship. You will not leave. It is safest that way. That way, if anything were to happen, Finnegan, you can hopefully teleport us out, and Tiana can vamoose away.
All right. Consider it done. Tiana looks at you and she just looks over at the moon as you guys are getting closer. I'm not a fancy space elf like yourself, so I'd rather stay in the comfort of the ship. Thank you.
You're not missing much anyway.
Oh, I feel like I'm missing a lot. Not a lot of people say they've ever walked on the moon.
We will eventually be going further deeper into the astral sea, into space itself.
And you say I'm not missing a lot.
You will see much more grander things. There's a planet I would like to take everyone to. It is beautiful. It's what inspired my ship, but I digress. You two will stay here to be safer.
Fair enough.
Isolde,
Yeah?
I take it you're going to follow Bayhorn wherever he goes.
I don't need to. Why you assume that?
Because I would follow Jachna wherever he goes.
But he is his own
He's
person.
not my
He
wife
is.
yet.
If he decides to go to another planet, I'll probably follow him.
Yes, but if he's just going down into a city across the hall, I don't need to be on his tail. And
Just
you kind
double
of like
checking.
hear like something in the back of her like tongue, like it's kind of condescending to you of how she notices like you're on Chakna all the time.
She's throwing shade at you. That's crazy.
I'm just double
Throwing-
checking.
She's throwing some light shade on you.
Just checking if that is going to be the case or not.
Well, it is not.
Okay. We'll circle back around to you. Folkler. We're going to be going into the market and finding you a box for your hand.
I don't think I'm allowed to come with.
Well,
I'm gonna
Here's
be
the-
real, dude. I don't
here's
have
the thing.
evocation magic.
well,
Well, not evocation.
when you step
what's
off the
magic?
ship,
It's
in order for you to
illusion.
enter the city, you won't have any magic.
Blasphemy. They can't tell me what to do.
And I would be very lucky for me to even keep my magic free.
Wait, so they have. What do you mean? Isn't that
If
like a war crime?
No, well, we're in a completely different environment. War crimes from other worlds don't apply to here.
I mean, yeah, but like taking magic from. I feel like.
Temporarily. Let me explain. If you do come with me off the ship and into Quadranum itself, you will most likely, based upon procedures that I remember, you will be collared. It's an anti-magic collar.
A slave collar?
I will.
Any
I was
magic
expecting
items you
space
have,
racism, but this is a lot.
any magic items you have will basically become inert. You will not be able to cast any magic. It is to keep you locked down. You will probably be allowed to keep one weapon and one weapon only, because it's kind of silly for you to try and attack anyone considering everyone has been militarily trained.
Hammer.
Um,
Hammer. All reliable.
yeah, that's probably the only thing, if you want, you could take. Especially since they
Plus,
would
it's like-
know.
It seems more ornamental than like an actual weapon. You know what I mean? I feel like it
Mhm.
would be less threatening. Then again, it has skulls and it looks like it's from the damned, so I'm not too sure how much less threatening it is. But it's not a giant sharp sword made of sable theorem. So
Either way, them collaring you with an anti-magic collar and only a single
Uh.
weapon on you in a city trained to kill people within seconds.
does Bayhorn get a collar?
Yes.
Or is it because I have scales? Is it because I'm a dragon?
I might get collared as well.
I think there's a lesser chance of you being collared though. There's a great chance of me, and there's a middle ground chance for Bayhorn.
Actually, no, Bayhorn will be collared. You will be collared. I will most likely also be collared because I no longer have a name.
What about your husband?
He will be collared.
Wouldn't that be like kind of detrimental to his health?
No, because you two are in the same boat.
Oh.
You don't have a soul, he doesn't have a soul, but you're both living and breathing now.
What's gonna happen to my eyeball?
You probably won't be able to see out of it.
Oh, well, just keep the eye patch on then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we also will be heavily restricted into where we can go. And if we step 1 inch, 1 centimeter out of line, well, we don't have jails for a reason.
The urge to fuck with these people is great.
That's what
It is
I know. The
enormous.
urge is going to be very big, but I plead for you, don't do anything because they would probably turn around and execute us.
Bayhorn, Cedric, Adrian, I'm gonna ask you a very complicated question.
Yes.
If Cedric sleight of handed well enough on the collar, could he discard it?
That is up for Bayhorn's skills to decide, but
Yes.
would.
You could certainly try.
He's got thieves' tools and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's just the standard lock, he should be able to pick it, and he knows how to pick magical locks too. So
but also we're going
he
to
might
be
have a passing chance.
But we're also going to be watched very, very closely.
What does the collar explode if I say shit fuck or something? Like, there's an actual chance of that? Okay, I'll be on my best behavior-ish.
Cool. Isolde, now that you know about the collars, do you want to stay or go?
I'll probably stay. Thank you. I like to
That
keep that on my shoulders.
cool.
I honestly have a question. What are we even doing here?
Considering this Fugler Bayhorn and I are being hunted down by the Strixhaven Orkey, and they are approaching Zatomai's location. They were getting close to us real fast.
Yes, but we're faster, no? We have a spell jammer, of course.
Yeah, and we're using it. What's faster than moving from one planet to another?
Also,
Fair
the
enough.
Orkey have very powerful mages to back them. They probably have some sort of really great teleportation that they can utilize.
On top of that, Quadranum and Astral Elves are essentially forced into military service from the age of 50 up for essentially human years, the age of 5 in comparison.
Yeah. Sounds quite about right.
So everyone is trained on how to fight, both magic users and non-magic users. So if someone were to try and invade and attack us here, the entire city would attack the attackers. It's a risky gamble, but by waiting time out here for Queen Aqua to arrive back into Erisire itself, since she's not even on the planet, it saves us the risk of dealing with them, but now we have to play by the rules here. But again, they get close and try to attack. Well, good fucking luck. From what I do know, Quadranum could very easily, probably, as a whole, take down Strixhaven. And I'm pretty sure that is backed up by stuff I don't even know about.
Hmm. There's a very high chance I get treated like shit here. But I'm cool with that.
Ironically, once people realize who I am, it will probably be me who be treated like shit more. Because I was once, I am born from here. I was part of the military at one point, and I abandoned it all. To the point to where I have lost my name. And for Astral Elves, it's a big part of your identity and status. I don't even know of anyone else who lost their name like I did, or in general. But yeah, do be on your best behavior.
Got you.
Luckily enough, they should not enter the ship. So we don't have to worry about inspections and all that. Because they don't really need to worry. Our ship couldn't do any damage to the city anyway, so.
As you guys are currently speaking, you see, not see, you hear first, you hear Tiana say, "Excuse me, I think I see the city now." And as you guys all look towards the front window of the ship, of the bridge, um, you start to see that the closer you're getting to the rock formations, you start to see, like, with your naked eye, that there's like a veil that you guys are currently shuffling in through. And as you guys currently pass through the veil, you see this grandiose city. Kind of like as you guys are looking down into it, it's this giant, massive hole with a gleaming tower, almost like Art Deco in nature, that goes all the way up a little bit past the hole itself. And it kind of like goes from the tip top and it goes straight down, and then it expands into multiple networks of like rooftops and other buildings as it goes deeper into the moon rock itself. And Kaisa, you've seen Quadranum a few times in your life from this perspective, but every time you see it, it looks even more impressive. As you guys make your way and fly into, you see, Kaisaya, the normal shipyard that you used to dock into, and you correlate with Tiana, and you tell her exactly where to go, and she parks significantly well. You do see, however, as you guys are parking, to your left and to your right, you see other spelljammers. Smaller than yours, but they look more refined, more suitable for combat and speed rather than travel. And you guys, as you guys make your way and you dock, everybody on the ship hears this message. Good day to everybody on board. My name is Kali Zeldaros, the Grand Luminary. One of many, but the many are few. Kayasaya Juniper, welcome home.
Oh dang, they got your government name already.
Please make your way outside of your ship and meet us at the docking of the shipyard, where you will be handled your garments, and we will start our investigation into why you are here.
I, knowing this process, utilizing the sending slab, will reply, "Thank you, Grand Luminary, for your welcome. 4 of us will be exiting the ship."
I want you, Bayhorn, and Fukler to make me a history check.
A what?
History?
Not even there, man.
No, everybody heard this.
Oh shit.
History
James like,
check?
what the fuck happened?
Everybody roll me a
Guidance!
history check.
I don't fucking know. Need to change my dice.
25!
25. All right.
I'm going back to forging. Fuck this shit.
What'd you roll? What'd you roll?
A 9.
9. Okay. So everybody fails except for Kayasai. Kayasai, she said
Figures.
her name was Kali Zeldaros. That's the same lady who said her name was in the vision.
How do you spell
That's
it?
Felinor's pupil.
Oh, shit.
Kali Zeldaros? As in the fucking assistant of Felinor?
The assistant. The one with the patched skin blemishes.
It's his. Oh, I didn't even make that. Oh, shit.
And here's the thing, Kayasai, you never met this Grand Luminary.
I've never met her before. And at one point in time, I met most of them, huh?
I want Are they
You've only
keeping the
met, like, a
wizard in the
few.
basement?
You've only met a few Grand Luminaries, but you were only introduced to them, like, yes, they are the Grand Luminary. They never gave their name.
That's true.
This is the first time that you've ever heard a name coming from one of them.
Okay.
That's weird.
Especially because this is a very special occasion.
Yeah.
What do you mean special occasion? I don't like those words. Those words are scary.
As you guys make your dock, everybody, you know you're here. Who would like to step off the ship?
I tap my badge and tell Bayhorn we are arrived. Come to the side door if you want to go with.
You can finish armor later.
Or you could stay and finish armor. Up to you.
I'll go with scary.
Scary is right.
Oh, yeah, no. And when Bayhorn gets there, I will tell him you have to be on your best behavior. You're about to be most likely collared with an anti-magic collar. They will keep an eye on you, and if you fuck up, it's most likely execution.
Telling me they're gonna put a goddamn fucking dog collar on me? Man, that's fucking bullshit.
Yep.
Now, why the fuck am I gonna let them put a dog collar on me?
It's either that or you stay on the ship. We're all gonna get one.
You probably won't.
Most likely will, considering how special of occasion this is.
Be fine.
As I said, you could stay here. You can continue forging.
No, I have things to do in this world.
What things?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
No. What things? Because
Don't
if
worry
you
about
get caught, we're all dead.
Queen told me to.
You laugh now, Fukler, but if he gets caught and fucked up, we're all dead.
I know. But who's gonna stop him? Because it's not gonna be me.
No.
Find me.
No. It'll be the Tahandas and the assassins.
Shit.
Yeah. Anyway, I will open the door. So, the 3 of us plus Chakna.
Okay.
This is gonna go so well, guys.
As you guys open up the side door, you see this almost entourage of people waiting for you down at the docket. You see what seems to be like at the head, you see this purple cloaked with gold accent figure. You can't see their face. Their face is covered by this white mask that has like these feather and floral like accents on the sides where their ears should be, as it covers their whole entire face. Bayhorn and Fugler, you notice that the rest of these people, these other cloaked figures, you see a couple whites, see a couple blues, some grays, and a lot of black cloaks figures. They're all wearing white masks. Some of them with different filigree, some of them the same than most. You do notice that not most of the white and the black robed ones all wear the same mask. They're very basic. As you guys currently make your way down, you see the head of this entourage, the purple cloaked gold accent, which you assume is the person who contacted you, this Kali Zeldaros person. They all are a little bit taller than you expected for astral elves, mainly because the biology of a humanoid in space with lesser gravity does that to a person. Kali in front of you speaks. It is so good to see you again, Miss Juniper. How was your trip back home?
It was smooth sailing. Thank you, Grand Luminary.
That's great to hear. Before we continue on any further, you have been granted access back into your home. However, you have not been granted back your ranking nor your privileges. So I must admit that you and your companions here must be situated as such. And she points her hand over to a gray cloaked person as they kind of walk up with and they kind of look at all of you, and she brings out 4 black cloaks, and you hear the rattling of like collars within them as well. You must don these during your time here. You must also put on the anti-magic collars as well. Part of our customs, of course. You may carry your weaponry, for you do not need it anyways. It'd be foolish if you were to pull it out and start any conflicts. Then you see the gray cloaked individual kind of walk up to all of you and hand you these cloaks and these collars. These collars are not as big as you guys thought. They're not like overbearing, oversized. They're more like fashionable choker collars. Fugler, you kind of look at yours and you're thinking, that's not going to fit on my neck. It's too small.
Fugler takes a hand and rubs his neck. Are there other accommodations?
You see Kali kind of look at it, and she kind of tilts her head through, and it's kind of hard to read her through the mask. She has no facial expressions. Just place your hand on the collar, please.
Alrighty, and Fugler will take his hand and put it on the collar.
As you put on the collar, you notice the collar starts to expand like 2 to 3 times its size. It's magically being influenced by your own natural size, and you're looking at it, it's like, okay, now it'll most likely fit.
Alright, I'm cool with this. What type of masks are they wearing? Are they like comedy masks? Or are they like plague doctor masks? Like,
they're porcelain white masks. However, it looks like the people with the more colorful or the more higher ranked cloaks have more freedom in their filigree and their design of their masks.
Okay, so the people with the less common cloaks look like Harlequins from Warhammer.
I mean,
Okay,
if you want to think of it that way.
I got you. The Harlequins are the crazy space elves that dance around and do funny shit all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm cool with
Aren't those
this.
the ones that celebrate Slaanesh?
No, they do not celebrate Slaanesh. They celebrate their own laughing god who guards the dark
Oh.
library. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
that's right.
they have the thingies where the barbed wire comes out and then they liquefy your organs with it. Yeah.
Hmm.
Those are the ones that can beat
Warhammer,
up the
everybody.
custodies. Those are the ones that beat
Family-friendly
up
lore.
custodies. Yeah, those are the
Yeah.
small portion of the Eldar that beat up the custodies.
Yeah.
That one time that we don't ever talk about.
Don't
But
talk about it.
okay, I was just trying to wonder what type of masks they were wearing. Like, is usually it indicates like some sort of cultural mask. Like, you know what I mean? Masks are a pretty big part of culture, even if it's just like guards and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like, what shapes are they? Are they realistic face shapes, or are they more like comedy mask flat shapes? Like
Comedy
I'm
mask
just
flat.
okay. That makes more sense. Okay, okay. I got you. I got you.
Mm.
And Fugler will try and put the choker thingy over his horns first, across his snout, and then back around his neck.
It's initially a tight squeeze, but eventually you feel it lock into place. And as soon as it like takes over your whole entire neck, you feel this sudden like almost this heaviness on you that like these are definitely anti-magic collars and they are blocking almost all of your magic innately.
No more hammer years. What magics aren't disconnected, if I can tell?
Roll an Arcana check.
On Arcana, I have expertise. 16.
It's hard to tell. You could probably do some very light cantrips, but even then that might be difficult.
I got you. I got you. So it's not enough to kill somebody who like a fae who relies on magic. Also,
Yes.
where's Bubbles?
Bubbles is currently swimming.
Where?
In
Oh,
the ship.
in the ship in that one in the holodeck. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Currently having the time of his life.
So if it was a fae or something like that, it would just massively like weaken them.
Yes.
But it wouldn't kill them. Got you. Got you. Okay, I can deal with this. This is
Bayhorn, do
fine.
you put this on?
Yeah, I'll grumpily put it on.
Okay.
You can
As you
always
put on the
stay in
collar,
the
Bayhorn,
ship.
for a quick moment you suddenly lose your vision and you just turn blind, and then the next moment it just comes back.
Check my katana. Does it still feel magical?
Your katana itself is magical, but now you are not.
As long as I can see, man. That's all I... If they take away the katana's like magic thing and it somehow fucks up my eyesight, I'm going back on the ship.
No. You see Chakna put on his collar, and Kaisai, do you put on yours?
I do put on mine and as I'm putting it on, I look to the Grand Luminary and I ask, since my rank and privileges are obviously not reinstated, do I still have access to the family home?
You do. Your mother has sent word that you would be arriving, so we have issued your mother and your sister extra food rations and drink for your arrival. For celebration for one of us coming back home. However, before we get to that prospect, I know your sister is very intrigued to see you, and and she kind of like looks over to her left, towards the main building, and you see that out in the distance, wearing her own purple hood, but her hood is down, and she's not wearing her mask because she has the privilege to not do so. You see your sister out there is like waving her hand towards you.
I smile at her before looking back at the Grand Luminary, neutral faced.
Before we get to your reunion of family and your convergence together, I must ask you a few questions. We could either do that here or we could do that inside.
Whatever you prefer, Grand Luminary.
Let's do this here then. My first question is, why are you here?
We are here for several reasons. One of them is, of course, a family reunion between myself, my husband, and my sister.
Hmm.
A second reason is we would like to have access and shop within the market district. What better place to look for perfectly crafted magic items than here?
Duly noted. Any other reasons why you have returned?
Because we are waiting for the return of Queen Aqua, an heiressire, and found that this might be the best place to wait at the moment due to an issue with Strixhaven.
Strixhaven. What type of issue belongs in the grand school of Strixhaven?
I don't like how they're talking about it.
Um, I'm unsure as to what my mother has allowed to be known within the Grand Luminary, but it does have to do with a creature called the Architect.
Hmm. The architect, you say?
Yes, Grand Luminary.
Roll me an insight check at disadvantage.
Oh.
Whoever, let's see, who has who has proficiency in insight here?
I do.
Me.
Fukler does not. Kaisai does. Bayhorn, do you
Proficiency
have
with what?
insight?
God, I wish.
Bayhorn, you also roll insight on this as well at disadvantage.
Oh no.
Oh, Chakna does too.
Then roll for Chakna.
Oh, I rolled a 16 though.
Oof. Nah, he's.
Yeah, he doesn't
At
know.
least I don't roll a natural 1. I rolled a natural 2.
Could I use guidance?
No, you are currently.
Yeah, that's right. I'm collared. Never mind. Never
You're
mind.
currently
Forgot I asked.
collared.
Forgot I asked. I've been collared. I forgot.
You've been collared. So, when you mention the name the Architect, even though she's extremely hard to read due to her mask and her robes, you see a slight shift in her bodily form, ever so slightly, that she reacted to the word architect. So you have an inkling that she has an idea of what this is. How much, you don't know. But you know that she knows something. She continues. Very well. I'll allow you access to the markets, but only to the markets. And she kind of looks around over at her companions that she has. Everyone, we bring home a long-lost family member, a sister, a juniper. Please, I would like everybody to welcome home the great Captain Kaisaya Juniper back home. And you start to see that a lot of these like figures start to clap, not loudly or profusely. They just start to like have like a golf clap as they're clapping for you. She then leans over to you. Do well to be careful while you're around. Your leaving 30 years ago caused quite a stir, and I would like to keep the peace. And then she just leans away and she starts to walk away from you.
Okay.
And as
As-
she's walking away, she takes like 5 steps, and then suddenly she just disapparates and she teleports away somewhere.
You can see slight relief in Kaya's eye, just like, oh, evaporates.
And you see the majority, like, most of the colored cloaks figures start to, like, they clap and then they start to disperse, but you see a lot of, like, the gray and the black cloaks are just watching you guys. Like, all these young, or at the very least, newer ranked individuals are kind of enamored of what they see. But anyway, what were we about to do, Kai?
Then she left. What's Bella doing?
Fibella is currently like looking around as she's like wading through the massive crowd that is now leaving your area and your vicinity, and she makes her way over to you and she starts to like not sprint, but she starts skipping over to you guys and she just rushes over you and gives you like a big hug.
Oh, I hug her back too. And then as soon as we're done hugging,
she squeezes you so hard it kind of pops your back a little bit.
Ooh. As soon as we're done hugging, I'm going to look her up and down to make sure that she looks healthy. She's fine. Nothing to worry about. Okay.
Roll an insight check.
19.
19? She looks healthy. She looks healthy. She looks fit. You do notice that she's now wearing a wedding ring.
Bella, did you get married?
I did. I'm kind of flustered about saying about it, but I did marry someone whose homeworld is on Erisire. I met him on a mission, and I was so enamored with him that I begged Mother, and I begged some of the higher council, and surprisingly enough, they allowed me to be wed to somebody new. I think with your, how I say, disturbance that you caused, it caused them to be lenient on me. When you left, it caused quite a stir. I don't know if you've noticed, and you still see like a couple like gray and black cloaked individuals still like hanging around your ship, and they're looking at your ship, they're looking at you as like a whole crew. When you departed, it caused quite a talk. A lot of younger people here have been proclaiming that they wanted freedom, or some more freedoms to explore and travel beyond our home. The Grand Luminary and the councils have been very adamant on not making that happen. So they've been starting to act a little bit more lenient towards certain requests, as one of them was mine.
We can talk a little bit more about that at home with less eyes.
I can see that. She kind of turns around. Everybody, aspirants and adepts alike, please. You may leave now. It is now a private familia affair. And you see as she kind of gives out this commanding order, because she herself is wearing the purple cloak with silver accents, so she has a higher rank than anybody here, including you for the first time in your life. technically she's a higher rank than you now. You see all the adepts and the aspirants start to just disperse. Okay, at least we have a little bit less prying eyes on us now. Who is your crew? As she kind of looks over at you, Fukler, and you, Bayhorn, and she looks at you, Chakna, and she says,
Surprise!
"Hello, brother-in-law. Oh, I didn't notice you at first. It's been so long." And she rushes over and gives him a hug as well. Chagna's kind of taken aback and looks at you, looking at her, and he's like, "It's good to see you again. I wish it was under better circumstances, but we're currently here on very important business." Oh,
Sure.
sorry, I didn't mean to. I understand. I know you're here for work. But tell me about the rest of your crew. I see you have a dragon with you, and you have another elf here, but he's not of our kind.
So, this is Bukler, true paladin of Utolt.
Bukler, that's an odd name. It's good to meet you. And she hands out her hand towards you.
A lot of people say it's an odd name. It's good to meet you, and he'll handshake her and then grasp the back of her hand as like a well-meeting type thing.
Okay.
As you shake her hands and stuff, Kayasaya is looking at you very intently, like, do not flirt with my sister kind of look.
You already have Pyro, dude. Don't go on a fucking harem spree, bro.
You see that Fabella here is basically nearly a mirror to Kayasaya. However, instead of the shorter hair, you see Fabella has much longer hair. It reaches down to her back. Wears a little bit. You can see her cloak is covering the majority of her clothing, so you can't really see what she initially wears. But in all, it looks like a younger version of Kayasaya. And she looks over you and she says, "Champion and Paladin of Yatol, I've heard many stories from my husband about the goddess of death. Sadly, you all won't be able to meet him. He's currently back on the mainland of the planet. He should be back within a few days if you are still here."
Who did you say your husband was again?
Oh, well, they're a changeling. When he is in his male form, he goes by, give me 1 second here, I have the name. He goes by Percival. And when they turn into their female form, they like to go by, Bernadette.
Adrian, these names sound familiar. I don't know where from, though.
Or roll me a history check if you want.
Shit, man. She was saying he was talking about the goddess of death. I want to know. 18.
Oh,
I don't find anything out.
No. There's many Percivals and there's many Bernadettes.
Okay, good. She said they were a changeling though, right?
Changeling, yes.
Okay. Keep that written down. Where's word? W-O. There we go.
And as she lets go of your grip, she goes over to you, Bayhorn, and she reaches out her hand for you.
And this is Bayhorn. He is studying under Chakna, learning forging skills.
Oh, really? I hope my brother-in-law hasn't been too hard on you.
He's been quite a good mentor to me.
I'm glad he is. He is a kind man. Well, it's good to meet all of you. I know you've already spoken your piece with the Grand Luminary, but sister, why are you really here?
This is something best said at home.
Okay. We'll take you home. Keep your cloaks up and she like points at her neck for your guys' necks, and she says, "Make sure those are on nice and tight. I don't want any mistakes to happen on the way to home."
Rad.
As you guys start to follow Fabella over into the main entryway of the shipyard, you notice a lot of gray blue cloaks are like walking around. They're carrying materials, they're writing stuff down. It seems like this is a full operation. You're not too sure exactly what they're doing. They're probably just keeping this place as an upkeep, or they're doing something, but everybody is currently working. You guys enter into this grandiose chamber, and it's a large, like, it's almost like a large stairwell going up and down on the inside, as you see a lot of the lesser ranking individuals are using the stairwells to walk, as you see many of the higher ranking individuals, typically the how I say, typically the ones who are wearing the blue cloaks and upwards, so it goes like to blue. You see some whites, and you see a very few purples. You see those are like teleporting in and out and are like walking the rest of the remainder of their distance where they're going, and you see some are just teleporting away because they're teleporting away somewhere else onto the city. Fabella kind of looks all of you guys and she says, well, welcome to Quadranum, at least for you two that haven't been here yet. This is Upper Quadranum. This is the Celestial Core. And she kind of looks around and points over to, as the stairwell gets a little bit closer in your vision, you notice that in the middle of the stairwell, going straight down, is this long tube-like structure that is like overflowing and glowing with this energy. Who has, I mean, I think all of you have proficiency in Arcana, right?
Oh.
Except for Behorn. So Kaisai and Fukler, you two roll Arcana check.
Wouldn't I know what this is, though?
You do know what this is, however, something is like,
New.
you're noticing something new.
Okay.
16.
1625. So,
I'm gonna change my dice again.
Fukler, you're looking at this. You only needed a 15 to pass. Fukler and Kaisai, you're looking at this giant cylindrical tube as it's like going down, up, and you see smaller tubes are being built into the walls, and they're being covered by the walls and the decor on the walls as well. So you don't know where the smaller tubes are going. At first, your eyes are seeing this like pulsating, like bluish energy, before suddenly you start to notice that it's not blue, it's rainbow. And you start to feel like there's this heartbeat coming from within the tubing system.
Weird.
Kaisai, you've always thought that this was just a giant energy source. But with the 25, you now realize that what's keeping Quadranum afloat is most likely Genesis magic.
Huh? Bobby, get the propane. There's some fucking heretics in here. Bobby.
I like how he sounds like a robot, so it makes it even better.
Oh, you sound like a robot,
Oh,
too.
My ping's at 5,000. Oh,
Oh, no.
Yay, it's Discord breaking part 2!
let's go!
Fully breaking this.
Oh my
You're
god.
doing that on purpose. You're doing it.
Oh, fuck off. Oh, it's actually Discord. No, Discord's like getting fucking lucky.
Yeah, no, continuous 5 thing.
I'm gonna pause the recording. Okay.
What wrong button did you push?
But yeah, Kaiosai, now you notice that it seems like Genesis magic is being used to power Quadridom.
Against its will?
You're not sure, but you notice that at first, when you were here many, many years ago, Kaiosai, you always thought it was just the weave. It was just pure arcane energy keeping this place alive. But now that you've been touched by Genesis magic to the point where now you actually have a literal creation dragon as your heartbeat for your ship, you notice that Quadridom's also has Genesis magic as well.
And they might have something similar.
No, it's the dead body of that god that died.
I thought that dead
Guaranteed.
body crashed down onto Erisire into the land and helped create what is now the crystallines.
I mean, shit, man. There might have been some stuff on the moon too.
But this wasn't a moon.
Yeah. I'm gonna be real. They could have just mined it out from the planet because they figured out what it was before everybody else did, and they were like,
Well, here's another
So-
thing. Are you talking about planet the Erisire planet or planet the moon planet?
Erisire.
Okay.
Like, they were like, okay, let's figure out a way to bring this back to the moon with us. And they just mined most of it out and kind of have a giant reactor version of what our ship is.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, they took out... it took them a couple hundred years because the crystalline from the story did their thing. And Felenor's no longer there, so we know they eventually did something. So it took them a couple hundred years to mine out all of it, but they still figured it out in the end, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that might be the case, or there was just a giant piece of Genesis rock in the moon, and they were like, dude, this place is fucking fire. They stayed on the moon.
No. They
So-
created the moon.
There's your answer. They found something, and then they created the moon. So, yeah. But back at hand, there's giant pipes beating with Genesis magic, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the pipes are like being built into the wall, so you can no longer see the pipes now. Like they go into the walls, and you assume they are spread like throughout the walls of Quadridom.
Okay. They're like power lines. They really are like our ship then, right?
It seems like it.
Okay. Can't really do much with this information. I mean, shit, we don't even know where those pipes lead or go. So, and we have no idea what they're powering up here. It's a city full of secret wizards.
It
Uh,
also powers the city.
Yeah, that I feel like that was obvious. But like, if they have this much on a grander scale, I feel like they might be doing a bit more than just powering the city. You know what I mean? So who knows? Who knows? I don't know. Bayhorn, do you know?
Pretty tree.
I agree.
Trying so hard not to do something stupid. Can
Please
we please
don't.
move on?
Please move on.
She looks over at you, Fabella, says, sister, you remember how to get to the upper districts, right? The astral district?
Not by walking.
Fair enough. Well, thankfully we've solved some issues in terms of transportation. Come with me. And she starts to lead you guys down a whole flight of stairs. And a whole flight of stairs for them here is like almost 10 floors worth. As you guys' legs are starting to get a little bit tired. You guys make it to like this canopy, this open entryway, where you see it seems to be a giant, almost mirror in some sorts. And she looks at all of you. She says, "All right, everybody, hold hands."
Ready?
Holding hands.
Holding hands, and she takes your hand. Fibella takes your hand, Kaisai, and she puts her hand onto this mirror. And as she puts her hand onto this mirror, you see through the mirror a prestigious housing district. You see these homes are luxurious. They're carvings of like marble, almost crystal in nature that glows ever so softly. And you see that there's like this pocket dimension that they've made for these cities. You remember living in the middle district, the Luminara district. This is brand new. It seems like they moved up a house in the last 30 years. And suddenly you all are transported to this other dimension. You are now like in this weird pocket vicinity, and you're in the middle of the astral sea, floating on this rock. And you see nothing but these prestigious housing from like as far as you can see, like downward.
God damn.
I take it you
And
moved up a little bit.
We all did, Mother and myself. Well, we moved into one of the smaller homes because we didn't have you around, and well, Mother's always so busy, so it's mainly just me and my husband whenever, well, at least whenever he's not on a mission or two. But come along. As you're looking around, you see and you look up and to your left and to your right, there's terraces everywhere that overlook the whole entire astral sea. You see galaxies above you that are just like shifting and moving through space. You see a bunch of these houses have little terraces, these private observatories with like telescopes. You see these gardens are fully taken care of. You're not too sure if the flora here is artificial or real or not. And you see what's floating around to illuminate the district are these like soft celestial star fields that are just floating around, giving light to the walkways of the district. Eventually, she leads you all to this smaller house. And by small, in comparison, it's still a 2-story house. Covered in marble filigree, and you see that the front garden area is teeming with all sorts of grass and flowers as well. You're most likely assume that's Fabella's doing. Oh, welcome home, sister.
Thank you.
She opens up the gate for you, and you guys all enter inside. As you walk by, you can smell the flora is very pungent, very strong. So either it's a very good fake, or these are real flowers that they brought up here. But as you move along and you enter inside the housing, you notice that on the inside of the housing, it's very, how I say, minimalistic. And typically you would assume, kind of said, that's your mother's doing. Very one-note color, blacks and whites. You see the furniture is placed fine. It's fine furniture, fine seating. There's a fireplace in the middle of this living room area, and there's a stairwell going upstairs into some bedding areas. Fibella closes the door behind you. She says, "Okay, now that we're at home, you could all take off your collars now."
Kaisai takes her off,
Huh?
but then looks at the boys and says, "No funny business still."
Debatable, but okay.
No,
You see that
debatable. Not here.
you see Fabella is taking off her cloak and she puts it on like a coat hanger rack near the doorway, and you look at her and she's currently wearing Kaisai, you notice her garb. She's worn this typically all of her life. Very nice purple and pink clothing. Some leather belts wrapping around her waist, and some like a little pouch on her left side. She has gloves on that are fingerless. Fingerless gloves, like these like silver or these iron little bands that are covering her for like either extra defense or whatnot. And she's wearing her classic boots as well. That kind of goes up to her calf. Now, I must ask, now that we're home and alone, what are you really doing here?
Hiding?
From what? What would make you scared?
We're being chased by killer mages.
And you decide to come into a hive that's infested with other killer mages.
Well,
Well,
what better to kill the other killer mages?
he has
There?
an excellent
He's
point.
got a point.
It's a little bit more complicated than that.
We
What?
got framed.
Hold on. I'll tell the story. You're gonna confuse my poor dear sister.
That's my job.
Don't. Not with her. What has mother told you about what's happening?
Well, she kind of like purses her lips a little bit. Well, she has been a little bit more on edge recently. She's been gone for quite a while at certain bursts. At first, she was only gone for a day, 2. Then 2 became to 4, then to 7. Then recently she's been as gone as more of a month. It seems like she's been investigating something. And I haven't really been able to talk to her as of recently. However, she told me that she didn't tell me specifics, but she told me something along the lines of to prepare in case of her not returning, and that I should be ready to take up the mantle as the Juniper head. Now, of course, leadership isn't my forte. I'd rather just spend time with my family, and I don't really care about politics all that much.
You'd much rather play with your paints and your instruments.
You like
yes.
painting?
I do like painting.
She is
that's
a
so
highly
cool.
talented artist.
Check this out. And you hold up the marvelous pigments.
Oh. Where did you get this? And she kind of like ignores you now, Kaisa, and she looks over at Bayhorn with this item.
I found them.
Where'd you find them? These
Yeah.
are highly rare. I've already used half of mine already.
Fukler coughs. Yeah, found them is totally right.
found them.
Totally not like he took them out of the bag and like probably stole them from some
Can
noble
I
on
actually
accident.
can I roll insight real fast on her?
Sure, go for it.
Uh-oh. Wait, that's an automatic 10 because I have the thingy. So it's an automatic 17.
Yeah, alright, so what are you trying to insight on her?
Does she hold any particular like malice toward rogues in terms of like, since one of the rogues' main occupations is quote unquote borrowing things from others?
No, she doesn't. She's just more intrigued at how did you find this? Like, she's very, like, intrigued.
Long story short, Fukler has a broken bag of holding that occasionally random things pop out of it.
Speaking of which, Fukler's gonna reach his hand into
No!
the bag.
No!
Yes.
Oh,
No!
you know what? I got my card
Yes.
deck,
No!
dude.
No!
Adrian,
Not
I
here.
actually am reaching
No.
into the bag.
Alright,
Stop!
no,
And
he's
Kai
reaching.
slaps his hand.
No.
Okay,
I'm still
Kai-Sai,
reaching
since
in.
you slapped his hand as he's reaching in, roll me a percentile die.
Wait,
Oh,
wait,
no.
no, wait, guys, you messed up.
It's
No, you
Schrodinger's
missed
roll.
it. You shouldn't have done this. Not here.
Yeah, I got it out of that bag. I think a particular, probably rich and noble artist is probably not very happy that one of their very rare pigments is gone now.
Hell,
I
well,
don't
you better keep
have.
that close.
I have no particular use in it, given my occupation. I think I'm just gonna look to sell it
Oh, well, you
because
could.
I am always in need of coin.
Well, coin's a little bit hard to come by up here because we don't really deal in coin. We deal in trade or knowledge.
You got any
So-
magic books?
What was the percentile die result?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Shelby, what was the percentile die?
Oh, I gotta roll it.
Yeah,
I
you
thought-
have
I
to
thought
roll it. You're the
Booklet-
one
I
who
thought
slapped
Booklet had
his
to roll
hand.
it.
I thought
No,
Fugler had
you
to roll it.
slapped his hand.
74.
What do you mean?
Oh,
What do you
no.
mean? What do you
Shelby
mean?
Kaya
As
Saya Jaws
As
instead.
I slapped your hand, Tukler, you drop your bag and you see a few things come out.
What?
Shit.
What do I
Uh,
see?
I have to roll this time.
No.
All right, let's
It's
roll it.
Schrodinger's
I
roll.
hope it's Bayhorn's grappling hook again.
We get a second grappling hook.
No, it's just your grappling hook
It's
again.
just the same
It's,
one.
just, it's the same one. It just
I have it
disappears.
back.
Yeah,
Yes.
it goes right back again.
Oh, you mean it steals it from my bag and puts
Yeah.
it back?
I can apparently steal the grappling hook. The grappling hook is a point in which the bag
It's a fixed
reaches
point
to.
the fixed point in the
Yes.
bag.
Yes.
That's funny.
Okay, so there's that one.
Actually, can I draw from the deck?
No. I will slap that too.
All of the cards come out at once.
The deck is dangerous. Like really, really,
Really dangerous. And we are in a very dangerous location. No.
That's the fun of it.
Nah. Like, if you fuck up with those decks, we all die. Not from just the deck, but from the military here, which is everyone.
This place is too uptight.
Yes, yes it is. Why do you think Kayasaya left?
I don't know. I thought you got kicked out of here.
Okay, so
That's the second
Kaiosai,
time.
as the bag drops, you see what comes out is a box of chalk. Immediately, chalk just starts spreading all over the ground and starts messing up the ground. Thankfully, the flooring is white, so it doesn't really cause too much of a mess. As that comes out, you notice something else is coming out of the bag, and you start to see it crawl out, and you kind of look
God.
down, and you see as it's standing up at a measly 1.5 feet is a stone golem.
And I
I have a
immediately,
little buddy.
I immediately use my telekinesis to lift it and try and shove it back into the bag.
Don't do that.
Captain, you have to stop this immediately. The bag has given birth. You can't do
So,
this.
You can't telekinetically pick up a creature.
Shit.
As it kind of like turns and looks at all of you, you just hear burger, burger.
Guys, he wants a burger.
You want a burger? Is that what you want?
No, that's his name. His name should be Burger.
His
No.
name should be burger.
No. No. I'll cast
Captain, we're keeping him.
comprehend languages on him.
Okay,
What is
as
the-
you cast as you cast comprehend languages, you hear this tiny golem just say, "What is my purpose?"
Shit.
You serve
Name
butter.
Says butter.
Name it Burger, please.
You serve
Congratulations, burger.
my sister. She is your master.
Actually, no. This is a great housewarming gift.
You see
Congratulations, you
the
now have a
stone
servant.
You see the stone golem like turns over to your sister and looks up at your sister, and you just hear him say again, "What is my purpose?"
Happy birthday.
You missed 30 of my birthdays.
You have a slave
I
now.
sent you a
I feel
letter
like
on
that
them.
makes up for it.
That's wild.
I appreciate it, but if we're going based off gift value, this is a very odd gift to come back to.
I mean, yes, But somebody can clean the house for you now.
Does it really look like it needs help? And you kind of look around, and this place is kind of immaculate.
We have things for that, Fookler.
Fuck. Well, I don't know. Servants are useful. You can put him in a little tux, and he can serve you food.
She kind of like bends down to it, and she just says, "I want you to guard the garden." And you just hear the stone golem just say, "Guard the garden." And then you just see it turn and just like push the door open as heavy as like much as it could, and it looks like it needs help. So does anybody want to open the door for him?
Fukler will gently push the door open for him.
As you gently push the door open, he opens the door the rest of the way, and you hear, "Go, go." Kaisai, you hear, "Thank you, fine citizen," as he continues walking off into the
Oh
garden.
no, it's been casted on him, so we all can understand him.
Oh, you all hear, "Thank you, fine citizen."
What a genuine little
And then
fellow.
you as you kind of like all watch him, he kind of goes over to like the nearby bush, and he just stands there.
What a cool little guy. Congratulations on your new helper.
I can see that. Please keep that bag closed at all times here. That's pretty interesting bag, though, I would assume.
I'm gonna pick up the
That's-
chalk.
It's just chalk.
It's just chalk.
Just normal chalk.
Okay. I'm gonna pick it up and try to clean it up as best I can.
Okay, it's not that much. It didn't leave 2 seconds. But anyways, Fabella kind of like chuckles a little bit. Well, it's good to see that you still have a fun crew to be around. Bayhorn, was it? You said you wanted to look for magical books and such?
I mean, if you've got some, be pretty interesting. Because
well,
I
it's,
can't do any of my shenanigans, or apparently we're all gonna die. So it's best to put me in front of a book.
I don't
It
have
is.
any available here, because Mother has taken them all back to her offices, or Kayasaya took them when she left.
God damn it, Kayasaya! Look what you did.
Half of the books are on the ship.
Oh, never mind.
But, anyways, I'm glad to see you are still alive, and I'm glad that your hubby is still around.
Brought it
Did
back.
you finally succeed? Is that why you're back?
For the most part. He's
Almost.
just missing one little piece.
What's
His
he missing?
soul.
A pinky? And as soon as you say his soul, she kind of looks at you and looks back at Kaisai, looks at Chakana, looks back at you, Bayhorn, and she's like,
Oops.
"That seems a little bit more than a little piece, sister."
I'm gonna see myself out now.
Well, considering we have to find 2 souls, it's not little. I know where it's at, too.
Okay, where?
His home.
And why haven't you gone back yet?
That's another long story.
Right?
This
Be
is
okay.
probably very best explained over food so that their mouths are stuffed and I can just speak.
All right. Well, I have.
Hey, at
extra
least he
food
knows where
rations
his soul
on me.
is.
If you want, I could go into the marketplace here, and I can go grab some food, and we can cook it here.
Oh!
Would you all like to come?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Oh, no.
What do you mean, oh no, Captain?
It's just
Well, you
another...
don't want us to come?
It's just a potential opportunity for you guys to do shenanigans that you like to do,
course.
and for us to get in trouble. By the way, in order to go, we have to put our collars back on.
Fukler with the biggest grin on his mouth. Of course not, Captain. Who'd have ever do shenanigans in public? No,
Me.
from me. I would never.
She's just staring you down. Like a mom knowing you're literally speaking utter pure bullshit.
Chakna, I feel like your wife is going to eviscerate me in like a couple seconds.
Well, that is gonna be your fault, not mine.
Hmm.
This is literally the one place in the entire universe where no shenanigans are allowed.
I don't know about that. There's probably a
That's-
few other places where you're not allowed to do shenanigans.
There are
You
several
know-
places you're not allowed to do shenanigans, but this is the one place where I will not tolerate it.
What about the Githyanki homeworld?
Go nuts.
Oh
You forget she's racist towards them.
yeah.
Look,
Oh,
it's
what's
hard.
Kaya's sister's name?
It's
I
it's
forget.
it's hard to stop hate when they started things. Her name is Fibella.
Fibella.
Phibella.
Thiebella.
Yeah.
Right. Well, do we know her name?
Who?
Kaisai's sister.
Yeah, she introduced herself to all of us.
Yeah,
Okay.
her name is Favela.
That being the case, Thibella. I know Bayhorn probably would have a less bit of a problem if he covered up his hair, but if we went to the market, would a couple more problems than I would be expecting? I heard this place isn't the most tolerant of outsiders.
I can go cast Major Image on him to make him look like one of us.
But
Call
then-
I don't know
Mm,
if the magic will hold,
The
but I can
the
do it.
caller will cancel that out.
Well, I mean,
Well, look, I don't condone any tomfoolery, but I will say that this is a warning. If you are caught, if you are in any trouble in any way, they know who you are here with. And if one of you gets in trouble, all of you are in trouble. And that'll lead back to me and Mother. As much as I would like to throw out the finger towards them and leave this area, somebody has to watch over Mother, and quite frankly, I don't think I'm ready for the outside world.
it's great out there.
However, you have caused quite a stir, sister. I'm sure you've noticed that you've had a lot more prying eyes on you as of recently.
Yeah. A lot
Well,
more than when I came back 30 years ago.
When you left, it kind of started not an uproar, but more of a movement of, if this person can do it, why can't we? And of course, your name and your ship has gained notoriety throughout the Astral Sea, and of course, has made a way back to us. Quadrum does have its way around knowledge and secrets, so when your name, your crew, and your feats have been acknowledged, a lot of people started to ask the question, why can't we do the same? So tensions are currently a little bit high right now. I was honestly surprised that you were even let back in to begin with.
As was I.
It seems like you've made a name for yourself enough that you were allowed back in, or you caught Mother on a good day, or a bad one. How is she doing?
I'm not sure. But I can say she called me daughter last we spoke.
That's good. And she kind of like has like a question at the end of that. Like even she doesn't know how to really respond to that answer.
I
I
can
know
say
she's been
she's
Go.
been busy. She's doing stuff, but
So has my spouse as well. my spouse, I met them when I was on a reconnaissance mission down below. And I fell in love. They fell in love with me, and well, I've already explained to you how, because of your actions, they were a little bit lenient on me in my marriage. He is currently intertwined with the, I guess you could say, the secret police here.
Hmm.
But currently, right now, he has a crimson cloak.
Oh. Oh boy.
So he is very good at what he does.
Apparently.
So if you have any thieves in your midst, you might have heard of him. I'm not too sure.
I say immediately looks at Bayhorn.
Huh?
No.
Right? Who?
Captain, our thief has amnesia. I don't know if that's like the greatest idea.
I don't know if it triggered a memory or not, which is why I'm like looking at him. But I don't think it triggered.
What was the name again?
Well, if they go by their male name, Percival. If they're in their female form, Bernadette.
Why does that sound so familiar?
I don't
Roll
know.
history check.
I agree, Cedric.
Anybody got silver bar?
Also rebarbs you.
I sneeze.
22.
22? You have no idea.
The fuck?
There's many thieves that goes by many names. You wouldn't. And here's the thing: you would know that a changeling is a perfect.
Can I give him
rogue.
guidance?
Sure.
Roll a
You certainly
d4.
try.
I don't think it's gonna help.
Look, I'm trying.
I rolled a 3, so 25.
Nope.
Damn, I guess you needed a
There's-
30.
There's all manners
Probably.
of thieves in the world, and a changeling is perfect for it.
Yeah, I can craft identities. I can't craft that good of identities.
Yeah.
Changelings are the ultimate thief.
But, sister, there has been a lot of movement, so just be careful on who you talk to and what you do. If you wanted to wait your time here, that'd be fine. If you had business, then I would assume you should do it quickly before anything starts to happen.
Mm-hmm. Especially red cloaks surrounding us.
Thankfully, due to our rank and privilege, we don't have to worry about them. At least
Well,
not in the house.
in the house, yes, but I don't have rank and privilege anymore.
No, you would have to be with me if you're out in the district here. And of course, anywhere else, but it seems like they barred you from most access to begin with.
Yeah, I would have loved to walk the Twilight Gardens again.
If you wish to take a bath, you can. I could probably take you there. It's just a bath.
Ugh. Maybe later.
You heard it here. The captain says she's stinky.
No. The Twilight Garden is A, beautiful, but B, has the most wonderful, perfect hot springs anywhere.
Cap.
Yep. So, in fun news, Fukler is technically studying under Needle on how to cook.
Is he now?
Mm-hmm.
Is Needle here?
No. He is actually on Erisire. He is the royal chef for Uh, Queen Aqua.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That is quite a position to be promoted to. Um, well, tell him I said congratulations the next time you see him.
I will.
Anyways, let us sit down, let us relax for a time. If you want to go to the market, I can take you. If you wish to trade gold for anything or knowledge, um, the way that our commerce here works, gentlemen, is coin is definitely one. However, we provide more based on knowledge gain. So if you have any knowledge, secrets, or any magical books or scrolls to give, the more valuable it is rather than coin.
Knowledge literally here has higher value than gold itself.
So I can take you
I
into
mean,
the market.
I got those fancy books.
I got
No.
fancy, intimate knowledge about the goddess you told. I'm not gonna tell you guys though. You guys are silly geese that tell secrets to everybody else. Silly geese, the lot of you, all of you, including you. And he points at Bayhorn. You're the
What?
silliest goose here.
What do you mean?
You're the silliest goose. You know what you did.
I'm not even a whole goose. I haven't even collected all my sections yet.
You're correct. Partial
I'm a-
silly goose, and yet the
Glances
silliness
at
remains.
glances at Kayasaya's sister. I wonder if she heard that.
What, calling you the silliest goose, or that you're
That I don't have
partial
all the
goods?
pieces yet. Partial
Uh,
goods is crazy.
roll roll an insight check, Bayhorn.
A 17.
As you said that, you did notice that her ears twitched a little bit, like she heard you.
I'm gonna glance at her.
She doesn't look at you. She's just looking straight at Cassette.
Who is shaking her head at your two silliness?
Well, I might have a bit of knowledge. Knowledge is more valuable than gold here.
Mm-hmm.
Fukler will pull out the book of himself. I don't know if this has ever been replicated, but I found it in an abandoned library, where it seems a lot of ruins of a former city from a long time ago were. Hello?
Fabella looks at that and she says, "That can go quite a long way if you wish to trade it for any items or services."
I do not intend on it. And Fukler will put it back in his bag.
That's okay. I'll figure out a way to get you the box we need.
Gold.
Actually, hold on. I have a different sort of knowledge. It's probably less valuable, but
Is it a cookbook?
everybody likes food. Yes, it is.
Cookbook.
Yes, it is. I have the cookbook of exotic dishes. I can't afford exotic ingredients, and neither can any of us. So
I can probably afford one for you.
It's
Before I
okay.
go broke.
I have something that should equal or exceed the value of what we're looking for.
And what is it?
What is what?
What's the item?
Which item?
You
The
said
item you're
something that
talking
will.
about?
Yeah, no, something that will equal or be more than the item we're looking for.
I have a protection from Celestial's amulet.
I have that in scroll form.
I have it in amulet form.
I just am.
You just are. He has it in scroll form. Ironically, I could put this on, but then you and I wouldn't be able to speak, and my own godson wouldn't be able to talk to me, and I would like to speak with my godson every so often.
I don't think Q would have a good time here, though. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh no. I don't want him here. Especially in his moods. If he comes here in a mood, I fear the repercussions.
He has moods.
He has moods. There's once a
I've
time.
only seen him in good moods.
You have only seen him in good moods. There has been a time where we were orbiting a planet and he rearranged the tectonic plates of the planet.
Huh.
It caused great devastation on the planet. Luckily, they were realigned, but 17 million people were heavily affected by that.
Hmm.
Oh, there's another
Well,
time
it's
where
a
he
good thing
also
I've never
caused a
seen him like
war. Oh wait, no.
caused a war.
Well, he caused a war between two civilizations, and there was a time where he led one side of a civil war that he then dragged me into.
Damn. Guys, Captain, you've done a lot of shit. Captain, you've done so much shit.
Space. It's fun.
Space.
You travel the stars, and weird becomes part of your everyday life.
Fair.
It
But I
especially
do think
it especially looks a lot more fun, a lot more freeing than life can be here.
I do think we should go ahead and go to the market, though. We need
Agreed.
to. I have a certain thing I need to do.
Not here though.
Yes,
I
here.
no, not here.
Also
At the
here for
very
me.
least, not in the house.
No, not in the house. I'm probably gonna do it in the garden.
Not the garden.
Okay, the bathroom. What do you want from me?
I feel like it'd be better on the ship because if you did it in the house and you fuck up the house, my own mother would probably hunt me down.
I mean, you're right. By the way, I'm sorry. Theobella, I'm so sorry. I'm here for like one specific reason and one specific reason alone, and it happens whenever we go to that market. So I need something to I need a box to be able to preserve something. Preferably
Alright.
magically. Do you think
I'm
they'll be able to sell that at the
He needs a
market?
preservation box.
Well, if the artificer Honora is in, then most likely that could be made. They might have something of that line already. It might be a little
Considering
bit costly.
some of the stuff that has to be preserved here, as I said, it might be a little costly, but hopefully my amulet will go for enough. If not,
I'll chip in the book.
no. I'll work on finding a couple other things.
Actually, Adrian,
Mm-hmm.
I also have this Artifacts of Power book.
Mm-hmm.
I
No.
have a couple books.
No, not
What?
that book. Not that book.
Why? Why not
Because
this book?
it's
You're saying
Artifacts
no
of
to a lot
Power.
of things we were trying to do.
I know I'm saying no to a lot of books that you're trying to do and stuff. I have
Is there
some
something more to
things.
this book than I have realized this entire time?
So the book of powerful artifacts, I think, is self-explanatory. They're very powerful artifacts. I don't want Quadridom to get their hands on very powerful artifacts because once they've reached a specific power point, they will then turn around and possibly invade Erisar.
I feel like that's gonna happen eventually anyway.
It is going to happen eventually, anyways, and I would like to put it off for as long as possible.
That's fair. That's fair. Seeing as what's the place? The Queen Aqua Rules has already developed a lot of magical things in the past 30
That's
years alone.
that's probably why we haven't invaded yet.
What? Because of that place? Baffin?
Yes, because of Bafford and the Kingdom of Katrin. It's most likely put the Grand Luminary and the Astral Council on hold because it might not be a perfect win. If they can't go in and directly win within matters of days, they will hold back and wait. They have already been waiting for almost 1,000 years to reinvade the planet and reconquer Erisire. A few more 100 years to them is nothing.
Hmm.
I like to keep it that
Alrighty.
way.
Okay, not the artifacts of power book then.
I have a couple items that would possibly work.
Okay. If you're cool with that.
I'm cool with that. Let's go get you that box.
Huh?
Let's go get you that box.
Yay. Let's go.
Let's put on our cloaks and collars.
Yeah, please do. As you all decide to put on your cloaks and your collars, you feel the collars latch on and draining it's siphoning your magic a little bit as you guys all leave into the garden. As you guys step into the pathway, into the walkway of the garden, you notice that the golem is still standing there by the bush.
Good job, little buddy.
And as you guys are passing by, if this thing had eyes, you can feel them staring daggers at your feet.
I will step carefully and only on the walking stones.
Yeah, no, I'm going to. He's guarding the garden, right? So I'm
Yeah.
gonna only walk on the stones. I'm gonna.
Okay.
I hope Cedric just decides to fucking walk through the bush.
Feyhord, are you gonna step on the grass?
I'm gonna put a pinky toe on it.
As soon as you put like the slightest sliver of toe, faster than your eye can see, you see the stone golem just immediately reach over to your foot and just brings its fist and hammers down on you, and it deals 1d4 damage.
I can't like dodge it.
No, it just happens super fast. 1 point of physical damage.
I uncanny dodge.
1 point of damage.
Really?
Yes, really.
Oh man. Well, at least we know he's doing his job.
And as he hits your foot and you like reach back onto the stone wall, he's just staring at your foot. Like he's just watching it. Fabella kind of like chuckles a little bit. Well, it's definitely useful, at least.
Mhm.
But anyways, let's make our way over to the district.
Yes.
As you guys are continuously walking, you don't see any of the lesser colored cloaks here. You see a lot of whites and you see purples around. A lot of purple cloaked figures with the silver accents kind of look up at you, like they nod a little bit, and then they just continue walking. Probably because they all see you that you're being occupied by Fabella, who is also a purple cloaked with the silver accents. You don't see any of the grand luminaries, the purples with the gold accents, however. However, you make your way over to this seemingly prestigious looking marketplace. It's a giant circle of just a few shops and a bunch of people standing at stalls, almost eerily quiet. It seems like they're only here because It's their job to be here that they've been assigned to, and it looks like not a lot of people are shopping actively. Compared to Bafford, this is night and day. This marketplace is almost eerily quiet, but
Ooh.
you're there now. You see a few purple cloaked figures. They are shopping, and maybe a few white cloaked figures that are shopping. But Fabella kind of looks at all you. She says, "Welcome to the Celestial Exchange. Artificer Honora is on the far end. She most likely has the things you're looking for. But on the way there, there is also a few other things. If you wanted to make your way with me. Artificer Honora is one of her runs her shop down there, and she kind of points over at another storefront. That is the Vault. She points to another one. That's the Essence Market. And she says, over there, that is the Forge. And there's the Emporium. Where would you guys like to go first?
Honora.
Honora.
Yeah.
All right. As you guys walk along, your footsteps are louder than the people talking, and it's kind of eerily quiet. Takes you about like 5 minutes to walk to the end of the marketplace before you eventually get to Honora's area. You see this, it's an open shop. It kind of has like almost like a tent style vibe to it. You see on a table, you see very high end weapons, armor, all made of like different materials, and all these weapons and armor are forged or created by this artificer with near perfection, almost akin to what Chakna makes, but somehow even better. You see Honora kind of look at you. Honora is also in this purplish garb with this very wild feathered bird-like porcelain mask in front of you, and she says, "Hello, it is good to see you, Fabella. Who are your guests?" Fabella kind of looks at, well, I know I talked to you about my sister before, and Honora kind of looks up and looks at you, Kaisai, and she says, "Ah, I see you're the wayward sheep. Welcome home."
Thank you.
"And who might the rest of you be? Visitors? Exceedingly rare these days."
This
Visitors
is
of some kind, yeah.
Fukler, True Paladin of Yatolt, and Bayhorn.
Hey.
You see Honora kind of look at both of you. Very hard to read their facial expressions through their mask, but you see them give you like small nods acknowledging you. "Welcome to my shop. Is there anything of commerce that you need? Exchange or purchasing?"
We are looking for a box of preservation.
Preferably medium to large size if you have one in stock.
Large enough to hold, say, something the size of his hand.
Hey, let's say about my forearm. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
"Are you undergoing surgery?"
Yeah.
I feel like you would most likely need to talk to a medical provisional.
And they recommended I procure something that would be able to preserve this.
"Well, I do have a box of preservation, but not of that size. You are a much larger fellow than the majority of us here." She kind of like kneels down behind this counter, and she pulls out what looks to be this box that doesn't look like the original preservation box. It looks like it's more iron, more lead infused. But you can tell like through the magical writings and your base arcana that it's definitely got the same magical effect.
Okay.
She kind of opens it up and shows you the inside layering, and you see all types of magical runes are written on the inside. and she pulls out from this box what looks to be an apple. Do you know
How
how
old
old
is
this
that?
specimen is?
Let's say a couple hundred years.
A couple hundred is correct. This apple has been preserved for specifically 236 years.
Wow.
Been kept in this box ever since. However, I could expand the box for a penance of exchange if you have any. I accept coin or knowledge or artifacts or books of any kind. I also have other items here on display. I have a luminous shield, an astral blade, cosmic insight, and a star revolt cloak.
Oh. All these things sound so cool.
For the box, is it large enough to hold what Fugler needs to hold?
I
Could we
would have
cast
to expand.
enlarge or reduce on my hand?
You could. That is a good idea.
Captain, do you have enlarge or reduce as a spell?
Chakna kind of like taps on your shoulder, Kaisai, and he leans in and whispers in the ear, "What about your necklace? You had me in there for 30 years. Why can't you do the same with his arm?"
It can only hold one thing.
So, there's nothing in it.
What if one of us goes down and it's someone
It's
big?
for you, big man. She's saving it for you.
I have revivify.
We could save our currency, I guess you could say here, if we just use your necklace on the arm. It'd free up our party to buy other magical artifacts here.
Which is why I'm using my own personal funds for this box, so that they are free to purchase.
Fair enough. I'm just giving you options.
Thank you. And Kaisai will pull out the amulet, protection from celestials, and present it.
You see Honora kind of look over at you. Very intriguing necklace you have here. Accumulated with protection magics. And you see they bring out their hand over to the necklace. May I inspect it further?
Please.
You see them take the necklace. And you see this individual's like inspecting it very closely, like bringing it up to their eye socket, like areas for their mask. You see them like slowly touch the edges around the necklace with their gloved hands. Very strong protection magic against celestials, I see. I can accept this as a trade for the box. However, if you wanted me to expand it, it'll be a little bit more costly.
To add on for the expansion, would this work? And Kaisai will pull out her personal notebook that she did, copying the book on Zektomi.
She kind of, Honora, like gestures to take it as well.
And Kaisai hands it over.
As she takes it and starts flipping through the pages. I see. This is a copied rendition of a book about Ziktomi.
A restricted book.
Restricted from where?
Strixhaven.
Interesting. I can see that this is a copy. Do you have the original?
No,
Understood.
the
I would have
original no
paid.
longer exists. This is the only version of that book that exists now.
For shame. I would have quite enjoyed an original copy, but if this is all it is, consider it done. I can have the expansion on this box ready within a day.
Perfect.
I will take your necklace, and she takes the necklace of Celestial, and she also takes the book as well. You can come pick this item up within tomorrow, probably around the same time as it is now.
Perfect.
Is there
Boys, you're
anything else you would like to trade?
boys, you're free to shop now.
Um,
I got you
what
your
was the
box.
shield she said she had?
She has something called a luminous shield.
Luminous shield. Is that a homebrew item?
It is a homebrew item.
Hmm.
You can ask her what it does.
I'm actually curious about the shield you have here. What's up with it?
You see that they point over to a case over to your right, and you see she opens it up, and you see this beautiful, intricate um shield. Let me look up the exact naming of the shield. Shield. It looks like a kind of like a rounded shield with like some points on the edges of it. Um, that almost kind of make it like design wise looks almost to be like a star. You see that there's like little bits of starlight floating within the metal of the shield, and she
Yeah.
says, during combat, within an area around you, you can blind enemies. So the luminous shield, Preston. This shield, as a
Yep.
bonus action, emits blinding starlight. All creatures within a 30-foot radius must make a DC 15 con saving throw or be blinded until the end of your next turn. It can be used once per short rest. It is
Okay.
considered very rare, so it is a +3 shield.
It's a +3 shield.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
+3 to your AC.
What a dream. I've been carrying around my regular shield since the beginning. Haven't really used it much. Um, and how much would this cost me?
What do you have in exchange?
Hmm. Let me look, and I'll see if I can find something. What if I gave her a
Very
soul
well.
crystal? How much of the shop would I be able to get for a soul crystal, Adrian?
Um, in or out of D&D? What kind of question is this?
Outside of D&D, how much of the shop would I be able to get for a soul crystal?
Um, almost all of it.
All of it? What's in this shop, by the way?
So you see the luminous shield is right in front of you that she's like explaining what it does. To the right of it, you see this glowing, like almost metal, like star-like material. You see bits of stardust floating within the sword. It's a long sword. Um, it it's called the Astral Blade. You also see to the right of the shield, or the left, I mean, you see a ring that is like within its own little glass casing. She calls it the Ring of Cosmic Insight. Then finally, at the very far end, there is this like cloak that shimmers within like the light, and it almost like looks like it's like covering like as like a transparency, like it's camouflaging itself.
Interesting.
On top of that, she has various other items of note. Let me get you the list as well. She has
I'm gonna be so for real. if she had magic plate armor, I would try to trade a soul crystal for it. I'm gonna be honest.
You see that on the edge of her on the other table she has. It seems like the one that she's showing you is like her standout items, like the items she wants to like advertise. The other table on the other side of this like tent area, you see there's a javelin, there's a trident, there's a wand, there's leather armor, there's breastplate armor, there's a few scrolls piled on top of each other. There's a potion that has like a bubbly green substance within it. There's a crossbow. There is just like a bunch of like random assortment of items of like all various degrees of like rarity.
Okay.
She leans into you as like she's like as you're looking over. She does say, "I do have something far greater if you're willing to trade for it."
Such as
She kind of looks past you a little bit and she says, "This is not sanctioned by the council, so
illegal
this will be a little bit.
favorite.
This will be a little bit in between you and I."
like
Let me
the
roll it. Let me roll a d4 real quick.
Roll why what?
She pulls out this seemingly like this smaller purple box, and she looks at you with like even though you can't see her eyes, you feel like a burning intensity as she's looking at you. "Do I have your word that you will not speak of this to anyone besides your friends here?"
As a true paladin, you have my word. Your secret is safe with me.
She kind of looks at the rest of you, and she looks at you, Kaisa, and you, Behorn, and even Fabella and Chakna. "Do you all have your words as well?"
You have mine.
I
Behorn.
agree.
Chakna just nods, and Fabella is just like, "I'm just here escorting. What their business is their business, so pretend I'm not even here." "This was brought down from the stars via a shooting star. A meteor was coming down and our lunar surface blocked it going to Erisire. I was sent on a mission to retrieve any substances from it, and I found something within the meteor." She unlocks the front of it, and you see some magic being cast. It looks like she's casting an upper level knock on the lock, and it clicks open, and she opens it up. You see what looks to be a long piece of pure white crystal, just pure white. You've never seen anything like this before. It looks like crystalline, but it looks like it was formed in a different variation.
Weird. What is it?
I call this the Star Shard. I
This-
was able to test it out, and I was able to stop time for a little bit, and I was able to teleport as well with it. There's also some other deeper magics within, but as soon as I started to tap into it, I felt like it would crumble to dust if I did.
Oh, you presented me with a crossroads, Adrian. Oh. Okay.
Well, he's over here contemplating on if he should do something good or bad. Thinking back to the notebooks her father wrote about because he was a chronoturgy wizard.
Mm-hmm.
Would Kayasaya recognize the item as it was described?
Roll me an Arcana check, and it's gonna be hard too.
Okay. No.
Mm-mm. Like, you can sense this is like you can sense that this magic, it's not Genesis magic, but it's like
Can Can Chakna help me to give me advantage?
No, he can't
Fuck.
enter your mind and slither and be like Arcana check for you. He can roll his own.
Okay.
As you're overlooking it, it's pure white energy. It's not necessarily Genesis, but it's very strong, condensed magical energy.
Totally magic.
Okay, maybe I should rephrase it. Is this along the lines of what led to her father's death?
No.
Okay. Is this something that he was possibly working on? Similar
Could have,
context.
but could have been.
Mm.
You're not too sure. You know your father died in an experimentation. But you're not too sure what they were experimenting.
Mm-hmm.
So as she is looking at all of you, she closes it and locks it up once more time. So, what are we exchanging for?
Well, Hookler,
What's happening?
what are you exchanging for?
What am I exchanging it for?
Are you going to want it? Do you want it? Do you wish to buy it?
I low-key do. This thing, I want Zawaro though. Oh. I have a bag of half a bag of beans. I might be able to get it for that, but I might need to throw something else in with it.
I have Volo's guide.
But that sounds important. Hmm. Shit.
And also throw in my strategy book.
Oh wait, didn't I get 500 coins worth of jewelry?
You
Mm-hmm.
did.
I how much is this in gold, Adrian? Just me giving it a quick look.
Yeah.
Ma'am, how much would this cost me in gold if I decided to try it buying it that way?
If you wish to
I am
buy this in terms of coinage,
yes. I know it's probably oh Adrian, don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me. That's bad. That's bad news.
so
Oh shit.
so um let me see here. Do. This is considered an artifact. So an artifact item, it's gonna ring up a lot of money. Let me look the exact coinage
This
that
is
I
an
have here.
artifact?
This is
Mm-hmm.
considered an artifact.
Oh shit. This is
Just present her with everything you're willing to give up that's safe to give up.
So artifacts typically don't have a price. So as you're looking at it, even if you were if you would give her all of your gold and your company's gold here, it would probably not be enough. You would
Okay.
definitely have to be giving up some sort of exchange in worth of what they say is their currency is knowledge or some sort of item. And but Fukler, as you're looking at this item, you're assuming that other shops here might have also items of this caliber as well, due to the fact that these people, they hunt for knowledge. This is their life. They will do anything for it.
What if I traded the belt of hill giant strength and the bag of beans with the remaining beans in it? Because that's two wondrous items, two blue wondrous items at that.
Yes. However, an
That's
artifact is
still
above
probably-
legendary.
Yeah, I know. That still probably wouldn't be enough. I have 2 artifacts already, and I'm not willing to give either of them up because one of them would require me injuring myself to give it up. So the only real thing I could give up for trade is the soul crystal for this specifically.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I feel like Aqua would get really fucking mad at
Yeah,
me.
this is up to you, man.
Oh shit. Adrian, I wasn't expecting to find something of this rarity here. Alright, so I'm gonna ask her another question. You said there are deeper magics? I might have something worth compensation for this in my adventures I've been on, but I actually need to know what those are before I can make my choice.
Consider it a shame then. That's
Hmm.
fine. I understand. If you do decide to partake in exchange, you could always come back.
What? Huh? What do you mean? I was asking what the deeper magics are.
Oh,
And
I
she won't
apologize.
tell you.
Oh, she's saying, oh, shame you ask.
Well,
For all I know, this could be a really well-written scam. No offense to you, but I have seen many a thief put up a really, really good show before. And yet, just sell me a decent piece of quartz that looked really nice.
well. What would it take for you to believe in what I say?
Oh, I don't know. The deeper magics, what level are they? If you could give me that, I might be able to give you a good idea.
Oh, you know, some scholars in the luminary here rarely achieve that type of magic
Is she talking like 8th, 9th level?
around there.
Oh
Oh,
my
yeah.
god. Oh, this is. I'm biting my nails.
You already mentioned that when she tested it, she was able to stop time.
She stopped.
So if there's something deeper in this crystal or this star shard that she calls it, and it allows her to cast unconceivable magics, but she's afraid that the relic will crumble to dust, your mind only points to one thing. And Felinor did it a long time ago.
Yeah, I was gonna say if it was fucking Wish. That's crazy. That's insane.
So
Okay,
you're assuming if you used it to cast Wish, it would just crumble to dust.
I'm gonna cast Message on Kayasaya.
You
I'm gonna
can't.
say I can't. Oh, shit.
Your
It's a
magic is
cantrip though.
blocked.
It's a cantrip.
Oh,
Do I have
that's
to roll a
true.
die?
You know what? Yes, since it is a cantrip, do roll a D100, please, for me.
D100? Fuck
Yes.
it, we ball. 47.
With a 47, you attempt to cast message. What is your message?
Uh, if I do this trade, it is going to be the crystal I was going to give to you. Should I? And I know she doesn't want it. She doesn't want the
Kaisai.
crystal. She said I could hold on to it.
Kaisai, all you heard in that message was, I trade crystal. Could I?
If you have something that you think you can get the crystal for, take it. Is what I respond back.
Does my head feel
Oh,
itchy because it's not
your
working?
head starts. Your head feels itchy, and all you hear at the end of it is "take it."
Mm,
And she's looking at you like, why are you asking me?
I'm actually. One moment, ma'am. You might have a potential customer on your hands. Let me confer with my captain because the relic I'm about to trade you is of extreme importance.
Understood. I'll be here.
And Fugler walks briskly over to Kayasaki.
What?
Captain, I was gonna trade a soul crystal for that crystal that can cash wish. I know. But that's why I'm asking you. It would be the crystal that you were supposed to have. I know you said you didn't want it.
I didn't want to hold it because I didn't trust myself.
You didn't trust yourself? What do you mean by
Fugler, if
that?
you had in your hands the soul of Vecna, and you could easily snuff it out of existence, would you?
I feel like we're talking about two different things. I'm talking about the soul crystal Aqua gave me. Those soul crystals.
Those soul crystals?
Yes.
You want to give one of those?
I got 3. Bayhorn has 1.
Oh,
The one I was supposed to give to you, you denied it.
well, yes. I don't feel like I could do anything other than being a wizard. I'm not skilled enough for anything else. Bayhorn has versatility. His mind can adapt to other ways of thinking. I, ironically, am set in stone as a wizard. So, I would give them the item, and I worry that they would be able to replicate it, but who's to say that they already don't have it?
Exactly. Especially
Especially
with the energy that they're using to power the ship. Or not the ship, the energy that they're using to power
the city.
the city. Yeah.
On top of that, my own mother and Aqua are working together in a fight, which means she has most likely witnessed this.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
You sure?
Yes, it's not what I thought you for a moment was thinking about trading.
You thought I was gonna trade that person?
Yes.
No, I'm not gonna trade that person. I have plans for her. But
What do you mean you have plans for her?
don't worry about it right now.
No, 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 no. No, no, no,
Jesus.
no. What do you mean?
Uh, I'll explain it when we get back because there could be ears listening.
Very
Um,
well.
but I was just conferring with you because those soul crystals are of extreme importance.
They are. I think one being traded is fine. You and Bayhorn holding the other two and utilizing them is smart. Me using one is not very smart. I wouldn't be useful as anything else.
Are you 100% sure?
Yes.
Okay. And Fukler will pull out the very plush box that he has. It's black on the outside and it has like a purple velvet on the inside with those soul crystals that Aqua gave him a while back. And he'll take the one on the very right out. One of them's already missing, and Bayhorn has that one. It's on the very left. And he'll hold it in his hands very gingerly while trying to put the box back in his bag. And he will... Actually, no. He'll pick the box back out, put the soul crystal in his pocket, and present the box with the one in the center up to her. So he has something that looks real nice. This item is of extremely rare value. It is also a crystal. However, it is extremely different in its value. It can allow you to gain the abilities of, say, a different occupation within moments.
Interesting. And you say that you are willing to give up this artifact for mine?
Get a couple other things to do.
Well, this is of extreme rarity. Many people would kill for this. Not only kill, but kill and fight in nations for this. Wars should be fought over this item. I might ask for a couple other things if I trade this along with it.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Let's go.
Can I try and cast
No!
guidance?
16.
Can I try?
Guidance. Is guidance a cantrip or forget?
It is.
Roll me a percentile die.
Oh, come on, babies. Woo!
2?
Dang.
Oh. If not, I have inspiration.
It doesn't work.
I
Sorry.
have inspiration, Adrian. Can I roll
You want it?
again?
You can roll again.
I
You have lucky. Wait, you have lucky. Wait, you have lucky.
have
Yep.
lucky. I have lucky.
You
I
have
have lucky. Yeah.
This flash of genius from Bayhorn is almost frightening.
I have 3 lucky
I
points per
remembered.
long rest.
I remembered.
Cedric, this is why I asked you to, because it's on the very bottom of my actions list. It is the bottom.
Oh my god.
Okay, I have lucky. Okay.
Adrian, at this point, give me a flash of genius from the Artificer spell list.
Right.
He should have it.
Oh my god. Okay, so whenever you make an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, you can spend 1 lucky point to roll an additional d20, and you choose which die to use. You can spend luck points after you roll the die, but before the outcome is determined. So I have to choose how many more die I want to spend, and I get 1 charge per die.
Yes.
And this is per long rest, so I'm going to go ahead and roll it 2 more times, so I have it technically at advantage.
You do.
Please! I
Okay.
mean, 18
Better.
is
Me too.
better. I'll take the 11. So it goes to 18.
She kind of like looks at you, and it's very unnerving to not see a face. I will accept your crystal for my shard. However, if you wanted anything else, you would have to pony up a little bit more.
How rare is that shield you have in the window?
Well, if
What's
you
the
consider
rarity
it
of
that
it?
is made here, it's a one of a kind.
And what does the great sword do?
The sword is a very interesting weapon that I've made. I call it the Astral Blade. Deals radiant damage on a creature, sheds a bright light in a radius, and dim light beyond that. However, once a day, you can cast a smite spell from it.
Oh! You see Fugler choke on himself.
If you
You
want, you can give me that crystal, and I'll trade you the shard with the blade on top. The shield, however, requires a little bit more.
Okay, what is the magic abilities of the shield? Because I know it's a 1 of 1 and it's a +3 shield. However, that sounds like it also has more to be discovered with it. You know what I mean?
Well, I did make it as a basis, so at base, it is a 30-foot radius, and you can blind enemies within that radius. Or, if you had an artificer yourself, you could attune and twist that magic to fire a beam of light, make it a beacon of aura magic around you. I made it very open for customization.
Fukler is both sweating and hard eyeing Chakna. Like hard side eyeing, like ooh, ooh. Like big choices, big choices, big choices. You have presented me with another crossroads, Adrian.
You're welcome.
Sword with an extra smite, which is so broken.
You didn't
Um,
ask what kind of smite it
I
was.
I will pull out Volo's guide and say, if he adds this on, will he be able to get the sword?
But he can already get the sword with the shard. He just wants to get the shield too.
Oh, he can?
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
she
said
said
that
she
she'd
would
be
throw
nice
it on
about it.
top.
Okay. Well, the shield then.
The shield shoots laser.
I'll pull Volo's guide out and say, could he get the shield with this?
She kind of looks over it and takes the Volo's guide.
It's the one from
Ah,
Strixhaven.
I see it's another book of yours. Is this a copy or is this an original?
Original.
That's probably an
Oh.
original. That
From
was
Strixhaven.
That's from the forbidden section in Strixhaven.
I see. The book, the crystal. I say you have a deal.
Oh. Oh. So, okay. Book and -1 soul crystal and -1 Volo's guide.
Yes.
Plus.
Hold on. I'm going to add the star shard to your items list now. It is in your equipment. It should be there now.
Alright, let me reload my page. It's in my equipment, and it's called the Star Shard. Custom. This relic grants the ability to cast time stop once per long rest and teleport twice per long rest. It also allows the user to cast Wish once, but the relic crumbles to dust afterwards. That's fucking awesome. Oh, that's awesome. And what about the sword and shield?
I'm finishing up the statuses on it right now. Let me 1 second to refresh my page, all right?
Captain, I owe you one. You get
Wait,
main
was there
protection in
a
the next fight.
was there a long sword or a great sword or both in
A
her
longsword.
shop?
The
And he
longsword.
bought the longsword?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh damn.
You got
There's
that, the shield, and the crystal. But there's other shops.
Now you're buying
You want the
everything.
longsword? You can fight me for it in rock paper scissors.
No, it's okay.
Doesn't mean I'll
Rock,
give it
paper.
to you.
You know what's funny? Shelby and I, whenever we get into like decision making, we rock paper scissors each other.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's how she got her tablet. I won
Yeah.
rock paper scissors, and I told her to buy her tablet.
So she won anyway.
But she didn't want to. She wanted me to buy a ROG ally instead.
Yeah. So we stood there in the middle of the BX arguing.
Kukler, I believe the items are now in your equipment. If you would refresh your items again. Oh, wait, I do have to modify them real quick. The blade and the shield do require attunement. So, but they should be there. Actually, no, actually, I made these not to require attunement for a reason. Okay, cool.
They don't require attunement.
They do not require attunement, no.
So you can just use them right off the bat.
But you have them, they're there. They're in your equipment now. The Luminous Shield, it's a +3, and the Astral Blade's a +2.
So in total, it says armor class +5. So it's a right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a
it's a-
shield by itself is a +5 because a normal shield gives you +2, but then since
Yeah.
it's a +3, it's magical.
So I have technically. AC of 21. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Let's go.
So, as long as you're holding your shield in one hand, you could only use your hammer with one hand. So you're gonna have to do a D8 instead of D10 damage. All right.
This is acceptable.
Because
Okay.
look how tough you are now.
I am amazing.
So you have now in your possession, Fugler, with some haggling, the Star Shard. You have the Luminous Shield, and now your new Astral Blade. As she kind of like pushes the items towards you, and she kind of like uses her like glove hands to like bring in her items that she has now acquired. She looks at you and she says, "Now remember, my friend. We're friends now. Not a
Yeah.
word about that shard to anybody else."
And not a word about this one either. I might be causing governments to be mad at me by giving you this.
Oh, that makes it even sweeter. I feel like I got in a deal. Now that you and I are friends, if you need any assistance, my name is Artificer Honora Valeris. If you wish to use my name anywhere for gain or access, I wouldn't mind. And she like kind of takes all the items and starts wrapping them up behind her counter. Roll an insight check for me, please, with disadvantage.
Is she with disadvantage?
Yes, because you can't read her like facial structure.
I rolled a natural 1 and a 19. Let's
Damn.
go.
Let's
Damn.
go.
Let's go. I might have found out
Lucky?
if it wasn't at disadvantage.
You could do lucky.
Lucky.
Kind of
Let's
use
go.
all the luck points.
Alright, so I get to roll it one more time.
One more time.
9. I have no
Okay.
idea.
Better than a 2. Better than a natural 1. You can't really read off of what she's initially saying, but it seems like you have a new connection within Quadra.
Yay.
As she kind of packs up everything and she looks over at you, Kaisa, and you, Behorn. Any other trades or any exchanges?
I already made my purchase
And when
That
will
is
the
true.
box be ready?
The
tomorrow.
box will be ready tomorrow around this time. So give me 24 hours. If I need to contact you early, if I get it finished, I will.
I got you. Understood. Bayhorn, do you want anything from this shop?
What else is there to buy?
You're
It
looking at
sounds
the
like
other
we've bought
things.
out like most of the cool shit.
So the other two items in her case is a ring that she calls the Ring of Cosmic Insight, and a cloak that kind of like shimmers on the light. That is like it's almost making like a camouflage on the area that it's laying on.
Look familiar to mine.
Oddly, yes, but yours is more shadow magic in nature.
Bayhorn will inquire about the ring and cloak.
Oh, well, my elven friend, the Ring of Cosmic Insight is a ring that I made myself. Have you any expertise on the circlet of intelligence?
All right, this might be a bad play. Bayhorn's gonna reach into his bag and pull out the headband of intellect, and he's gonna ask, "What, this thing?"
Ah, exactly. You see, I wanted to make an item that didn't have any restrictions, as you can see. I wanted to have an item that allowed the user to expand their mind without the needlessly stopping of a magical item's rarity. So I made the Ring of Cosmic Insight. Not only does it do the same thing as the headband there, it doesn't restrict on the magical intelligence you gain. And you're able to cast a spell from it as well. The spell is known as Foresight.
All right, Adrian. Outside of D&Ds and this weird lady's riddles, what does it do? I'm not
So,
good at deciphering it.
it is considered legendary. It requires
Oh.
attunement.
Oh.
It's a ring that grants +2 to intelligence, and it doesn't restrict you on how much it can go. So if you're already at 20, it gives you up to 22.
Oh.
Once per long rest, you can cast Foresight. That's a 9th level spell.
Oh. What does foresight do?
Foresight, you touch a willing creature. It could be yourself. It requires a component. All you need is a hummingbird feather. You touch a willing creature and bestow limited ability to see in the immediate future. For the next 8 hours, the target can't be surprised, has advantage on all attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws. Additionally, other creatures have disadvantage on attack rolls against the target. And if you cast it again within those 8 hours, the initial casting disappears. However, with this item, you can only cast it once a day, so you don't have to worry about that time restriction.
Sounds pretty nice.
As you're kind of like all shopping here, you're realizing everything here is extremely powerful. That's why everything here costs so much in terms of knowledge and trade.
Mm-hmm.
And this over here is the Starweaver Cloak. It is also
Oh.
legendary. So, outside of D&D, Cedric, the Starweaver Cloak grants advantage on all your stealth checks. Once per long rest, the wearer can cast Etherealness to allow you to step briefly into the astral plane. So instead of your cloak that turns you invisible, this one just sends you to another dimension.
And you said it gives me advantage, period?
Mm-hmm.
Period.
There's no condition?
There's
No.
no condition.
On all what checks?
Stealth.
Stealth checks. It's
It's a-
basically an upgrade. If you want to think of it like that. Instead of going
Maybe
invisible, I get to just shift into a different plane. And instead of having to be in dim or dark lighting, I just get advantage.
maybe you can trade your current cloak for it.
Hell no. I've
Also,
had this cloak
so
for months.
let me tell you
Quote
what
unquote.
etherealness
Smells.
does. So etherealness, you step into the border of the ethereal plane. Think of it, Cedric, as the nether, right? Every foot you take a step in the ethereal plane, it's basically 2 feet in the real world.
Oh my god. Are you saying I can cast that spell, dash, and end up 160 feet away?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Make sure you don't
And
want to
phase
trade your
through
current cloak
You
now.
also could phase through objects as well with it.
And that's once per long rest.
Once per long rest.
What level spell is that?
7th.
Pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Who needs true invisibility when you can just
Flip
walk
out of
behind
the
a
plane.
corner?
If I were to go into the ethereal plane, would I still be able to see the plane that I'm
Mm-hmm.
plane jumping
Yes.
from?
Yes, you would.
And I can see it in current time. Like if someone's
Everything would
chasing me and I round a corner and I kind of slip
every
into that plane.
everything would look kind of gray, and you can't see farther than 60 feet when you're in the ethereal plane.
But everything happens in normal time though.
Yeah.
Everything happens in normal time, yes.
Sure.
Zawarudo.
So you sure you don't want to give up your current cloak now?
You
Well, I'm
also
not
gotta
giving it
know,
up, but I might like
Cedric, that spell etherealness lasts up to 8 hours.
huh?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So for
briefly
eight-
was an understatement.
So for 8 hours, I know, briefly is an understatement.
So 8 hours I just freely get to pop into the ethereal plane.
Yeah, but as soon as you pop out, you can't do it again.
Oh, so I can stay there for 8 hours.
Yes, you can stay there for 8 hours, but as soon as you pop back out, that's it.
Visit with Vorthecaron.
Wait a fucking second. Hey, Adrian.
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna reverse DM you.
Oh, good. I've always wanted to be a player.
Oh,
He drug him off.
I like how I look up because I'm like, wait, what? And I just see them gone. And it's just like, what the fuck? That's all I gotta say. How's your day been?
Quite long. Actually, no, I'm joking. It's been okay. I'm tired, but what the hell are they texting us?
What? What?
Cedric apparently figured something out.
Oh boy.
So you figured something out, huh, Cedric?
I kind of want both of these things.
Hey,
Good
there's
luck
other
trading
shops
for it.
here, y'all. Y'all are spending all your money in one place.
I'm gonna be real.
We were recommended this place.
I've only spent enough to get a required item. I haven't bought anything, technically. I just got Kugler his box.
What other? You know what?
Y'all came to a city that is known, well, not really known, but Kayasaya has told you that they hoard knowledge and magic here. You're
They're all-
getting magic.
They keep Old Man Felinor underground. Wait. I suddenly want to go explore the other shops.
That's
No,
what I'm gonna do.
Don't giggle at me.
That's what I'm
Don't
gonna
giggle
do.
at me. There's a small chance, but there's a chance, isn't there?
What do you
There's
want
Isn't
to
always
do?
a
there?
chance
Find Eleanor?
around every corner and like you pass, you see an old gringly man.
Everywhere I go, I see his face.
Everyone I see his face.
Um,
Here's the thing, you really miss Felinor, don't you?
I do. I loved his voice. I loved doing his cranky old man voice.
I can't
got-
copy that voice.
Do you want me to voice him? Do you want me?
Honestly, I'm thinking about like the next time you meet him, if you do meet him this campaign, I'll be like, yeah, Fugler's knocked out. Preston, bring out Felinor. Or you can play both.
Dude, I'm totally willing to talk to myself if I'm
you
Felinor.
can get a taste of the DM. The DM has to talk to
Mark.
himself all the time.
Actually, Adrian, you just need to tell me what I need to go for. Like, hey, Felinor's thinking about doing this, and I'll be like, okay, I can fucking do that. Like,
Mhm.
100%, 1
Um,
billion percent.
how I don't know how much I need to pay for these 2 items. While Preston was like buying the whole store pretty much, um, I've been making a list of things in my inventory to like that I can trade for. The list is relatively extensive. I didn't know I had this much stuff. Adrian, can you remind me what the Song of the Void is? Or did we get rid of that and I just forgot?
No, you still have it.
Which one was the book that we didn't that we got rid of? It was a real creepy one that we decided to not keep.
Oh no, I think that was it. The Song of the Void. Yeah, that's the one you
Was it?
decided to not take.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Alright, let me get rid of that then.
You can trade cloaks basically.
No.
Why not? You're not going to be able to use your current cloak,
Rowan is my best friend.
but
He's
you
been
can't.
with me since the one shot.
But you can't
That
use
is true.
Rowan
He's been
on.
with me since the. If there's 2 things that Bayhorn will never give up, besides the katana, because he physically cannot until he's dead, it is that cloak and that javelin. They
But
hold
you
too
gave
much
up the
sentimental value
javelin.
to him. No, I didn't.
And Sugi has it.
No, I haven't. She gave it back to me.
Did she?
Yes. That was the lore reason for why I have a javelin of lightning in the start of the whole campaign. Was Kintsugi managed to find me and give it back to me one day.
Okay.
So it was like, there's 2 because I think I used it during the fight with Blackbeard. I threw it at him in my rage.
You did, yeah.
One of the only
Oh
times I
yeah.
actually threw it at somebody.
Well, here's a question: can he use both cloaks, or does he have to remove Rowan?
I'd
He
say I'd
has
have to
to.
remove Rowan, but I'd feel much better if I had Rowan like in my backpack or in my bag of holding or just with me. I don't want to trade away something like that.
Well, so the ring and the cloak do require attunement.
Yeah, that's the other bad thing. I already have full attunement slots. You said with the ring, I get advantage. If I attune to it, I get. You said I get advantage on initiative too?
So the ring, which one?
The was it the ring of cosmic insight?
So the ring of cosmic insight gives you a +2 to intelligence that doesn't restrict how much you get. So say if Kaisaya had it, she'd go to 22 intelligence.
What?
However, once per long rest, the wearer then can cast Foresight without spending a spell slot.
Oh, the foresight is what makes it to where you have advantage and everything.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. You have to cast the foresight to do it.
Or another willing creature.
Okay, now that I remember this, then it's kind of like, maybe I pass on the ring.
But that
And
cloak.
not everybody can wear jewelry. The cloak, however, I see you are eyeing it up and down.
I will admit I do have a cloak myself. It's a magical cloak. And looking at it from a logical standpoint, the cloak that you're selling is essentially a direct upgrade.
Then maybe I can make this easier for you. Then maybe, if you give me your cloak, and a little bit of something on the side, I think that'd be an easy trade.
As tempting as that is to make it easier on me and my pockets of gold and knowledge, this cloak has been with me for a very long time. I feel like it'd be wrong to give it up. I'd just have to find other means of paying for this. I do, however, have a question. Given how you surround yourself with such powerful items, maybe you might have some insight on something that I've been curious about.
Oh? And what is that?
Bayhorn will take off his cloak and lay it on the counter and ask, would you by chance recognize what this cloak is made of?
Hmm. Interesting cloak you have here. It is made by the hide of a dragon. It's almost like it's alive. Some yes.
Eh, one could say that.
It seems like it's a sentient being, although How long have you worn this?
How long have I worn this cloak?
Yes.
I'd say it's gotta be close to 4 or 5 months now. Ever
And
since I found it.
have you noticed any oddities as you wore it? Any, how I say, feigning health problems whenever you are away from it from a time?
Well, I'm never really away from it, so no.
Have you ever
If
took it off during sleep?
No. Honestly, this cloak, sometimes I forget it's even on me because whenever I'm not really using it or I have no need for it, it kind of just disappears almost as if it's become my regular clothing. So people don't notice that I have a cloak on unless I need to have a cloak on.
It seems like you're dealing with something very odd here. I see no use for me to take it. Although, since you are now my new friend, since we have exchanged goods already. You there, dragon.
Yes?
I will not take this cloak away from him. However, make sure he takes it off before bed and watch his health.
Oh no, am I gonna find out something I should have found out like 2 in-game months ago?
I'm afraid that if this is a sentient type of cloak, and it sticks to him like bee to a floral honey, then I feel like something will go wrong if he decides to trade it up today and he no longer wears it.
Withdrawals.
Well, it is. He speaks the truth. I come to depend on it as if it is something in me. This cloak. This cloak. I will admit, we are friends. This cloak, it transformed once on a quest that I was undertaking with my party. It told me to trust it. And as soon as it figured out, or felt rather, that I give it my trust, it felt like it was searing into my skin, and I felt power. And this cloak allowed me once per day to cast invisibility upon myself. And it also helped me stick more to the shadows, become shadow, even if there weren't any shadows nearby.
You know, items or things such as these don't just do that without an equivalent exchange. I'm afraid you might have been cursed or implanted with some sort of parasitic effect. I'd recommend you go visit some sort of doctor as fast as you can, honestly. I've never heard of a sentient item just willingly give out its own power unless it had something to gain.
You're right. That does sound odd. A sentient magic item giving out its power just for free. Hardly a charitable item like that in the world.
So, since we're friends, Dragonborn, what is your name?
Fukler.
Fukla. And I know you, Miss Juniper.
Mhm.
Kayasai, you have been the talk of the town today. Keep an eye on your elven friend here. I would hate to see such an aspiring customer expire too soon. Make sure he takes off that cloak by tonight, and make sure he sleeps without it. And see what his body and his reactivity does. If he starts feeling sickly, you might have a bigger problem on your hands than just a talking cloak.
Hmm. We'll keep an eye on him.
Alright, I'm gonna roll insight to see what she means. I know I probably have to roll at disadvantage, but I kind of I'm picking up on something,
Can
but
I
I
roll
don't know
insight
if
on
it's right.
myself?
You
After
roll
he does
insight on
that?
yourself.
I wanna
You wanna roll
figure out if
insight on
she's
her?
telling the truth and I feel something weird.
Alright,
Can I
so
roll
whoever.
insight on her?
So you can roll insight on her, it's going to be a disadvantage.
Okay.
Or you can roll insight on Bayhorn and have it normally.
Wow, no, both of them were a 4. So,
Wow. So what was this insight for, Shelby?
Her.
And what are you trying to insight? Like off what Preston was saying?
Mm-hmm.
So she's speaking wholeheartedly. She actually is slightly worried about Bayhorn's health, mainly because you guys already like bought a lot of good things from her, so she's expecting that you guys have more that you guys haven't sold on her yet, and she kind of wants a profit. However, Kayasai, with your 24, you notice a little bit of like, why is she helping so much? Like, you really, like, even with the 24, like, you understand she's helping you,
Mm-hmm.
but you don't know why, like, specifically.
That surmises it's for her own gain. After all, they love knowledge. This is something foreign to her.
I don't think that might be it.
And as you guys are overlooking, at this point, you guys have been here for like about 30 minutes. Everybody roll me a perception check.
why does the time
Why,
we've been here matter?
The time does matter.
A 21.
Okay. Bayhorn, you're the only one that sees us.
Uh-oh.
Out the corner of your eye, around one of the corner bends, you see a quick flash of a different colored cloak that you haven't seen before.
What color?
This cloak color is... Let me get it really quick. You see what looks to be a cloak that is like deep red crimson. You see a quick flash of the edge of it before it disappears.
Crimson?
Sounds like her husband's home.
Are you
I
gonna-
pay it. I keep it in mind, but I won't spook the party yet.
I'm glad you don't have to do a wisdom saving throw because you saw a red cloaked wizard.
I think
That's
I'm past that. Like, I want to say after, like, absolutely getting eviscerated by other Bayhorn, and then returning the favor, and then gaining all that memory, I feel like I have enough memory to suppress it enough.
Or like with that and time and other experiences has helped push down.
Yeah, getting heart attacks and, like, seeing Mihor, that's a lot more than the Red Wizards, I'm just saying. Getting defibbed back to life twice is a hell of an experience.
It's life changing.
Ghost Rider.
I'm gonna ask what's her name again?
I'm
Adrian.
sorry, what was that? You kind of broke up there for me at least. I don't know what's going on. Hello?
What's
Hello?
her name again?
Okay, gotcha. Honora. Honora Viralis.
I'm gonna ask her, um, what kind of price would you put on that cloak, um, if I'm not gonna die tonight in my sleep? Because I am
Well,
looking to upgrade and just have my cloak as a sentimental purpose.
understood. Well, the price that I would give on that cloak, I would happily take your cloak off of you, and I would exchange it with my cloak as long as you added something small extra on the side. But if you don't want to give me your cloak because of sentimental reasons, I understand. You would have to give me something far greater than at that point. Because I am also very intrigued of potentially dissecting a living dragon hide. Don't really see that very often.
Yeah, is Rowan saying anything to you while you're doing this, Bayhorn?
Yeah, Adrian, is Rowan saying anything to me while I'm doing this?
You haven't heard from him since he put on the collar.
Oh god, he might be screaming at you.
Can I try and force my way through the collar and make a connection to him?
Roll me a sleight of hand check.
I don't wanna like take it off. I just wanna
Oh.
like try and force my way through the connection through the connection
Roll me an
severance.
Arcana check.
Oh man.
And it's disadvantage.
Well, it's a 10 on 7
Shucks.
rolls, so it's okay. Wait.
That's
Yeah,
literally the lowest thing you can roll.
no. I don't have proficiency in this.
No, so
Oh,
it's a 10.
dang.
It's a 10.
You have no idea.
Does Rowan just feel inert?
Yeah, it just feels inert.
Do I feel okay?
You feel fine.
It's- uh, uh,
Well, did you take it off for her to look at?
Yes, and I still have it off. 26 to insight. Do I feel okay? Am I
Kinda like-
dying?
You kind of look around your body and you're like,
No, I want to
It
feel
looks-
inside me, as in like my fucking life spirit. Do I feel okay? Do I feel a second spirit feeding off of my life force?
you do feel a little bit colder than usual.
Oh no. I'm gonna just idly say, man, I feel kind of cold.
You shouldn't feel cold. It's an artificial atmosphere.
Bayhorn's gonna like hold that feeling of being cold. He's gonna maintain concentration on it. He's gonna put his cloak back on.
As soon as you put your cloak back on, you feel a little bit warmer.
Oh god. Oh no. Yeah, you might be right about this. I might.
Mm.
You got any? You got any? You got any certifiable doctors that you know of, Honora?
We know one.
Yeah, that one's a little too far away from my liking. I want to know one here on this rock.
On
That
this
rock is
rock,
too
you
far
said.
away. I want this rock's doctor. And he'll turn
Well-
back to Honora.
There is Lysandra. She is the head botanist of the Starbloom Conservatory. She wears a blue cloak with silver accents. Short, much more shorter and delicate than most of us. If you ever see her skin, it has a faint golden hue. Of course, with starlights embedded within her skin. You might
Okay.
find her either in the Twilight Garden itself, where she tends to rare plants. She also oversees the Dream Spring. She might also be there as well.
Okay. I
Oh.
might be paying her a visit tomorrow then.
Okay.
Besides this cloak. Would you happen to have any other things that a rogue might find useful?
A rogue, you say?
Just asking for a friend.
Understood. Well, I don't have a rogue's repertoire here. If you were looking for something more of that type of thievery and combat, you would have to go to the Shadowvale Market in the Moon Shadow world.
No,
No? Why no?
no, 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 no.
Captain, you gotta
Bayhorn-
give us a good reason.
Bayhorn's gonna like narrow his eyes and side eye the captain before looking back at Honora with the same look and be like, I feel like you may know why my captain is so insistent on me not going there.
Well, I guess I can say that the Moon Shadow Lord is more of a dangerous place than you would find anywhere else. Think of it as a underbelly of a city.
Oh, okay. I think I know the type, if you're describing it that way.
If you do go there, you could find this place called the Nightblade's Arsenal, ran by a gentleman named Tharion. He might be able to suit your fancy for weaponry and armor of the roguish archetype.
She's gonna look back at the captain
No,
and offer her own time to explain herself on it.
we're not allowed there. We're not allowed to go there. It is not a safe place for us to be. So, no.
Captain, no offense, the way you describe the entirety of this place, nowhere is safe for me to be.
That is the
Me
most.
specifically.
Johanna, is
Yes.
she using the royal us, or like, is it just not safe for her
No,
because
no.
she's royalty?
No, it is not safe for us.
Okay, okay, I got you. Why are they like super racist there?
No.
Man, I want to get into some competitive racism. Sounds like fun. I'm making jokes out of it. I'm making jokes, but what is there? I know it sounds like your classic criminal underbelly,
This sounds like
something where
my
people regularly speak thieves' cant and whatnot.
this. I was gonna say this sounds like my element. I don't.
Here's a thing that you should remember about Quadridom. Everyone here is military. On top of that, we ourselves have a secret, not so secret section that polices us.
Bayhorn, you have anything to say about that?
I
The red
can't
wizard that just left.
sneeze. I can't sneeze without that probably being reported.
I have a Snickers here. I didn't even realize. I'm gonna eat it.
They know about the Snickers too, don't worry, Fickler.
Nuh-uh.
They do.
I'm never eat it fast enough.
They
Bayhorn will turn to Honora and ask her, "Would you happen to know what he has for sale, or do you only know of him?"
I'm sorry, what did you say to Honora?
He asked, "Would you happen to know what he has for sale down there, or do you just know of him?"
Tharian used to be high-ranking former assassin for the council. Of course, since I have a little bit more knowledge, and you have been fine company this evening, I can tell you what he has. He has all sorts of potion, armor, weaponry fit for any aspiring or expert rogue. However, I heard he has himself some sort of oddities and unique items. He has these boots that completely silence your movement. He has an amulet that allows you to teleport through shadows. And I heard he has a dagger, 2 of them. One's a phantom dagger that seems to phase through the magical plane itself to swipe at an enemy's underarmor. And another, I heard he dueled a red wizard, and he took that dagger from him.
Does Bayhorn's face look like he's having a stroke after that last Red Wizard bit?
He's kind of tweaking.
Bayhorn is doing his absolute best to keep a measured face.
Roll performance check.
Performance? I would think it's a wisdom save, man.
No, performance.
this is fucking psyche.
Performance.
is
You
it?
have to beat a 10.
I have a 10.
You both lock eyes to each other, and you guys can't tell anything about each other.
And he looks at me,
And I
and I
look
look
at
at
him.
him, and he looks at me, and I look at him.
Asking for that friend, would you mind writing down directions if I so chose to take a visit over there?
Well, if you wish. She starts to write down on a piece of parchment that she snapped her finger, and she snaps her fingers, and you see that like a piece of parchment and a quill appears in her hands, and she starts writing stuff down. She then hands you over this piece of paper, and she exclaims basically what she wrote onto it, and she tells you, I have this in writing for you, but I'll tell you anyways. To get to the Moon Shadow Ward, it is, if you consider it, the underbelly of our grand city. It houses secret intelligence network. Spies, assassins, covert operations are trained and done there. You will first have to pass through the Night Vale Halls, a series of hidden chambers, where the intelligence operatives gather and exchange information. And then she kind of leans in close to you. There's also a place called the Hall of Mirrors. Some whisper it contains portals to other planes of existence. That's all I can really give you for now as a general direction. From there, it's not too hard to find your way. I've only been there a few times myself. But any rogue worth their salt can find his shop.
Only the worthy. Alright, well, assuming that I'm not dead by tomorrow, I might be back for that cloak.
Of course. And you also better show up tomorrow for the box itself. I could only hold on to it for so long.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else I can help you out with?
No.
Me, Preston want to ask about Felinor, but I want it so badly.
You can
He's
ask her
not
how old
here.
she is. She might know of him.
That's rude.
That is rude, especially for a society that wears masks on the daily basis.
Yeah.
I feel like they're already insecure enough about themselves.
No,
Hell.
it's not that.
What is it?
It's so you don't know in a way who is who and who is part of the secret police.
Okay.
So
Okay.
technically, anyone you're talking to could be part of the police. And if you slip up and don't say anything that aligns the rules, you disappear.
Bayhorn, are you gonna tell anybody about that red wizard you saw?
Soon.
Anyway, Kaisai will thank her and walk back over to Fiabella and
Yeah, I forgot
gesture
she was here.
towards going to another shop.
Of course. Sister, I've never seen such, how I say, stressful haggling before.
Look, we're not royalty. We need the money.
We're not royalty.
I thought y'all were part of the royal family here, or as royal
There
as you can get
is
in the
no
military
royal.
world.
There's no royal blood here.
Well, besides the point, since we are now leaving Honora's shop, do you want to go to the vault, the Essence Market, the Forge, the Imperium?
Forge?
Kaisai like legit fucking face palms.
Where would you like to go? The night's still young. We have plenty of time to get food, supplies, and such.
Can we take a break?
Higher up?
Yes.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
I just need to use the restroom.
Let us continue.
Me
Anyways.
and my stomach had to have a heart-to-heart real quick.
To heart.
So, yeah. So,
All
let
right.
us continue.
Where were we? Yes. Shopping.
Leaving the what's it called?
You were leaving the Artificer Honora's area.
Mm-hmm.
And it was there she mentioned the Forge.
Mm-hmm. And that's when Bayhorn's like, Forge?
Forge Labs?
Forge Labs?
You
So
know it.
Bayhorn, would you like to go to the Forge?
I want to go buy shit from the shadow people. But Captain doesn't want me to.
You can
No.
sneak away if you try really hard.
I totally could.
You totally could. You have the
I
build
totally
for it.
could. I literally don't even need magic to do that.
Yeah, no, you actually could just.
Whoop!
stealth.
Oh no! Where did Bayhorn go? Oh no!
Oh my god.
31.
Where did Bayhorn go? No,
I know it ain't
no,
gonna
no.
hit, but nope.
Were you trying to slap him?
No, nat
No, you're trying
20.
to find me.
Do you wish to sneak off?
No. I'll just stay near everybody.
Okay.
I'll find the opportune time to scare the shit out of one of the party members.
I've been here before, yeah.
No.
To this district?
Mm-hmm.
Only once. As you remember, your mother and sister got upgraded to this district recently.
Mm-hmm.
So you've only been here once, but they've been here far longer. You've been to the other district. The other district was called, I got it right here. Oh. You lived in the Luminara district.
Kaisai will ask Violabella if this district has any of the similar stores as Luminara for wizards.
For wizards, I mean, Yes, in a way. The vault typically has magical artifacts, celestial relic, spell components that wizards all use. The Essence Market, run by Master Calitharis, um, deals in magical fluids, potions, rare essences. You could also use that. The Forge is more up to your husband's style. A blacksmith there named Valen. They run the shop there. And then there's also the Emporium. Other spell components, gems, other arcane materials necessary for high-level spellcasting. You could also go there.
We'll hit the forge and then the vault. And then we can do dinner.
Does that mean no shadow people today?
No shadow people, period.
What?
Forge and the vault.
The forge and the what?
The vault.
Vault.
Vault?
All right, let's make our way to the forge then.
To this itinerary.
As you make your way down with Filabella, she kind of leads you over to near the middle of this marketplace. You see this shop that she calls the Forge. It's a high-end shop. This blacksmithing area is very pristine, very polished. The smoke coming out of the forge is an arcane magical fire smoke in nature, not the shifting coals and wood that most forgers use to burn. You see looks to be a blacksmith, a gentleman that is currently hammering away their color on theirs. It's not the purple that the other shopkeeper have. This one. Where is it? It's white cloak with a golden accent. You see that they have a muscular frame, and what skin that you do see as they're hammering away at this weapon in front of them, you see they're currently forging what seems to be this giant sickle type weapon, like mainly the top of the sickle blade, before it gets put onto any wood or other metal to secure it. Their skin glimmers like a polished metal. You see some hair flowing out from underneath their cloak. It has like a dark, faint, midnight bluish sheen. You do see that the white cloak, even though they're working on a forge, it is still immaculately clean. But as you guys walk up to them, he looks over at all of you and says, I see I have visitors here. Filabella, it's good to see you again. Likewise, it's good to see you. This is my sister, and he looks over at you. Oh, you are the other Juniper, Kayasaya, correct?
I am.
Well, it is good to meet you. Your sister and your mother have been residing within this district for the last few years, and I've gotten to know them quite well. How may I be of assistance?
And we were looking to see what kind of items you have for sale or for trade.
For sale, for trade, I deal in coin, but mostly knowledge and other items, as you may be aware.
Mm-hmm.
He puts down the sickle in like this vat of like oil to cool down as you see some of the astral fires like starting to bathe over it, and he kind of like walks over to this what seems to be like this suitcase that is actually kind of small, and you're wondering what's he got in there that he's willing to sell before he flicks the locks open and he opens it up fully. before the suitcase starts to deconstruct itself, it starts to expand into this giant table with all sorts of armors, knickknacks, weapons that you see of all different makes and varieties that are just abound in front of a table in front of you.
What kind of items do we see?
So you see, give me 1 second here.
Adrian,
Yes.
Adrian, I hate to interrupt D&D like this, but I have big news.
What's your big news?
The end of Space Marine 2. You know the
Yes.
cutscene?
Which one?
The one at the very end where this dude says, "Rise, son of Gilliman."
No, I do not. But you can
Oh,
spoil it to
fuck.
me anyways.
Okay. So basically, at the very end, Titus destroys the shard of Zinch, right?
Okay.
And oh yeah. Cedric,
Okay.
shut your ear
He's
holes.
Stefan. He's Stefan.
Okay. So at the pre-patch, it was saying that Calgar said "Rise of Gilliman," right?
Okay.
It was like "Rise, son of Gilliman."
Yeah.
But now, Games Workshop has patched it, and they said they accidentally attributed it to someone who was already in the game, an unidentified voice at the very end.
Okay.
It is now canon that the Emperor talked to Titus at the very end of fucking Space Marine 2.
I told you the Emperor's waking up. I told you. Something's weird with him now. Like he's like starting to like actually like issue commands and talk to people.
Yeah, no, and so GW now says, "Yep, nope, that was the Emperor that said
Yeah.
Rise, son of Gilliman."
Yeah.
And
no,
I was
dude.
like, "Oh my
Yeah.
god!"
Yeah, the Emperor's like starting to wake up, and it's weird. Like I'm actually very intrigued of what's happening now.
Oh, dude, the hype I just feel around this right now. Oh my god!
Yeah. Dude, I'm so excited for it. I'm so excited to see what happens. Okay, that's cool. That's good to know. I'm glad that they clarified that it was the fucking Emperor.
Yeah, and it wasn't just Calgar. It was
Yeah.
cool that it was Calgar, but I was like, man, that does not sound like Calgar, and it sounds like a completely different voice actor. What is happening? The subtitles now, when you say the Emperor instead of Calgar.
Oh,
And
that's
I'm
so
like,
good.
oh,
That's so
yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyways.
I'm gonna DM Cedric to tell him you
Okay.
can
You're good.
Yeah. Sorry, I just saw that, and it like fucking blew me away. Alright.
Anyway.
Anyways, I am so sorry. Again, somebody just texted me that, and I looked at it, and I'm like, oh. Sorry. I am so sorry.
You're fine. Do not worry.
Alright. So is Cedric actually gonna sneak away, or is he going to remain with us? Is Bayhorn gonna sneak away?
I'm right next to you. What do you mean? You just can't see me.
Yeah, he's with us. He's gonna wait to scare us, and we're looking at stuff now.
Yeah, the forge, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
he
as you're
opened a
looking at
suitcase.
the forge, he opened up his case, and you see all sorts of things. You see ammunition of all sorts. You see arrows, sling, bullets, other like throwable weaponry that he has on the side. He has a great axe, a club, a blowgun. He has hammers. You see a mace that is like enormed and like with like all sorts of like holy runic writing. You see a sword that is engraved with all these like different types of runes. You see a trident, two of them that are kind of crossed together, almost with the same set of engravings. Finally, near the end of it, when this whole entire like suitcase deconstructs itself, you see here. You see, at the very end, you see what looks to be this full plate suit of armor. That has very shimmering like starlight that kind of like flows off of it, like legitimately off of it. You see the starlight start to glimmer on the armor before it fades off around it and it just dissipates. You see what looks to be another crystal shard, not the same shard that you bought previously. This one is completely blank and transparent, but you see like this weird formation of magic around it. You see another sword, a long sword that kind of like emits this starlight around it. And finally, you see another cloak at the very end that shimmers in starlight that isn't hiding anything. It's more magical, more of a mantle in nature.
I'm gonna ask him about the plate armor.
Plate armor?
Plate armor's fucking baller, dude. I wouldn't mind some. But we gotta trade stuff for it, and I don't want to trade
Mhm.
anything.
Mm-hmm. One second here. He kind of looks over at all of you and he looks at the plate armor. Yes, the plate armor. I call it the armor of the Astral Guardian. It's a full set, head to toe. You're able to cast Shield of Faith on yourself. Additionally, you can use the armor's magic to banish away a creature back to their plane of existence. On top of the defensive properties it gives you. So out of game, it's a full set of plate that grants the wearer +3 bonus to AC. The armor has the ability to cast Shield of Faith as a bonus without a spell slot. And once per long rest, you can cast Banishment. And it requires attunement. It is considered a legendary armor.
I like it. I can cast... If I were to wear it, I could cast Banishment.
Once per day
Once
for
per long
free.
rest.
Once per long rest. So, say I stopped time right now.
Jesus.
No,
And
don't do that.
just
Please don't.
No, if I shoved the entire what's it called into my bag of holding, the armor set.
The whole thing. Just yoink it out of existence. If you want to.
Would I get caught?
Depends.
What does it
Good.
depend on?
Well, so time stop, you roll a d4 plus 1, and that's how long you get. And that's per turn, so every turn 6 seconds.
So 6, 12, 18, 24.
So you could at max have
24 seconds, which could,
30.
in
30.
theory, 30 seconds.
You could at max have 30 seconds. In theory, you could move the whole armor into your bag of holding.
Ooh. Okay. Fukler's gonna lean over to Bayhorn. Bayhorn. Should I steal that plate armor?
Do you want us all to die?
Right, I'll just leave it there. You're right.
Thank gods.
Yeah, no offense, buddy. You're not nearly stealthy enough to take that.
Oh, does he know?
Mm-hmm.
Bayhorn, you know I can stop time for like one part of a day, right?
And you are still aware you're not nearly fast enough to take that, right?
You're right. Never mind. Do we have anything that we could trade for that? I don't.
I've
Not
got
that I'm
plenty of
willing.
stuff to trade, but I am
Has
making
items
you
of-
plate armor.
This is also true.
What else did this guy have?
He has something that he calls the Nexus Shard. It is a fragment of a shard of some other thing. It's completely transparent, but you see magic that is flowing around it. He has a long sword that emanates starlight, and he has a large cloak that is less of a cloak and more of a mantle that has a shimmering barrier of starlight around it.
What does that one do?
Out of game. It's a cloak that surrounds the wearer in shimmering barrier of starlight, granting advantage on all saving throws against spells. Once per short rest, the wearer can cast counterspell at 5th level.
Hmm. But he mostly has weapons.
Mm.
Okay, for the armor, would he take a cloak of protection and a ring that Chakna made that stores a spell?
So, cloak of protection and a ring that stores spells.
Yeah. You can recover a slot up to 3rd level with the ring.
He kind of looks at it and he looks over at you. Roll me a persuasion check.
19? Can I try and cast guidance?
Make a percentile die.
39.
Nope.
Damn. Okay, 19.
He kind of looks at that and looks over at you. You might need a little bit more than that.
Mithril plate armor too?
You have mithril plate armor?
Chakna does.
Damn.
Why doesn't he just wear that then?
He
has
is
mithril
wearing.
full plate?
He has mithril full plate.
Holy shit!
He's wearing mithril full plate, or he just has it?
No, he's wearing it.
Oh. I was fixing to say, if I don't know who we're getting this for, but why are we
For
Chakna
Chakna.
sacrificing this much?
So, because with this armor, it'll bump Chakna up to 22 AC.
Shit, dude, if I was wearing Chakna's armor right now, I'd be at 23.
Yeah, I know. If we could try and keep the plate. Well, how about, okay, instead of the plate armor, it's the cloak of protection plus the signet ring plus what can I give up? My strategy book.
So, we're talking about the cloak of protection, the signet ring, strategy book, and what else?
Oh no, that's it.
Just those 3 things.
Yeah, cloak of protection, the signet ring, which allows you to recover a spell slot up to 3rd level, and my strategy book.
And for what?
For the armor that he has.
The armor. You got any fine materials or any other pieces of worth? As much as I appreciate these magical rings and cloaks, I'm more of a manual like you have here, or materials or other pieces, bits of knowledge myself.
How about 3
Is what
pounds
I
of
trade.
steel?
Steel would be useful. Any other materials you have?
I have 3 pounds of steel. Oh, that's some material I got. Yep, that's it. That's all I got.
Chakna kind of like speaks up a bit. How about I give you this? And he hands down the pistol that he has.
It's your pistol.
He still has his phaser rifle.
Yeah, but you made that pistol.
I know I made the pistol. I could always make another one.
Okay.
How about it? It's a unique weapon, one of its kind. You could probably learn how to make it yourself and start producing it as well. If you want to say something, Kasa, you can say so now.
No, I can't.
Why not?
I have to hold my tongue here.
Why?
I don't want to get us arrested.
Get arrested?
Kinda wild, but okay.
There's a reason. There's a reason to leave. There's a reason to start almost a civil war or rebellion.
He kind of looks at it. I don't need the pistol. I'm good. Anything else you have on hand? Chakna kind of looks in his bag. Not really. Well, I do have this, and he pulls out the ointment that he got from the bag.
Oh.
And what is this? Well, it's a healing salve. Can help protect you from your burns, cuts. I know all about that since I'm a forger myself. So the ointment, steel, cloak, and a ring. And some armor. To be fair, it doesn't sound like a good trade for me. All of these things are just smaller items compared to the big one. It is armor, protects you from head to toe. I think I need a little bit better trade, so no thank you. Doctor just picks up his ointment and puts it back in his bag. Could I make a deal? What about you there, elven brother? And he's looking over at you, Bayhorn.
Does anything catch my eye?
Well, you do see the mantle, the sword, the shard, and the whole head to toe plate armor that he has. He also has all sorts of other things, you know, a few tridents, a sword on the very end that has like a bunch of like engraved runes, a mace, and some other weaponry like a blowgun, a club, an axe, and some like ammunition for like arrows and sling bullets.
I'll check out the swords. The plate armor has no value to me. I can't wear it. And I'm
All right.
making plate armor anyway.
All right. So as you look over at this sword, you see that this sword kind of has like a glow of starlight at the end of it. So out of D&D, it's a +2 longsword that when you swing it, it emits a trail of starlight. It deals an additional 2d6 radiant, and on a critical, it blinds a target.
So it's what? 1d10 plus 2d6?
Yep. Or 1d8 if you hold it in one hand.
Is there any other things?
Are you asking in general, like on the table, or are you asking him personally?
I'm asking about swords right now.
Swords. He kind of looks at you, and he kind of looks at you up and down. And he notices your katana. I can see you're the sword user of the group. I do have something. And he kind of leans down underneath his forge table, and he like starts to rust out, and you see what looks to be a pure white blade. You see it is, let's see here. It is very reminiscent to the blade that you're looking at now. However, it looks more refined in a sense.
The blade that I use?
No, not the blade that you use.
Or the one that he...
The one that you were inquiring about, the Sword of Starlight.
Oh, okay.
This one is almost similar, but it looks more refined in a way. Sorry.
What does it do?
I also have to eat, by the way. So this will probably be the last thing that I do.
I call this one the Astro Edge. I forged it using celestial alloy. We procured the alloy from traveling the plains in the astral sea. You see that it constantly glows with faint starlight. And, of course, it leaves this radiant starlight energy just like its other brother. So, it's a +2 magical longsword. It deals 1d6 radiant damage on a hit. However, once per long rest, as a bonus action, you can activate its power. For 1 minute, the radiant damage increases to do 2d6, and you emit a blinding starlight in a 20-foot radius. All hostile creatures in the area must con saving throw or be blinded until the end of their next turn. Then, after that, the sword emits a bright light in a 20-foot radius and dim light for another 20 feet. And, as an action, you can cast Missing Step without expending a spell slot, teleporting up to 30 feet. You can use this once per short rest. So it seems like the Astral Edge is a little bit stronger than the one that he's showing up above.
The Misty Step does look nice. I'm looking for something in particular, though. You wouldn't happen to have any daggers? Specifically ones that, if thrown, would return after a time?
Talking about a dagger returning.
Yeah.
I do not, but I can make one for you, or two, if you stay here long enough.
Might be something I'm interested in. I've got my old reliable here, as you noticed, and he'll unhook it off of his belt and offered to show him. Since he is a craftsman, he might enjoy seeing it.
He kind of takes the blade and he takes out of his sheath. Huh. I see. Very strong alloy, infused with lightning elemental magic. Did you make this, or did you procure it?
It was a gift.
What a gift. He kind of looks at it up and down. You see that his mask has a little bit different filigree. It's not pure white. It looks like even though his cloak is pure white when he forges, the mask does have a bit of like soot and like some burn markings, and he just leaves it there. You're not too sure why. This is a fine sword indeed. But it seems like with the right hand, if you are a forger yourself, you could upgrade it, or maybe it is magical in nature, so it might unleash its magic over time. I say you have a very good sword here, and it looks like none of my swords are of use to you. And he puts it back in the sheath and gives it back to you.
I'll take it back and rehook it back onto my belt.
Who are you
Wait.
all anyway? Don't have many visitors, if any at all.
Mom. Calm down there. You're trying to buy shit from him. Don't offend him.
No, I'm not trying to buy anything from him. I don't think we can afford anything in such a grandeur shop.
You just bought like 3 things from the other
Yeah,
one.
I had to basically sell my left testicle, okay? I like that was like I had I had to give away a reward that was probably worth more than just an artifact. Okay?
Mhm.
In order to procure both an artifact thing and 2 wondrous items.
It
So,
was definitely worth more, but they were also very cool items that you got.
yes, it was definitely worth more. However, moving on.
Trying to move past your actions.
Yes, I am. Hopefully she doesn't go to try and take over the galaxy or something like that with that gem.
It's okay. You'll just kill her and take it back.
Yep.
Good luck.
What do you mean good luck? This lady sold me a sword with an extra smite on it. How actually, Adrian? How much is that extra smite on that sword? I need to know.
It says on
Oh.
the sword, right?
So, okay,
Extra
so
blade. So 1d6 radiant. On a hit and sheds a bright light in 10-foot radius and dim light for an additional 10 feet. The wielder can cast Banishing Smite, 5th level.
yes. So, Banishing Smite.
So it already does without a smite. It does without a smite. A longsword made of glowing star metal deals an additional 1d6 damage on hit.
Yes.
So without any smite, it just does an additional 1d6.
Yes.
If you cast the smite with it, it's branding smite on 5th level, and I have no idea how many dice that is. Or banishing smite.
Yeah,
Stupid.
Banishing Smite. So, Banishing Smite is only a 5th level and up. It's 5d10 force damage. Additionally, if the attack reduces the target to 50 HP or fewer, you banish it. If the
What, so,
target
like-
is native to a different plane of existence than the one you're on, it just disappears.
What, so like Control Alt Delete or something?
Kind
Like-
of.
Yeah.
Like just it disappears suddenly.
Yeah, it goes back to its home plane. So, like, you know how Archon's home plane is the Hells? If you
Yes.
banish smite him and if he went to 50 or under, he would have just popped and he would have went back to the Hells.
Ah, shit, he would have not dropped the hand too. Shit.
Nope.
That would've been bad.
Exactly. That would have been bad. However,
Exactly.
since you defeated him, yeah. But if the target is native to the plane that you're on, the creature just vanishes into a harmless demi-plane for about the remainder of the spell, which is a minute for concentration.
Damn. 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 Once per long rest, the wielder can cast Banishing Smite. It does not say as a bonus action, or anything
Well,
like that. It just says it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Banishing Smite is considered a bonus action, so it works.
Yes. Alright, cool. This is fucking goated. More smite stat. Yes.
More options for fight.
And then I also have this new shield, which is goated as well.
Yes. But anyways, Bayhorn, as you were saying, what were you saying, Bayhorn?
I don't even remember at this point.
Fair.
I kind of lost my train of thought.
Okay. But he
Oh.
looks over at you, and he states, I don't think I have any wares that might be useful for you at this time. I currently had a few sales go by that took out the majority of my more interesting items.
That's
But I
okay.
should be able to restock within about a few weeks, so if you're still around, you can come back.
That's okay. Thank you for showing us.
Of course. Have yourself a good day. You see him like reconstruct back his like weird suitcase, and he puts everything back together, and it like folds into itself again.
To the vault.
To the vault. As you guys are making your way to the vault, as you guys are currently perusing throughout your day, but seemingly also being watched somewhat because Bayhorn noticed the red-cloaked figure turn the corner. Cedric, are you
Yes.
going to be coming back to D&D, or what you want to do?
Most likely. I don't think I'm gonna leave today.
Okay.
I don't feel like it.
Then we'll call dinner break right now since he's got to go eat. So we'll meet
Rad.
back here in about 30 to 45 minutes then.
Cool.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to pause the YouTube so we don't lose any minutes. Actually, I'll just exit out of the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I am too.
All right. Where we left off, you guys were finishing off your secondary stop as you are currently at the forge shop. As you peruse the gentleman, Valen's curiosities and his equipment, he puts them all away, seeing as there's going to be no trades or offers anymore here. Where do you guys want to go?
The vault.
The Shadowwoods, the Shadowwoods.
The vault. Fabella takes you to the other side of the marketplace, not too far from where you're currently located. You see what looks to be, this store looks more reminiscent to like an actual like city store that you're used to. It's actually inside of a building this time. You see that there's arcane runes all over the front door and the side windows, protection magics, as this is more of a high security store. You do see that there is not a guard, but somebody up front to open the door for you, as they are a gray cloaked individual. They open up the door to you. They don't say a word to you, but they just watch you go in. As soon as you go in, you see all sorts of artifacts, relics, spell components abound within all of these glass casings. Bayhorn, go ahead and roll me a perception check, please, on the casings.
Oh, me specifically?
You specific.
21, because I
21.
have reliable talent.
With a 21, you notice that these casings are heavily protected by protection magics.
Damn it.
Even
I mean,
if you were to attempt to pick the locks naturally, you would set off an alarm anyways, even if you are successful. It seems like there's a hidden layer of magic that is protecting these cases, protecting anybody from touching them if they don't have permission to. As you wander in, you see currently writing down on a piece of parchment and a quill. You see a purple with silver lining robed individual, a smaller frame, more of a feminine build, You see them kind of look up over to you, and you see on their masks some filigree. You see like arcane runes are like etching. They're on the top of their forehead, and they're like etching down as like an outline to their mask as they look over to you. They look over to you and they just bow their head, and they put away their quill and they put away their parchment, and they walk over to you. Hello, my name is Zoriel. Welcome to the vault. I see you are here with some guests today, Fabella. Fabella just nods her head a little bit, says, this is my sister, this is her husband, and these are her crewmates. So my sister here, you should know who she is. Kaisai Juniper, captain of the Valiant. Her husband, Chakna, and these are two new individuals that I met today. The Dragonborn his name is Fukler, and the elf brethren that we have here, his name is Behorn. I can see that you carry interesting company, Captain Kaisai. What brings you to my shop?
Just looking to see what you had for trade.
I have many options for trade. What are you looking for specifically?
Would you happen to have anything that would help me with protection in a fight?
Protection and a... I might want to have some. Yeah? He kind of, this individual, starts to overlook all the different cases. Stops at one or two, shakes their head, and continues on. You see all sorts of manners of rods, orbs, scrolls, different tomes. Protection. He kind of like starts to like rub his temple if he had like, an area to rub his temple a little bit. I do have one thing that probably suits your fancy. And he goes behind his main desk and he pulls out what looks to be a box, like a locket box. And he opens it up and he starts to pull out what looks to be a beautiful, flawless sapphire that is encased in like a shimmering aura. Like it looks like it's floating in nothingness. It's like the chains are like above and connected to something that's invisible that doesn't connect to the sapphire itself. Take a look. Then he hands it over to you.
I look at it.
Even in your current state, where most of your magic is blocked thanks to the collar, you can sense high magics coming from it. Outside of D&D, it gives you resistance to force. When you're targeted by a spell, when you use a reaction, you can gain advantage on the saving throw. If the spell requires no saving throw, like if it's an attack roll and it attacks you, you can then use your reaction to reduce the damage by 10. Then, once per long rest, you can use Globe of Invulnerability without using a spell slot.
That's
Now,
it?
for necklace, yeah, that's it for the necklace. If the necklace doesn't suit your fancy, this one might be more your alley if you like. And he goes over to another case and he starts to cast arcane magics on it. And you see like a burst of like arcane energy start to dissipate, and he manages to unlock the lock with a key, opens it up, and pulls out what looks to be this circlet. You see that this circlet has all sorts of different material. It looks like crystalline, gemstones, iron, gold, silver, copper, all like kind of mishmashed and hodgepodge into one circlet. This I call the Celestial Protection. Uses all the materials of the astral sea into one circlet to protect you from all manners of things. Outside of D&D. While wearing the crown, it's called the Crown of Celestial Protection. You have advantage on all your saving throws against spells and other magical effects. As an action, you can surround yourself with divine aura for 1 minute. Within this aura, you and allies within 30 feet have advantage on saving throws against magical effects. It can be used once per long rest, and it gives you a +1 bump to AC. This requires attunement, just like the necklace.
I'll ask him if he's got anything else that could be highly useful or interesting.
Useful or interesting? Useful or interesting? Well, I do have something. I have 2 things, in fact. And he starts to go to the back of the shop, and he kind of leaves you alone for a bit. Still holding the 2 items, because he's not worried that you're going to run off and steal them, because he just does. You're not too sure if there's any, like, surveillance or any traps if you were to steal these items. He comes back with what seemingly seems to be like a chest, and he opens it up and he pulls out 2 items. He pulls out one that looks like a crown that has stars that are like hanging around it. And he also pulls out what looks to be a golden scepter.
Golden scepter.
What do
You see on the scepter, it's a golden rod with the top of the scepter almost looking like a galaxy, stopped in motion, frozen in time. He looks at the scepter and he says, "This is called the Scepter of Astral Dominion." Outside of D&D, the scepter grants the user ability to use plane shift 1 per long rest. Additionally, it allows the user to dominate astral creatures specifically, such as Gith or astral dreadnoughts, using the dominate monster spell once per long rest. It's a 19 wisdom saving throw. Then he puts the scepter down and he pulls up the crown. You see the crown, like, as soon as he shifts it, you see like the starlights kind of like stop, and then it's like when you see like an item in a video game lag a little bit when the particle effects have to chase it. Kind of like that, where the particles start to chase the crown a little bit. Outside of D&D, while wearing the crown, the user gains a +2 to intelligence and charisma. Once per day, they can cast Meteor Storm.
For the +2, it's a +2 to charisma
and intelligence.
And intelligence. Does that go above the 20 limit?
It does not.
Oh.
Well, if I bumped it up to artifact, it could.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Yes. It'll be considered an artifact then.
So it does?
It does.
Okay. So it bumps intelligence and charisma up by 2. I can cast a meteor storm spell once per day. Does it do anything else?
It does not.
Just those 2.
You said unique and useful. Or interesting and useful, at least. I would say that both of these are very interesting and useful, don't you say? However, items such as these can only be as useful as the ones wielding them.
Now I figure out what I'll take for.
These are very extremely powerful magical artifacts.
Yeah, I know. I'll put down the strategy book that I got from the library and my restricted book on chronoturgy that I copied from Strixhaven. As well as the 5th level spell scroll I have
And what are you trading this in?
for the crown.
The crown?
Because it does the +2 to intelligence.
He looks over at it. Surely you could do a little bit better than that.
Darkness signet ring on top of that. How about now?
He just shakes his head. Rings such as those are common.
Look of protection on top of it.
The cloaks are also common as well. Do you have any knowledge? Books, manuals? I'm not looking for armor or battle type related items. Magical components, rare components, materials. Something unique. If I'm willing to trade up a crown of the cosmos.
How about a codex of the ethereal veins?
A codex of the ethereal vein. You're getting warmer.
With an enchanted strategy book and copy of a restricted book of chronoturgy from Strixhaven. The restricted section. The book no longer exists, by the way.
What happened to the book?
It apparently met a fiery end.
That's a shame. I would put more value on the first edition copy. However, being it's the only copy in existence, it does bring up the price a little bit.
I mean, at least the knowledge isn't lost forever. Yes.
That is true. Very true. Hmm. I feel like we are almost there. Do you have any sort of forbidden knowledge? I know you say some of this comes from restricted sections, but
I have forbidden knowledge, but it's not written down. But instead, I can have you experience the knowledge.
how
But
so?
I have some unique telepathic abilities. Where you can literally live the memory of the knowledge.
Hmm.
Knowledge that has been lost since our great city's newfound location in the stars.
You see him kind of lean over his desk a little bit, and you see he put his hand over his mask and he takes it off, and you see it's an older man, withered, extremely, almost to the point where you feel like he can die at any moment. Except since this is an elf, who knows how old he can actually be? You see his eyes are gaunt. It looks like he is. It looks like he's blind. Like his eyes are like that shade of gray.
Because I will add on, seeing how old he is, perhaps it's knowledge from your own childhood, lost to time.
Oh man.
I will give him a 5-minute snippet of Katarina and the group fighting monsters during the calamity.
How well is that gonna go for you when you're wearing the collar?
It's telepathic, it's not magic in nature. This is my mind.
It is true. It is considered your mind.
It's my mind. It's not magic. I don't really use magic to do this. This is telepathy. I still can talk to everyone telepathically. It's not a spell. It's just an ability.
So you show him 5 minutes of.
Of the group from the one shot fighting.
Okay.
Only that. Just 5 minutes of it.
Okay.
Just to give them a taste.
Gotcha.
So, how does he react?
As you place your hand on side of his mind, you start to feel a little bit of pushback that he's like trying to wiggle his way to like more, but he kind of gives up about halfway. It seems like he's like fully enamored at this point. After the 5 minutes are up, you notice that he kind of like starts to like look at you, staring at you, or more like through you. You're not exactly too sure. I see you've seen the past. A great city before we fled. I see you saw Felinor. He was a good friend.
Oh, Fugler's head on a swivel. Sir, you wouldn't happen to know where that old wizard is, would you? I got a couple things that belonged to him after that calamity happened, and I sure would like to return them.
I would give my shop and my citizenship to this place if I knew where he was. He meant a great deal to me and many of the other old folk here. If he's still around, that would be a great boon to the city. A great boon to us. Great boon to the cosmos. He was a very intelligent, although sporadic individual. I wish I knew where he was, if he's still around. Are you saying he might still be alive?
Who knows?
Got a feeling.
The universe works in mysterious ways.
You know, Kaisaya, Miss Juniper. When you left, on your own fruition, you caused quite a ruckus.
I had a feeling I did when I initially left. Not only
A lot
was
of
I
individuals decided to take your stead. They all wanted to leave, but they were reprimanded and they all chose to stay. But now that you're back, maybe more might be on the rise to explore the cosmos. He kind of leans in a little bit. You know, I'm not really allowed to say, but most of the old folks here, people like me, who are already up in age, we didn't mean for this city to turn into the way it was. Many of us wanted a more prosperous, more peaceful, eventually connect back onto Erisire. Others had more sinister ideas, and some of them fell into place. Are you here to do something about them?
I don't know. But as I have gotten trouble before, speaking my mind, I think instead of looking back at Erisire, looking back through history, we could always look forward. And instead of the beautiful blue planet we orbit, we can look to the stars and instead embrace what has become of us. We are no longer elves of Erisire. We are elves of the sea, of space. And we can be a shining example of what peace, prosperity, and cooperation would be. And what a society that focuses people and knowledge, advancement, kindness, and generosity could be. We have a potential here. Help lead peace not just through the planet that we orbit, perhaps through the astral sea itself. Think about it. In comparison to the planet, granted, they may have advanced very far within 30 years. They were forced to advance that far, that fast, because of the moonfall event. But for us, we have taken our time to study. We have become masters at our crafts. We don't have to worry for food as we are given provided rations. Everyone given their needed allotment. Money is not a thing here. We don't really worry about gold. People are provided housing. We have a good base. It's just this secrecy, this ranking, the forced service. That is potential for war. Where we have the potential instead for peace. For knowledge.
Are you here to start a revolution?
Feels like I already started one.
Are you here to finish it?
That I know if the time is to do so. You cannot start a revolution. Only a few handful of people speak their mind.
Understood. So be it.
Many others have to come to the same agreement that what we have is not for everyone, not good for all of us, that what we have will only lead for us to be at war everywhere. There are several new generations who have been born on this moon, in this city. We do not know of Erisire as you did as a child. We don't look at it as our home. I think the time would be right for change when they themselves see that what they're doing, how they live, and how our city functions is not for them. And they are fed up with that and want the change.
Thank you for showing me the images. Is it alright if I make a copy as a payment?
Yes.
Stand still. You see him reach into his little side pouch. He kind of reaches in deep. It's like a miniature bag of holding, and he pulls out what seems to be like a small shard of crystal, and you're assuming it's a blank crystalline.
Mm-hmm.
And he pulls out what seems to be like this small piece of like oak wood. Not a wand, just oak wood. It might tingle a little bit, but focus on those memories you wish to give me.
I'll give him about an hour's worth of snippets of the three of them running through the city, fighting and trying to save everyone.
He uses the oak wood that he pulls out and he snaps it in half with one hand. And you see the oak wood starts to dissipate into like all these little tiny shards of like oak wood. And they all start to like swirl around your head a little bit before suddenly they start to deteriorate. Like they start to lose their physical form and they start to turn into dust. And you feel like a weird sensation, like your head is a balloon that's about to pop and somebody is letting air out, like you're being depressured a little bit. And then after like a quick minute, you see him start to swirl using his hand and his fingers. He starts to pull on the material that was hanging around your head that is now like have like a mixture of oak wood and that earthiness, but also like bits of like the spectral like memory that is like now entwined within this material. And you see him slowly shift it within his hand into the crystal shard, and you see the crystal shard start to illuminate in like this turquoise like light. With this and the remainder of your items you left on the table, the crown is yours. It requires attunement, so remember to keep on your training. Kukler, why'd you roll an insight check?
I didn't roll an inside check recently. I haven't
Not
rolled
recently.
an inside check recently.
Oh, I got an update on my side. You said you got a 2.
I mean, shit, I can roll insight right now.
If you want.
On what?
I don't know. The guard that's standing outside!
Okay. Kugler, with the 15, as you're currently looking at this gentleman doing his practices, even though he's way older now, you recognize he's one of the many pupils that were running around near Felinor.
Damn.
He, back then, of course, much younger, spry chicken, but now he's in his age. He's up there. You don't really know who he is, but you recognize his face somewhat with your 15 insight check.
He was one of his pupils, wasn't he?
One of his pupils, yes.
And I'm sure your teacher really did appreciate you. He loved every one of his students.
He loved most of us. Some of them, well, gave him a hard time. I hope I was one of the ones that didn't.
We're bastards. I'm sure he appreciated you, and we appreciate your business all the more.
Appreciate your business as well. Is there anything else you would like to trade? I have several rods, orbs, scrolls, tomes.
Not unless if
Oh.
you have an upgraded version of my discs.
Your spell disc?
Mhm.
Not that I can say.
I figured, considering when I received them, it'd have rank and privilege. But I probably received the best we had.
Some of the items that you've traded for today, or at least the one that I gave you the crown, exceedingly powerful men. And if I'm assuming you did any exchange out there, you also received other exceeding powerful magics.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Funkler twiddles with the new crystal he got.
There
Maybe
is-
I did, maybe I didn't.
There is other secrets. There is other materials, items that have been locked away. I don't think you'll be able to reach them, but these are in fact powerful. Thankfully, because of your sister's privilege and the privilege that was granted to you, that you're able to visit this sector, this district. You're lucky.
Knowing how our system works, I know I'm grateful, lucky.
Well, if that's all that is today, run along now. Good luck on your journey. I hope I live long enough to see what comes about. He starts to pack up some things. He takes back the other items that you did not take and trade for. He wraps up and gives you the crown in like a nice little linen cloth. And he locks up and magically imbues some of the cases with magic once again. Puts the scepter away into the chest and places it down at his feet. Have yourselves a good night. And if you do see my teacher, give him my thanks. He sacrificed a lot to keep us safe.
Thank you.
As you guys all pack up your things and start to leave, well, Bayhorn, Fukler, is there anything you guys wish to peruse in this store, or?
Hello?
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 Preston? Preston?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello,
Can
are we
you-
back?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You couldn't
Okay.
hear me.
I couldn't hear
Hmm.
you. Cedric, are you there?
Yep.
Okay.
Cool.
Alright, we
Were you
had
able
a
to?
big lag spike.
Do you guys
I
want
don't have
shopping here?
anything else. I don't have anything else I want to be shopping for here, and I really get the feeling Felinor isn't in this place.
No.
Really get the feeling, because there are people who would be looking for him everywhere here.
Oh yeah. Not only that, but he would really stand out as a non-astral elf.
What are you talking about, Lassie? But yeah, no, I don't have anything else, and I just need that box to be made.
All right. Bayhorn, is there anything you wish to do in this shop, or no?
Nope.
No? Okay.
Perfect. As I will, with the crown, go over to Fiabella and say, I think it's time for dinner now.
I
So
think
now
so.
you don't need my book.
Let's make our way to. Let's see here. Let's make our way to go get some food. I have some rations that I'm able to trade out for. As you all continuously leave, you notice that here it has like an artificial sunlight. Like throughout the hour or two that you guys have been walking around and shopping, the sun has definitely, even though it's not in the sky, you can tell by the general like lighting, like the starlight orbs that are lighting around the area is starting to fade and it's starting to turn a little bit darker. Fabella eventually takes you to a small little shop that has all sorts of fruits, veggies, all plucked seemingly fresh. Although you're not too sure where they might have gotten these things because they live on a moon. However, she hands them over what seems to be like these specialized paper ration receipts that she has, and she manages to pick up a bunch of items, and she puts them all into this big basket of hers. And she just looks at all of you. Okay, well, it's myself, Big Dragonborn, Bayhorn, and then we have Chakna and you, just 2 vegetarians. I don't believe my husband will be home tonight. He's still on a mission for a few more days, I believe, so I hope you meet him. If not, then fine.
Hey, Fabella. Speaking of your husband,
Yeah,
you said he wears a red cape, red cloak,
he does, yes.
crimson red,
Crimson red, with little shadows that hang off the edges. Why?
and he's not here.
As far as I know, he shouldn't be here. He went on a mission down to Erisire about, should I say a month ago? And he should be coming back up soon, but not
What does your
now.
husband do, if I may ask?
We'll explain over dinner.
Okay.
Well, more importantly, does anybody else happen to wear red here besides your husband?
Oh, that's most likely the guard, or not really guard, but they are around. The Crimson Cloaks here.
Is that your police?
Are they the secret police?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. KGB is watching us, got it.
Yeah, they're most likely watching.
Okay,
Fine.
good to know. That's no problem.
Oh, hold on, guys. My mother is calling me.
Your
Snapchat.
mama.
That's the
Hold on.
third time today.
No, hold on.
Bruh, that's the third time she's called him today.
Let's get back to it. Fabella bought, using all of her ration availability, or the rations that she had, she bought all sorts of assortments of vegetables, meats, anything that, it all looks very fresh. Comparatively, even like fresher than some stuff you would find on Erisire. She grabs this basket, and you guys were asking her about her husband in the red cloak as Bayhorn was talking.
Mm-hmm. And we both are kind of like, it's kind of something that should wait. Well, we're not within
Yes.
prying ears.
So, as you guys make your way back, you make your way back over to Fabella's home, and as you guys open up the gate, you still see the same little stone golem just standing at his post.
Mhm.
He is watching. However, as you're looking around, you see near the edge of the grass area, you see a little bit of feathers.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Not a body, you just see a small tuft of feathers.
Uh-oh.
Tuft
What
of
kind of
feathers?
feathers?
What does that mean?
As you look over the feathers, it looks like
Jesus Christ.
It looks like hummingbird feathers, like very light.
I'm gonna go pick
and,
them all
red.
up.
Oh, you're gonna walk on the grass?
Hummingbird feather? Wait,
No, but I'm gonna
hold
pick 'em
on.
all up.
No, hold on. You can't go on the grass.
All right, he's gonna go pick them up. As you start walking on the grass, going over to the hummingbird feathers, immediately you see the stone golem starts to rush at you, and it just
How
starts
big is it again?
slapping you. It's like 1.5 feet tall.
All right, I'm gonna pick it up and
As-
like lightly restrain him.
As you pick it up, you just see like its arms are swinging at you, but it can't make contact. It's so short.
I'm gonna look back at Flabella and ask her, "Can you give us like special permission to walk on the grass?"
Sure. She looks at the golem. Bernard.
I thought his name was
Bernard. Bernard is your name. Bernard, these are family and friends. They can go on the grass. And you just hear a... And you see it stop swinging at your arm.
I'm gonna put it down.
As you put it down, it just looks at you.
I'm gonna give him a thumbs up.
He looks at the thumbs up and looks at his arm. He doesn't have any thumbs, so he just raises his arm up.
Yeah, good job, buddy.
You hear the German national anthem in the background.
Stop.
Owls.
Anyway,
Anyway,
I pick up all the feathers.
You pick up the feathers.
How
They're
many-
fresh.
many-
There's like 3 of them. You kind of have like the idea where a hummingbird probably landed on the ground and this golem went at it.
Do I see where the hummingbird is?
No, you don't.
Alright, well, I'll stash the feathers away. Do I remember what spell that was taken for? Is it for my ethereal shift?
Nah,
It
it was
is-
for a fortune thing.
It
Or was
was
it
for
for foresight?
Yeah,
Foresight.
foresight.
Okay, well, either way, they're useful. What do I need for plane shifting?
It just happens.
For etherealness.
Yeah, whatever the
It's
cloak
just
has.
verbal and somatic,
Okay.
so it requires nothing, which is wild because it's a very useful spell.
Adrian, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Verbal and somatic, right?
Yes.
Verbal is a language, right?
You
Yes.
speak it. You speak it like you speak an incantation.
Okay, okay.
Somatic
out.
is you move your fingers. Or hands, and both.
Or hands, yeah.
Could you somehow do both at the same time if you learned sign language?
Ooh.
Honestly, yes, you could.
So if I spent time learning sign language,
Well, here's the thing, right? Verbal means like you just got to make like some sort of magical sound. So like people who are deaf can definitely do it. Can still like verbally say the incantation.
right? But this is what I'm thinking.
Mhm.
If someone casts silence on me, I could still cast fireball at them by using sign language.
That has to be a question for another day. Moving on.
Damn.
I would have
You gotta
to
give me
think on
props
that.
for creativity,
Yeah,
though.
I have to think on that. That's a good idea. Let me think on that. But anyways, moving on. You guys enter into her home.
Did she
And,
answer my question about the?
She's going to answer you in your home because she doesn't want
Oh,
any
yeah.
prying eyes. As you guys enter her home, she leads you all in, and you guys close the door behind you, and you hear her lock the door. You're not too sure what type of lock mechanism it is, but you see her wave her hands on it, on like the doorknob, and it just hear like a clinking sound. Okay, you can take these off, and she takes off her cloak. You notice that she doesn't wear a mask. You're not too sure why she doesn't wear a mask. And she doesn't have a collar either, but that's probably because of just her natural privileges of the name of Juniper that she has here. You all can now take off your cloth and your collars as well. She takes the basket and she like leads it over to the kitchen. It's a very nice modern kitchen comparatively to the standards that you guys have experienced down on Erisire. It's way more functional, less of a clutter, very minimalistic in nature. It has everything she needs. You notice that instead of using wood or coal on their stove, you see what looks to be small little slabs of crystalline discs, 4 ruby ones that she uses like a stovetop. Modern magic, everybody.
Oh yeah.
She then kind of like sighs a little bit and she says, "All right, do any of you know how to cook, or am I
Yes,
going to do this
he
by
does.
myself?"
Go, Claire.
Maybe. Who's asking?
Really,
My sister.
the big hulking dragonborn knows how to cook, but you don't. Yeah,
How do
kinda
I
These are-
flip somebody off with 4 fingers?
You can do as the
Do it.
Chinese do a major pinky finger.
I was about to say pinky. You could do the thumbs up. I think that's some like middle fingers here in the
Ring
in
finger, it
England.
is.
Ring finger.
So, with my 3 fingers, I'm gonna hold the middle one at her. Actually, thank you, I have trained under Needle, and I got to cook holy beef with him. Did you know
Oh,
that?
Well, then by all means, take away.
Also, I don't really trust the vegetarians. No offense, cooking meat.
No, yeah, I learned that lesson.
Tucker looks at all of you. I made you some good alligator meat before.
Oh no, that's why I said no
Oh
offense
no,
because it was
no,
good as
no,
fuck.
no offense.
However,
it was great.
looks at Kaya Saya.
You know, I should actually really go for some alligator
I
bites.
used to eat meat before leaving Erisire and exploring space and gaining a ship and all that other fun stuff. I am vegetarian and being loving, supporting, and all that fun stuff for my husband.
Well, I never said you didn't have a good reason, but I assumed that there was a reason why Q needed to use special tasting magic.
No, that's because
That bastard put gold flakes on his food. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear
No.
it.
Homie also made it taste a little better, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, no, he
it's
put gold. I don't.
I
I put all my heart and soul into that food.
You didn't make it, did you? I thought it was Kaisai who made it.
I made
Was
it.
it?
Yep, it
Yeah,
was
you weren't
me.
there.
Oh yeah.
He teleported you there while you were sleeping in bed, with your bed included.
Oh yeah.
That's the time I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, no, that makes more sense.
I
thought
Yeah.
I may be talented with magic. A quick study within scientific arcane arts. However, I cannot cook, save my life. It is a talent I lack.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't have to have magical food stuffs here, would you? Or does that not come in your rations? I'm just asking because if so, it gives me the chance to explore a bit. If not, I can always rely on Old Reliable, and he holds up Neil's cookbook.
Well, there are the rations, which is for fresh food, but there is something you're probably quite familiar thanks to my ship. And guys,
Right.
I will go over
It's a
to
replicator.
Yep.
Oh boy. Also, where is our ship? Is it docked somewhere out in
Yeah,
on the moon?
it's docked in the shipyard.
Can we steal somebody else's ship with the bottle?
I mean,
Do you want to get hunted down
I
by these
mean,
other killer
How would
people,
they
or
prove,
get hunted
how
by
would
the
they
other
prove it? How would they prove it?
You
I
know they've been
mean-
watching us the whole time without us ever knowing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm taking this collar off. And Fugler fidgets with his collar and takes it off.
You mean you
That's
didn't take it
so
off
much
already?
better. No, I didn't. I've been
I
talking
immediately
to
did.
Probably see Bayhorn with his already off.
but anyways, Frukler,
Hmm.
what would you like to make for dinner?
I have no idea. I don't know what the ingredients here are. I know we have a replicator, but we usually have like preserved veg on the ship, if you know what I
Mhm.
mean. Like
Yeah.
dried kelp and stuff like that. Dried what's it called? Celery, all that great stuff. You put it in the replicator and it infuses it with water and it makes it taste a lot better. But we don't exactly have that here. And so I'm wondering what this lady has in her pantry.
It's fully stocked. It's almost better stocked than your ship, to be honest.
Really?
It has all sorts of vegetables from A to Z, all sorts of packs of meat that are currently chilled. They're not frozen, but they're good to cook with. Kaisai does go over to the replicator, and you can replicate something if you want, Kaisai.
Oh no, I'm just showing it. Well, actually, no. I replicate a cup of coffee.
Of
So
course.
as you replicate a cup of coffee, you see that surge of like energy that you saw before on the stairwell leading downward in that giant tube, kind of flare up around this device, and you see like a burst of Genesis magic just dissipate, and your coffee is waiting for you.
Y'all got
Wow.
that fancy magic though.
Is this replicator better or worse than the one we have?
I
It's
don't know, Kaisai, try it.
she takes a sip of her coffee.
It's better.
I didn't fully understand the magic that we use to power our city here, so I was going off with what I did know to recreate the system. But now that I know it's Genesis magic, I can fix it.
You can fix what?
Our ship's replicator.
It's broken.
I thought it
Nah.
was already fixed.
It works. It's just when the ship was created, I didn't know what type of magic was used here.
So what, are you gonna calibrate it or something?
Kinda.
Okay, I got you. Adrian, I don't know what to do. I'm gonna look through Needle's cookbook. If there's anything I haven't done for dinner in there, hit me.
You've done quite a bit already. Let me see what you haven't done.
I might need to buy a new cookbook.
Well, you traded off the other one that I gave you, didn't you?
No, I did not.
Oh, good job.
I would use the cookbook of exotic dishes and just go through that one, but actually,
I
let's
mean-
look at my notes to see if I can cook something. Wizard's potion smoothie. I don't remember doing that.
You don't remember doing that one?
I know I did it because it says dishes are created, and it's Wizard's potion smoothie. It was a breakfast smoothie. I remember that.
Oh, that's right, it was, yeah.
Yeah. Magic omelet, the stew.
The stew.
Salad, veggie casserole, alligator bites, and gumbo. I need to actually expand a bit.
You do look into Needle's cookbook. One of the ones that he likes to do is called the PPP, and then in parentheses it says Paladin's Pheasant Pie. It's a golden, flaky pastry pie filled with tender pieces of pheasant, mushrooms, leeks, and a creamy herb sauce. Served with a side of salad with a light vinaigrette. Damn, that microphone, though.
My bad.
Why is my notes are no longer letting me type in them on D&D Beyond? What?
Hit refresh.
I did.
Hit it again.
Cedric, you're not helping.
Turn the computer off and on again.
Did you put in a ticket?
Did you put in a ticket?
Did you call the help desk?
Did you search the FAQ for commonly asked questions?
Did you notify the help desk?
Did you go to the T
Did you
drive?
call us all?
That's annoying.
Is it not
My
letting you at
bad.
all?
No.
Hmm. Is there a limit of how much you can type?
I highly doubt it. I feel like D&D Beyond knows that D&D people who use it are nerds and they would like to write.
Yeah.
So I'd assume not.
It's not saving anything I write in there anymore, so whatever. I guess that's just permanently there. And I'm gonna start on my Word document now. I'm gonna copy everything, and I'm gonna put it in a special category on my Word document and label
Yeah.
it special category.
Hell
Cool.
yeah, that's what I did. I have a whole folder on my desktop called D&D stuff.
I have a whole like section of my frontal lobe that is just D&D stuff.
I don't
Here.
doubt that, friend. I really want to put my my CPU in my computer.
What? No!
Huh?
What?
What? What's going on?
No! Oh!
What happened? You okay?
It just deleted all of my notes.
No.
Oh no!
What? For which notes were they?
All in my other section. And it just replaced them with this stupid bill that I had pasted and sent to you guys.
Oh.
Hit
no.
Control Z.
Yeah, Control Z.
I hit
Control Z.
Control Z a lot.
Hey, go
Oh,
pressing. Guess what?
man.
Don't worry, I save all your notes.
You are a true homie.
Don't worry, I got you.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Adrian,
I got
you are
you.
a goat. You are
I
a
got you.
goat. You
I
are
have
the
I have
goat.
separate tabs in my Word documents for each one of you, and I have like other notes and stuff in there.
Oh my god, Homie G is. Oh.
And you say we can find better DMs.
Oh my god. You at the golden DN here. Golden DM facts.
Because I know how finicky D&D Beyond can be, so I typically like if I see something important, or if you guys just do like other, I'll typically save it.
Dude, that's why I put all my shit on Word documents.
I do too,
Yeah.
but that I put in there for specific uses, as in cooking and saving years and stuff like that. Like things I would immediately need.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like I have Bayhorn's memories and his backstory there in my Word document. I have Kayasaya's other tab in there, and I have your tab in there as well for the other tab.
Speaking of memories, I really got to meditate eventually.
I just typically use a notepad and just go.
Okay, good. I still have my not going to heaven list.
Nice.
Let's go.
Should only be like 1 or 2 people though.
It is only 2 people. Edwin Thistlewick and Sylvius Greenborough.
Yeah, fuck.
I don't
those
remember
guys.
what they did, but they deserve.
Eldwin Thistlewick was the guy who made Arcane Oddities shop, and he was an asshole, so we want to kill him.
Oh
Fucking
nope, yep,
Thistlewick.
nope. He doesn't go to heaven.
The only one that I remember like immediately and with detail.
With hate.
Immediately and with detail.
Alright, so
With
I'm
severe
probably.
malice.
You know what I'm gonna do? I know this recipe in real life. I'm gonna cook you guys Dijon chicken.
Ooh.
That shit slaps. That is so good. So I'm gonna cook you guys that. I need to like, if you guys ever come to the States, tell me, because then I'll get a bunch of ingredients together and cook it for you guys. It's one of my favorite stuff. It's
Hell yeah.
Dijon chicken and risotto with cheese.
Preston,
And
when do I get my white people cooking?
this is a good question. I need to
My
actually
white
white people cook for you.
I want my white people cooking.
It's really good. I'm gonna be honest.
It's
a lot of cobblers.
You keep saying it, and I want it, but I don't see it, and I get sad every time.
It's okay. Alright, so Dijon chicken, which is obviously chicken, but
Dijon.
and I'm going to cook a vegetable casserole for the vegetarians,
Ooh.
which I've
Ooh.
already cooked for them.
All right, roll me a D100.
D100.
See how good this is.
Please. 66.
Hey,
All
you
right.
know what? That's 106 because you have your plus
Yeah.
40 buff.
Exactly.
So it tastes really good. Some of the best food ever.
Dijon chicken and risotto.
As you
Adrian, you're an
settle down-
actual lifesaver.
Oh, good. I'm glad. I heard lightsaber, so I'm like, which color am I?
No, not lightsaber.
You're gray.
Lifesaver. Yeah.
Gray? I like gray. I do like the gray lightsaber. You know what? I did take a quiz, like one of those stupid online quizzes. It says I'm an what is it? The yellow, the Templar, like Jedi. Like I'm the one that protects like the whole,
I
like,
gotcha.
like the Jedi temples. I'm the protectors of those temples.
Haha, you're a guard.
Hey, the guards actually like do kick a lot of ass. Like they're the like best like defenders of their like order. That's why they're put there.
Yeah.
Anyways, as you guys settle down and enjoy this spread, you notice that Fabella kind of like perks up a little bit, and you see her eyes kind of shine a little bit while you're cooking. She's like, "This is some of the best cooking that I've ever had in my many years of living here. This is amazing. You definitely were taught by Needle."
A little bit. A lot of it I've managed to actually come up with on my own, but he set me in the right direction, I feel.
I'm glad.
Definitely.
That's great. Anyways, I know we're eating dinner, but I didn't want to be a downer about this, but You guys had some questions for me about the Red Cloaks, correct?
Oh yeah, I saw one earlier. I just didn't want to say anything and like freak you guys out.
She kind of sighs a little bit.
I was
Yeah,
expecting one.
the Nightblades or the Crimson. People don't really care what you call them. They're spies, assassins, trained in the Moonshadow War. That's where that's where the Nightblade Arsenal's storage is at, and
I want to go there.
No.
good luck. I won't be taking you.
Aww.
It is
Dangerous.
dangerous, even for people like me, and especially for people like you. It's not that they're not friendly towards one another. It's just that they are, how I say, manipulative.
All right, tell me this: is it like honor among thieves type of thing,
No,
or is it you'll die at any moment if you're not careful?
that one.
That one. As much as our council, and she kind of leans back a little bit with her arms crossed, as much as our council likes to proclaim that we are here to invigorate our elven society and we're meant to work to reclaim Erisire as our home, they do let a lot of things fly by in that ward. All because it suits them.
It's where their dirty work is done.
They are highly trained operatives, highly trusted as well. They go and gather intelligence on Erisire. Only the most skilled and proficient hunters, killers, and spies go there. And she kind of falters a little bit. Makes me wonder why my husband works for them at all. He is wonderful in infiltration. And I think he just does it just to appease the council for letting him stay with me. Because it is very rare. He is one of the very few folks that are not Astro Elves that are allowed to live here.
Mm-hmm.
So he's a rogue?
And I guess you could say that's a profession. Yes, he is a rogue.
Dang. Now I want to meet your husband.
You probably already did, if he was portraying a different identity.
Well, I'll see if he knows me.
That's if you're still here by the time he gets back. I'm not too sure exactly what mission he was on, but he was sent to go. About a month ago, he was sent down into the human capital.
Ooh, I may have talked to him then.
Yeah, we were there not too long ago.
Really? How long ago were you there?
Not long at all.
You're all thinking it was about like almost 3 weeks ago?
No, not even 2 or 3 weeks ago. Like
Like
a week
or two.
ago.
A week and a half.
Which
Yeah.
human capital?
Bafford.
Bafford.
Bafford?
Yeah, it was about a week. Or not even a week. Because we spent like 3 nights with Satomi. We did 1 night there, so yeah, about a week.
Did your sister hear you say that?
No, I didn't
No.
say it out loud.
She's
That was
thinking
accurate.
Out of D&D.
Yeah. Anyway, in D&D, about a week ago.
Well, then, if you managed to talk to him, it seems like you weren't part of his mission.
Felt.
Some of his missions were assassinations, infiltration, the resource gathering, intelligence gathering.
Speaking of that, you wouldn't happen to know if anybody else does that and reports here, would you?
No, I do not.
That is highly privileged information. That
As much as privileged as we as a Juniper are, thanks to my sister's outburst and her leaving, there was a lot of scrutiny to our name. We almost got demoted down to the lower levels. Mother almost lost 2 ranks. But she managed to persuade the council not to, and eventually she with heavy workload, managed to work her way back up again. I think that's why she turned so bitter, even more so. She was bitter enough already, never at home, always working. It was when you left, sister, that she seemingly got much worse. But you
Yes,
mentioned that she called you daughter again. That
it
is
did.
something must be really going on, right?
Mm-hmm. I don't think she's used that word since I turned in my rank and left for the stars.
And now you're here. So, are you,
Yes.
how long are you going to be here then? Are you here just to hide out? Are you here for information?
Well, we're here for an item that's being made for us and to hide and wait a couple days until Queen Aqua is back from where they are.
All
Sh-
right.
Things are a bit complicated.
They are. They're very complicated.
Although I find it so interesting that Mother is working with and against Queen Aqua.
A lot of things have quite changed, honestly.
I notice, especially considering the vault's keeper even spoke directly to me about a revolution.
There, when you left, a few days after, 30 years ago, when you went to Strixhaven. Well, I guess you could say even before that, when you first left initially with your ship, you caused a big enough stir that it got some of the younger people here talking. Some of my friends, colleagues, they were all enamored that a juniper, of all people, would just give up their life here. I mean, life here isn't perfect, but it's safe, it's secure, it's. Albeit the ration cards are a little bit extreme, but we get by. As long as you do your work and you serve the council. But when you left, it caused a stir amongst the young population here. Some of the adepts, the aspirants, even the seekers, even a few luminaries were speaking out about how that if it's okay for you to leave, that they should be given chances to leave as well. It got so bad that some of them were imprisoned and then conscripted into the Nightblade. Some of the more radical ones, at least. If they wanted freedom, fine. They would have to work with it too. So they, in the end, did get their wish. They managed to leave and explore other planes and worlds, but at what cost? Now, when you showed up again the second time, when the Moonfall event was happening, and you seemingly were banished over to Strixhaven, that's when the fervor hit. You. I don't know what the organization is called. I try to keep my head out of that water. But there is a group within the city that kind of follows your lead. As far as I can tell, it's somewhere around the 100 range of any luminary and under, seekers, adepts, and the aspirants are willing to join together and decide they wanted to leave for themselves, but like again, they were either jailed or de-radicalized. But then suddenly, we get a notification from my mother, our mother, a counselor, announced that her daughter is coming home. I don't know what mother's planning. I don't know what she's been planning. I don't even know if she has a plan. She might just be doing this on the cuff of her collar, at the wind at her back. I have an inkling that she sees that this is no longer a life for any of us. And she battled with those demons that were unleashed when you left. She was a mess, sister. Even more so when Father died. She thought she was howling like she lost you. Not as in you just left, no, that you were gone from this mortal coil. And that ate up a lot of her will and her spirit. I don't know if you have any ill will or ill harbor towards her, but please trust me on this, that she cried for you profusely. And she might seem cold, but I feel like there's something within her that if you just push it out, she could be better. So while you're here, I would be careful in who you talk to and try not to fall into any rebellion's plot to free themselves. Because you saw the crowd.
Good. I was more wondering if that crowd was for my arrest.
I feel like if they would have arrested you, there was going to be riots in the city from different sides.
I can't help but feel baffled.
Bad for whom?
Not bad, baffled. Shocked.
Baffled. Why?
In a way, I'm inspiring the young to take hold of their future. And all I did was leave to explore the stars.
Do you remember what Dad has taught us?
Always.
About those words he used to say about how nothing would tie us down and that we create our own fate. I think you made a pivotal step in that direction when you left. God, I wish I could have left with you. After seeing what Mother went through, if I would have left, I don't know how far gone she would have went. But now to know that she is collaborating with you in some way, it's...
I don't even think I could say collaborating. More of, I may have forced her hand to think differently.
Well, whatever you're doing, I say keep it up. Maybe you can push her in the right direction. If not, I don't want to fight my own mother. I'm not that even skilled in combat. Not compared to you, at least. I could barely hold up a dagger to save her life.
I know. That's why I made sure you didn't get put in combat school for long.
Well, I mean, the past 3 years have changed, and as odd as it sounds, I did fall in love with a rogue, and he taught me some ways too, so I could handle myself in a situation or two, but none of the situations that you have told me about in your stories. I would have fainted.
Um, it is one of the things I'm glad you stayed here for.
Me too. She kind of like picks up her plate as she's now finished, and she goes around and picks up other people too who's finished as well. Well, enough about familial issues at the moment. Bayhorn, was it?
Yes.
I would like to get to know my sister's new friends, so how did you meet? Where did you come from?
Oh God, that's another long story.
It all started when I delivered something to her room while she was trying to revive Chakna.
And we'll sim the story time from there, and then about an hour and a half passes by as you guys are sitting around a table and some sofas with coffee or tea in your hand.
Wonderful storytelling.
And that's how I met your sister.
She kind of like rubs her temple a little bit. I see.
Yeah, I was a
Well,
librarian.
oh, okay. We'll get started with you then, Fukler. Go ahead, take it away.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Yeah,
do you want?
let's hear
you
it.
want-
I want to hear
you want-
this.
You want the full story of how I got dragged into being with all of these goobers?
Sure.
So I was attending Q intermission.
2 hours later.
Monty Python intermission music.
Yeah.
Insert here.
Insert here.
I was a librarian. And then we went to Bafford, more intermission music. And that's how we ended up here.
I see. Wow, you've really had an adventure then, I see then.
A little bit.
I blame Kieran.
And to think that you two are still so young. I mean, you, Bayhorn, you're not even 200. But you,
A little bit, yeah.
you're still a baby.
Ah, a little bit.
He's gonna live. He's gonna live longer than all of us combined. Don't let him know.
Yeah, no, until I find a way to make your ass immortal. I'm gonna do that.
You're making me immortal. We're gonna trickster the universe together, buddy.
I have a free wish. Hookler holds up his fucking...
Dude, make my katana have the same function as your hammer.
Dude, I don't want
Add
you to
it
have
on.
to look, I'm gonna do something to Bayhorn real quick. I'm gonna connect him to my hammer with message real quick.
Okay.
I want you to listen what's going on in here and curious if you want to have to deal with this for the rest of your life, because I have to, and then cue the message link.
As you cue the message link to your hammer, Bayhorn, all you hear is just a cacophony of yelling and screams of free us, use us, destroy us. And you just hear this nasty, like thousands of different voices just yelling at you.
It's all gone in an instant. I don't think you want the same powers my hammer has.
Eh.
No, you could just use your wish spell on him and make him immortal that way.
Yeah, but then I'd eventually
No.
die.
I want to be able to choose when I die, and by choose I mean stop killing and then die that way.
I wish Bayhorn would live as long as I do.
The second you die, I die.
I was going to say
Mm.
the next combat you die, and then all of a sudden Bayhorn just has a
Yeah,
heart
you
attack and he
you get
dies.
you get 2 downed people. Bayhorn's cursing you out. Be like, God damn it! I was doing
So
perfectly fine.
does that mean if I get revived, he also gets revived because I have a 1
Yes, yes.
I'm
That would
basically
actually
just your
work.
sidekick at that point.
Yeah, you're Batman and
Mm.
Robin. Except this Robin never leaves.
I
Only
leave when you
forever.
leave. I tap
Nah,
out when you tap out.
I don't want you to get super dementia. That sounds like hell. That's
Kate 6
that's
level shit.
yeah, no, that sounds like actually hell. So let's not let you get super dementia. Um but yeah, no, I'm gonna live for a long time, and I just recently found this, and he's gonna pull the book out about himself. You called me a champion earlier. Someone else unfortunately holds that position, but I am the only true paladin of Yatult.
That we know of.
No. He's the only paladin of Utopia.
Hey
There's
man,
a.
this book says I'm the only one, so
Mm-hmm.
That is quite amazing. You're the only champion of a god.
not champion. No,
Or
only living paladin. The champion is the dude currently sitting up in the managerial position up there guarding the River of Styx. What's his name? What's his name? It's been a few months since I've been in classes. Wouldn't I know his name? The champion
would.
of Yatult. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck.
You
I
want
have
to
it
figure it out yourself, or do you want me to tell you?
I'm
I
pretty
can
sure I
say it.
have it written down. Can you tell me it? I swear I had it written down, but I can't find it.
Axeldan.
Vaxeldan?
Yes.
Vaxeldan. That's it. Vaxeldan. Yep. Nope. Here it is. Right here. Currently the position is held by dear old Vaxeldan up sitting near the River of Styx. Q stole one of the Guardian's many hammers, and currently it is the thing that I use as a weapon mainly.
Mm-hmm.
So, you've met this indomitable Q.
Oh,
Who
they have.
You've told me about your stories.
Yep. Thank you.
So, let's figure this out then. So let's figure out this plan. The 4 of you, and I'm assuming you have others on your ship waiting for you,
Yeah.
are docked here for a few days. One, to get a box for him.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And what is your other plans here? Are you just waiting?
Fukler will strong side eye Bayhorn. Yeah. What are your other plans here?
Waiting, seeing you,
Yeah,
hoping you were here.
you know,
Kaisai then turns to look at Bayhorn.
Bayhorn casually whistles. Du, 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 du.
Throws pillow at him.
Dodges.
Throws hammer at him.
Dodges. Hey man, I can't pick that up anymore.
Well, is there anywhere? Here's the thing, sister. I love you and I respect you. If you need any assistance, I can try to get you through some sort of areas, even under the watchful eye of the councils.
No. No risking.
That's a lot of work. We wouldn't have you do that.
I don't want to risk anymore. Me leaving
Well,
the
it's like
first time with the help of Dugar to get out already did damage enough. Me 30 years ago did even more damage. And we might need the council's cooperation in the future.
so. Then you're just
I
you're just
am
lying low then.
lying low, biting my tongue.
All right. Fair enough.
God, I want to get that hand on this session, but it's not gonna happen. It's just not.
No,
We go
you're
back
not.
there tomorrow to get your damn
I
box. You
was
can do it then.
hoping. I was hoping.
Maybe it's not today.
No. She said the box would be done by tomorrow.
Yeah,
I can wait.
just keep going till tomorrow.
We can fast forward to tomorrow morning because I have an experiment to do that I also want to know.
Well, if you guys are laying low, then let me get the beds ready. And
I'll help.
she goes upstairs, and you follow with her. It's a new home. However, you go back into one of the rooms, and you notice it's your old room, furniture and all.
You guys kept my stuff.
It wasn't me. You can thank Mother for that.
Did you keep any of Father's things?
Of course she did, but she put them in our vault.
You finally moved them to the vault?
Took her a while.
100 years.
It seems like one traumatic event outweighed the other. But she kept her stuff. I told her it was okay for it to go in the vault, but she wanted it out. She said it was a reminder. A reminder of what? I do not know. Could have been
don't know.
pain, joy. But she wanted it, so. Let's get the room set up for your companions. They are okay sharing a room, right?
They'll be fine sharing.
Cool. You wanna bunk together?
I get the top bunk.
You bitch. Rock paper scissors right now.
You
No.
see as she looks over at the room, she kind of waves her hand, and you see like a great deal of magic kind of like forces through her hand as well. You see out teleports into the room is like this side by side bunk bed, like these two little twin beds that are side by side, and she places them in the middle of the room. She gets them all settled and ready up, and she kind of like leans outside the door. Boys, your bunks are ready.
Bayhorn sprinting to the top bunk.
They're side by side, so you don't have to worry about it.
Oh man.
Sister, I'm assuming you will take your old room.
Yeah.
Chakna looks over, and he just nods at your sister, and he just says, "Thank you for everything you've done today. I appreciate it. Anything for my sister?" No, go on. Everybody get to bed. You have important things to do tomorrow, yes?
Maybe.
Possibly.
Most likely.
If you need any midnight snacks, just open up any of the cupboards or use the replicator downstairs. Oh, and if you need a bath, downstairs and to the right, there's our bathing room. You can enjoy yourselves there.
I got
She
you.
kind
I
of-
got you.
She then snaps her fingers, and you see like the interior light starts to like dim very nicely, to the point where even if you were to fall asleep through this dim lighting, it wouldn't hurt your eyes as you're trying to fall asleep. Your sister looks over at you, past Taya, and Fabella just. Good night.
Good night.
I'll see you in the morning. And she turns and closes her door. As you all settle in for the night, in this new abode, this somewhat advanced city on a lunar moon, in a place of unfamiliarity but solace as you are now homed within Kayasaya's home, technically, with their sister in tow. Before the night fully finishes, is there anything else you guys like to do?
Do I have that inventory?
I want to stop time.
Do you want to stop time?
Actually,
All right.
how big is this area of stop time? Does it stop all time?
So time stop, right? You briefly stop the flow of time for everyone but yourself.
Everywhere. Everyone
No.
everywhere.
No time passes for other creatures.
Oh. Wow, this is kind of awesome.
So typically, no one can like get rid of this effect unless they have some sort of ability or item to do so. But that in itself is extremely rare.
Once per long rest and teleport twice per long rest. Is this either or is it both?
Both.
Alright, so I'm gonna.
Mm,
Mm.
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 I'm gonna cast time stop.
All right.
Alright.
So
I'm gonna be like, let's see if that lady was telling the truth.
as you cast time stop, you take this shard in your hand. This shard that is like pure white and light. It's not holy magic. It's just this pure magic that is like condensed within this shard. As you hold on to it, your mind starts like thinking about time slowing down into a stop. And as you hold on to that thought, you feel this sort of pulse of energy. Bayhorn, are you watching this?
I assume so.
Okay. As you see him activate this star shard, Bayhorn, you see him you see this arcane energy just pulsate around, and suddenly time stops. Fukler, roll
Yes.
me a d4.
Alright, so I get 6 seconds. I'm going to.
So
I
it's a
only get
d4
6
plus
seconds,
1.
right? It's
So you
D4
get 12
plus 1.
seconds.
So I get 12 seconds. Okay. So I'm going to take. I get 2 turns, right?
Yes.
I have 30 feet of walking speed, so that's 60 feet. Actually,
Yes.
no, I can. Actions are. Can I grab action? Take
So,
something from somebody?
How
gonna steal
time
out of my
stop
bag.
works. The spell ends if one of the actions you use during this period or any effects that you create during this period affects a creature other than you or an object being worn or carried by someone other than you. So
Okay.
you can go around, you can move stuff, you can pick stuff up that's not being carried. You can't necessarily like stop it and then like hit a creature and cause them damage, but you can use the spell to like situate damage. Like if you decide to time stop and then cast a spell in your time stop, you're not affecting a creature because the spell's being held in place by time stop.
Is this like kind of extra actions in a weird way?
In a weird way, yes, in a very weird way.
Oh my god, this is much more powerful than I realized.
It's as powerful as you can make it.
I'm going to utilize the shit out of this. I hope you know.
It could either be lackluster or very, very powerful.
Oh no, I plan on like I'm gonna do chromatic orb and then end the time, and then after chromatic orb, I'm just gonna smite stack the shit out of it.
You could.
Oh my god, oh my god. And if I roll a 4, I get like 3 extra turns. That's awesome. Okay, I can't take anything off of anybody?
No, you cannot.
Oh, really? I was gonna take Bayhorn's sword and put it in the other room.
Fucking knew it.
So it's further than 10 feet away from him, so he's
it's
blind.
being mortar carried, so it doesn't work.
Oh man.
Also, the spell will end if you move to a place more than 1,000 feet away from the location.
So I'm more than 1,000.
I don't know how you
feet
do
away.
that.
Teleport.
I have the teleport.
Wait a second.
What? Nah, you gotta tell me now.
No, nothing. No, it doesn't work. I ran the simulation in my head. Doesn't work.
No, what were you thinking? What were
he
you
was
thinking?
thinking about time
I'll text
stopping
you.
himself, and then he would run away somewhere.
No, I'll text you it.
All right.
Right.
Anyways, what are you gonna do
Um,
with your time stop?
I'm gonna put my hammer on top of Bayhorn's chest.
Good God. Okay. All right. So you briefly put your hammer on his chest as he's laying down. He's watching you at this point.
hmm And I'm gonna move to the other side of the room.
Okay. And do you use your remainder seconds just to let it happen?
Yes.
All right. Bayhorn, immediately in a split second, you see him activate. You see this magical pulse. Suddenly, he's gone. He's on the other side of the room, and you feel this heavy weight on your chest. You are now starting to suffocate because the hammer is now piling on your chest, and you're unable to move it.
Yeah. And last ditch effort, Bayhorn weakly tosses his lightning serpent out and teleports to it, so the
You-
hammer lands on where I was, and I land on the floor.
You teleport, and like Thor's hammer, it like breaks into the bed frame.
Surely not, right? It's just that I
Oh!
don't think it should do that. It's just we can't pick it up.
It's heavy though. It's extremely
okay.
heavy.
Okay, I'm gonna pick the hammer up and put it on the ground gingerly.
As you put it on the ground
Bayhorn's-
gingerly, it doesn't break the floor.
Bayhorn's hacking up. Is it damaged enough to where it cracked a rib?
You felt your ribs pop, but they're not cracked. If they were on your chest for like a little bit longer, then you would have started having cracked ribs.
All right, Bayhorn's gonna start hacking, coughing. He's gonna fucking smack the shit out of Vukli, be like, "You fucking asshole!"
Are you gonna actually unarmed strike me?
I missed.
Slap him.
Hey man.
As a
I
side
hate
note,
to-
as
I
a
hate to
side
inform
note,
you, my AC is 21.
You don't have
Um,
your shield out.
Oh shit, my AC is 18.
either way, it doesn't hate. As a side note, as a chronomancer, would I know that time was stopped?
Roll me an Arcana check.
I would. I'm a chronomance sorcerer.
I mean, you know because you cost it.
32.
Yeah, you feel like that millisecond of time is just not linking up anymore.
You got the Jotaro
Yeah.
looking at me type thing. Like
Yeah.
Dio stop time, but your eyes are still following me if I was
Yeah.
there type thing. But does she hear the bed frame break from the other room?
Kaiosai, roll perception check.
Nope.
Nope.
Thank God.
Funny enough, even Fabella doesn't hear it either, so.
Oh, I'll roll for Jackman. I'll roll for Jackman because now Kaisai is like, they just stop fucking time. Nope, you
So
don't know
efficient.
either. He got to say.
Nobody
You guys
hears
really
the
are
bed.
married. Alright, good. I'm
Um,
gonna try and I'm going to look at Bayhorn and I'm gonna be like, I'll give you 10 gold if you help me fix this bed frame real quick. I know you are really good at making things. Please help me.
So let me get this straight, you fuckhead. You almost cracked my rib cage in, and now you expect me to help fix the bed that you broke?
If you would have tapped out on my hammer, I would have picked it up. That was to see what
Motherfucker,
would
you were on
happen.
the other side of the room. Don't
but
try and lie to me. I'm a rogue. I specialize in lying.
I'm not lying to you. I would have run over and picked it up. But I would. Did you
Adrian,
see me
do I-
teleport from one side of the room?
Yes, I did. You time
Yeah.
wizard.
I fucking hate chronomance.
Did would I know if he would have actually had enough time had I
I would have.
immediately started tapping out?
Yeah, he would have had time.
You bastard! You just didn't ask because you were too proud.
No, I panicked because I was getting suffocated.
Oh
Yeah,
well,
would've had
yeah.
time.
No, that too.
Yeah. But anyways.
Anyway, all right, let's fix the bed. I feel bad about breaking it.
You
I
spent
do
about
too.
30 minutes fixing it. You repair it to a suitable amount. It's not gonna break if you lay on it anymore.
Alright,
That's
good.
All right. Anyway,
Hmm.
I'm gonna just suddenly recall what the. Hang on, I have her name somewhere. Hang on,
What's her name?
hang on,
What's her name,
hang
Baylor?
on,
Come on,
hang
give me
on.
it. Give me it. I hope you're paying attention.
Honora Viralis,
Yeah.
the artificer.
Yeah.
One second. I'm gonna do it as she advised. I'm gonna take off my cloak, but before I do that, I'm going to insight it. That's an automatic 17.
Okay. And what
I
are you
rolled
gonna
a
try to
4. I
insight?
did not like that. I'm going to see if it's parasitic, if it's currently like sapping my life force or sustaining itself off of like residual life force of mine.
With an 11 or 17 because
A
of your
17.
proficiency?
Yeah, because of my reliable talent.
Is your cloak off of you?
I just before I take it off, I make this check.
Yeah, you feel like with a 17, you really don't want to take this off.
Why?
You're not too sure. You just feel like you don't want to take it off.
Is it me myself not wanting to take it off, or is it the cloak influencing my thoughts that I don't want to take it off?
You yourself, Bayhorn, you feel like you really don't want to take this off.
It's
All right,
cursed.
Bayhorn's gonna look at Fugler dead serious and be like, Fugler, I'm taking off the cloak. You need to watch me tonight. I think I'm gonna die.
Taking off the cloak.
Yes. Leave it within like
You might
this
want to
room.
talk to Rowan before it like goes insane on you, because I'm pretty sure it might have some things to say to you.
All right, well, I'm still gonna take it off, but I will talk to him beforehand. Leave it in the room. Try to keep me alive. I have a feeling I will almost die.
Maybe.
Alright, Bayhorn.
I will now attempt to commune with Rowan.
You feel a mental leak happen with Rowan. What do you say?
Hey, Rowan, buddy. You there?
Yeah.
All right. You gotta be honest with me. All right. Are you currently taking the residual or more life force from me to sustain yourself?
Of course not. Why would you even say that?
Are you lying to me?
We're a team.
23. Is he lying to me?
Roll me a charisma saving throw.
Natural 20. Fuck off.
You feel this like creepy tendril like energy is like starting to tickle the back of your mind as he's like attempting to force you to keep him on.
Rowan, stop it.
We're a team.
We are a team. I didn't say we weren't.
Then put me on.
Okay.
You need me.
First of all, you are currently still on. I'm talking to you. That's how we're talking. Second of all, not cool. How about this, Ron? How about this? There is a cloak that I want to go buy. I don't know how you work because you are unique. But would you be able to absorb qualities and abilities of other magical items? Say the other cloak. And be able to use it as if it was your own. Because that'd be kind of convenient.
I could. I can do that. Just keep me on. Don't let me go.
All right. Can I use my 23 to sense if he's saying this out of desperation, like he's
You have
been
to roll me
abandoned
another one.
before? Okay.
What if you cut your hand and put blood on him?
Natural 20.
What the fuck?
He is sounding like he is in desperation.
Does it sound like he's been abandoned before and he's just scared that it's gonna happen again? Or is
sounds
he
that way.
scared? It sounds like that?
Yeah.
Alright. Bayhorn is going to breathe a heavy sigh and say, Rowan, I'm not gonna abandon you, buddy. We're in it together. We've been in it together for months. But I think it's time you tell me a little bit about yourself. You know a lot about me. You've been with me since the beginning. I don't know a lot about you. I know you come from the hide of a silver dragon, but I just found you in a random box. No more of this. No more of these shenanigans of you two. I want the plain, honest truth. If we're friends, we gotta have communication.
You don't hear. You don't hear much from him at the current moment. You feel like he's currently, how do I say, conflicting his next choices.
Oh, he's pondering on his next action.
He is.
Alright, Bayhorn,
Hmm.
if he starts being a little too cuckoo, say pina colada, and I have a certain spell that'll probably help you.
Is it protection from good and evil?
Maybe.
Maybe. I'm glad
You
we're on the
see
same
him-
page.
You don't see him, you feel him like he's stretching, like when a person is stretching when they wake up from sleep.
Give him blood. Curious what happens.
You don't see this initially, however, Fukler, are you watching this happen right now?
Yes, I'm sitting there watching him. I'm like mentally getting ready for bed, but he told me to wait and keep an eye on him, and so I'm doing exactly that.
You see that as Bayhorn is feeling this odd stretching coming from Rowan, you see, Fukler, on your end, as the cape behind him is now being outstretched and touching the ground in like this odd, weird, like cobweb gray filament type of resemblance. And you see, as you're like looking in, roll me a perception check because your passive is too low.
Is it like sucking the light and the color out of the air around it?
It is not.
That'd be cool. I know it kind of does that.
15.
It's like if there's hundreds, thousands, millions of like these identical cells that are clustered together as they are constantly moving that are shaping this cloak for him.
God, I befriended a goddamn symbiote.
You see this living web is like moving. It looks like a flowing mass.
Hmm.
Roll me a survival check.
Me?
Yes.
Survive. Ooh. It's a
Oh wait,
bad roll.
for future reference, I get a plus something to my saves because Fukler's right next to me, right?
Yeah, you have a +3, yes.
Okay, cool. So I had a 23 to
your-
that charisma save.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
had
yeah.
13 on survival.
13.
Yeah, I only
You
have a
do not
+1.
do not know what this is. You have never seen or heard anything of what this could be.
That checks. That checks.
It looks almost alien in nature.
So it looks almost alien in nature.
Yes. Like the back of your mind is screaming at you like this is not right. Like this should not exist.
And yet it does.
And yet it does.
Should I be concerned for Bayhorn's well-being right now?
That's up to you.
Does he look in pain?
Bayhorn doesn't. He looks calm. Rowan speaks to you.
To me?
Bayhorn.
Oh, I was gonna
To
say,
Bayhorn.
I'm concerned.
And as he's speaking to you, Bayhorn, Fukler, you see the cape on the back of his neck. You see this one little tendril is connected to the back of his neck. I were considered a dulip, otherwise known as a living web.
Hold on. Let me get something out to write with. You spelled that one word with Duleep?
Duleeps.
Duleeps?
Duleeps.
Okay.
We're known as also living webs. There are very few and far between our kind. We are nomadic. We do not have a place we call home. We ingested plants, garum, anything we are able to latch on and kill. Anything we digest is transformed into energy. We latched onto a silver dragon when we landed onto a planet. We lived on that dragon's hide for years, until it was slain. As soon as it was slain, it was its hide that was used to make cloaks and capes for the neighboring populations. And I was the, how you say, culmination of living matter and craftsmanship. We grew onto that hide and onto this cloak, and we had similar relationships with one another. A dwarven man. It's been so long. Gorofor was his name. He's most likely long dead and gone. He was old when he put us into a box, along with his amulet. And we were left there safekeeping, and we were hoping one day we would be let out, but who knows how long we were there. Until we saw the light, and we saw your young face there, and you put us on. We helped each other, you know. The things you killed, we nourished on. During combat, you weren't able to see due to the sporadic nature. Little bits of our webbing fell off our cloak, fell off of me, and latched onto the creatures that you were fighting. And when they were slain, we took some of that nourishment and we brought it back to ourselves. And
And we relished those memories in combats.
So
So please, do not abandon us.
Bayhorn will. He will think for just a moment before saying, "That is one hell of a story. I'm very happy you told me. I will not abandon you, as I'm not sure if you heard because of that damn collar, but when that shopkeeper, what was her name again? Honora, when she requested, or when she gave the offer of you for that new cloak, I basically outright told her no, because you held too much value to me. Even if that cloak is somehow better, you have been with me through thick and thin. It felt wrong to give you up just for some fancy new cloth.
Lad. I am glad.
Something to note though, Rowan. You've been doing a good job about it since I never really felt weak, but please don't drain my life force unless it's absolutely necessary. And if it is necessary, please tell me in advance.
I will. Is it okay if I use some of your life force today? It is necessary.
Yeah, we haven't really gotten in any fights, huh?
Not any I was able to latch onto.
That is
The
fine
last
then.
one, that red dragonborn, tasted of ash.
Yeah, I think he was a dead man standing, so I guess you couldn't really get much from him, huh? As long as you leave me at full strength for the next day, you can take whatever you need.
Of course.
As
And
for the previous request, are you able to absorb the qualities, the abilities, and such of that other cloak that we looked at and make it your own for us to use?
try. I've never absorbed any other items. But
Well, let's give it a shot. If you can't, and if you can help it, try not to damage it, because who knows? Maybe I could extract it and somehow manage to feed that to you in small bits. Because there's a nice spell on there that would help us in very bad times.
all right.
All right,
Fugler, as you're watching him have this conversation, you notice that the webbing starts to like almost coalesce into one full cloak once again.
Like it's going back to normal and it's not freaking out anymore.
Yes.
Alright.
all right, buddy. Well, we'll go get that new cloak tomorrow and we can try it out. But for now,
You should try and see.
I'll let you get some
should try and
food and I'll get
convince
some
it.
sleep.
You should try and convince it to absorb the other cloak.
No, yeah, that's what I asked what to do.
Yeah. What did he say? I
He
didn't
said
hear
he'll
you.
try, but he doesn't know if he can do it or not because he's never tried to absorb magic items or anything like that before.
Well, let's see what happens. You only live once, right?
Yeah, no, I said I was gonna buy it anyway, and if it doesn't work, if he can leave it undamaged, I would just try and take out those qualities and feed it to him separately.
Yeah, I agree.
But damn, that's a hell of a story. What did Rowan say to my previous? Adrian?
I'm sorry, what was that?
So what did Rowan say in response to my offer of rest and to try that thing tomorrow?
He agreed.
Alright, cool. Then with that, I will end the communion and return back to the waking world.
Okay. Is there anything else anybody wishes to do? Kai, Saya, would you like to do anything?
Yeah.
What would you like to do?
Hold on, I'm reloading my page. Did you add the item to me? No.
I can add it right now.
Please.
You wish to attune to the crown?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the crown of the cosmos, I did make it as an item. However, it was a little finicky when I was trying to test it to like add over modifiers. So if you do add it as an attunement item, it won't change your stats. You're just gonna have to go and click on your separate stats and click on override score and add 2 to your override score.
Mm-hmm.
Or other modifiers, sorry, not override score.
Yes.
So it's in your inventory now.
Oh, that
Yay!
reminds me. Adrian, did you ever add the conch to my inventory? Because I don't know if I can do that or not.
The magic conch shell.
Yeah, the Shell of the Wanderer's Call.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't find it in the inventory thing.
I was unable to add it as like a D&D item. I tried to find a version of it, but don't worry about it. Just let me know when you want to use it and it's something special, okay?
Okay. Well, I just need to remember to attune to it too, right? You said it was an attunement.
It is not attunement.
Oh, it's not? Oh, I thought it was. Oh, hell yeah.
It is not attunement.
Okay, I must Oh boy. So that means you don't need my book then, Kaisa. You already have your fancy
No, I
plus
want
2.
it.
No. You don't need it. You have plus 2 now.
Only with the item, but I would have to go back and forth between it and some other things. But with your book I can hit 24.
Oh no.
You don't understand.
I'd hate for the captain to go power hungry and you have to fight her.
Just remember.
Can you imagine if you go above 24, you start having like dark,
No.
like dirge flashbacks?
Remember, if you guys fight mind flayers, she's the first target because she's the smartest.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. I'm not giving you the intelligence book.
It is true.
I mean,
I
I
still
have-
want it.
I have
Y'all
a
need to
15 of
watch.
intelligence.
Y'all need to watch the D&D movie.
Ah, fuck. I don't wanna.
I'm
No,
gonna give
It's
it to
good.
myself so I
It's
beat
really
you.
good.
Dude, it's actually really good.
You know, I
Okay.
tried watching it like a few months ago. For some reason, I couldn't get past the beginning.
Really?
Yeah,
You missing
I'll
out
have
on
to
the
try it
shit.
again whenever I have the time.
Yeah. Shelby and I loved it. Oh, we also
No, no.
we went with Jess, didn't we? Huh, Shelby?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I remember Michael couldn't make it, which is sad.
Song of the Void I did not take with me. I need to remember that.
You did not take Song of the Void.
Yeah, we put that back. I should have taken it
Oh.
with me to give it to give it as forbidden knowledge.
You could have.
Damn it.
So, as you guys settle in for the night, as you guys are now in a new abode, in a new area, wondering what is up next, what dangers and what revelations might pop up for the next few days that you're hearing. But that's not where our story ends today. Because as soon as all of you guys wake up, Fugler, you feel a message in your head saying, Dragonborn, Sonora, your box is ready. Do you need me to deliver it to your ship outside, or are you gonna come pick it up?
Pick it up. I have to go there too.
I'll pick it up real quick, real fast. Is that okay?
Sure, that's fine.
Awesome. Okay. Fugler is going to immediately get up. No breakfast today. I'm skipping it because I need to go to the shop.
You see, Philbella is already downstairs, like cooking up breakfast for everybody, and she notices you coming down the stairs. She's like, "Oh, good morning, Fugler. Where
Morning.
are you
Did you
going?"
wake me up?
Yes, I know. I was like, Bayhorn, get up. We need to go to the shop.
I imagine like a 6 foot tall dragonborn aggressively shaking me awake.
It's kind of terrifying.
Wake up, Bayhorn.
If you don't get up, I'm putting the hammer back on you.
Wake up! I'm gonna put the hammer on your foot if you don't.
Baron's like, okay, I'm up.
We have
That's how
somewhere to
you hear
be.
this, like, you hear this racket coming outside of your bedroom. You've been awake for a few hours, and you already know your sister's already already making breakfast. But you hear like these thumping of these stairs, like children running down the stairwell.
Oh no. At this point in time, she would have been up drinking her first cup of coffee in the morning, chatting with her sister,
Yeah.
sitting at the table.
Did I
As you
ever
guys-
tell Tukler about the communion?
No.
I know we kind of just
No.
like ended it there. I was gonna tell him about it before we all went to bed.
Okay, I would say you tell them about it then.
Alright, he knows that the cloak is friendly then, I guess, to an extent.
Yeah.
Alright, cool. Oh, I gotta fucking... fuck.
As you guys get yourselves up and ready and dressed, as you guys are gonna get ready, are you guys gonna put on your cloaks and everything?
I guess.
Yeah, no, I put all my shit on.
Fabella looks over at you, Kaisai, and look at them. Can you finish breakfast? They need me at least to be out with them.
Okay.
Oh wait, we
Unless
can't
you
just
wanna-
go out on our own? Is that
No.
or is that gonna get us killed?
It
Yeah.
won't get you killed. It will get you in trouble.
That's kind of lame. Sorry for the inconvenience.
It's fine. Here, sister. I'll be right back. I'll be with them, and we'll come back momentarily.
Okay. Please don't do anything stupid.
No promises. Bye.
As you guys
Debatable.
make your way out with your collars and cloaks and all, you look at the sheer mess of the garden.
Uh-oh.
As you see, like, tufts of fur, feathers, other
Ah.
things that are misplaced, like, because of this small little golem.
Hummingbird feathers?
There's like 2 more hummingbird feathers you can see.
I'm gonna snatch him real fast.
Fugler is going to put his head back inside and say, hey, you might want to tell the golem to not kill woodland critters from now on.
I'll let him know. Anyways,
Uh,
let's continue. I'll tell him when we get back.
Yeah.
So, Fugler, why are we running out so early in the morning?
The box is done.
Oh, that box?
Yes.
Why are
And
you so
also
giddy
Bayhorn
about it?
apparently. No, I'm not giddy about it. I've just been wanting to get this over with for days. Look,
He needs to cut his hand off for this to work.
What?
why would you tell? Look, I'm going to be honest. The item I have tried to possess your sister.
What?
We'll tell you about it when we get back home.
Yes.
It'll all be explained. We'll tell you about it.
All
But
right.
we should get this done first.
Yes.
As you guys
yes.
continue on your way over to Anora's little shopette in the Celestial Exchange, you notice that she's currently sitting there with the box already on one of the tables, as she is currently taking inventory from last night, and she's adding some new stuff and taking out old stuff. You guys make your way and you rush over to her excitedly, like children. And she kind of looks at you guys and like, oh, Welcome, friends. I'm assuming you're here for the box.
Yes, actually.
Well, it's here. I modified it for you. It's a bit bigger, so it should fit at least the forearm. I don't know why, but
Wonderful.
it's there now.
Like I told you, I'm having a surgery done soon, so I'd like to preserve the arm that I have. Hopefully, it should be temporary for formal reasons. Best put.
Well, good luck on your surgery then.
Thank you. I hope I do well, and I
I,
hope you keep in business ever since we had a little trade yesterday.
we
Uh,
did.
hope that trade profits you well.
I hope so too.
Uh, this is Honora Villaris, right?
Yes.
Well, Honora, I am extremely grateful, and my friend Bayhorn also has something he wants of you.
Oh, another exchange.
Yeah,
Bayhorn?
so remember that experiment that you asked me to do for you?
Yes, about your cloak.
Alright, this is gonna you're more than welcome to say no, because I also want to buy that one cloak. Um, would you accept the results of this as partial payment in addition to the other stuff that I probably have prepared?
Well,
The results are probably not what you want slash expect either.
then I wouldn't accept it as payment.
Alright, well I'll tell you anyway because you want to know. Um, I didn't take it off. I actually just talked to it, and now I know what it is.
You talk to
So
it.
this brings me to my follow-up question. Have you ever heard of a creature called a living web?
I've heard of their sister.
Sister? Come again?
Yes. They're the living web. Um, are very rare species. Very rare, nomadic. Never stayed anywhere at any one place unless they found somewhere they extremely like. They're called living webs. Their sister, as some people in the scholarly field would call it, they're called memory webs. Same sort of concept. They're nomadic, do not make any primary layers. However, um, it compressed itself into a small sphere, and once it was close enough, they would unwrap and launch themselves towards prey. Um, they were as big as 6 meters in diameter, as tall as 55 meters vertically. They were very huge webs creatures. It wrapped around itself on a target and began constricting them. Um, Once the target suffocated within its webbing, it absorbed the memories. And all the memories absorbed released in a burst. And any creature within 60 or so meters experienced those memories. Those were the memory webs, those were its sisters. The brother, the living webs, are far more rare due to the fact that they were constantly on the move and they were constantly destroyed in the ethereal and the astral sea itself.
Interesting.
These living webs would attach themselves onto any creature and just siphoned energy, plants, mostly dead creatures that they would find. Um, but to know that it is on a cloak and that it's on you, I would be very careful.
Um, Bayhorn's gonna like kind of look over his shoulder, like at his shoulder, kind of, and say, "Rowan, you wanna show her a little bit?" And he'll extend a hand, like palm, like almost as like a high five, palm out, fingers spread wide, and see if Rowan will humor him and her.
As you spread your fingers wide, you see on the back of your forearm where it's not been like she's unable to see it. You see like a spread of webbing starts to like crawl up your arm, and it starts to like the web starts to take over the open parts of your fingers, almost like a fish's fin would like take over, but it's full of black web. She kind of like looks taken aback, like she kind of like sits up a bit and she kind of like has like a defensive position and she just looks at it.
Don't worry. It's not gonna hurt you. I'm just, I'm showing you.
I This is interesting.
And then Bayhorn
Oh,
will quickly like let Rowan kind of go back to its invisible form, because he's still very, very wary about the people watching over him and his
you
crew.
see that the web starts to quickly shuffle back into the cloak. I've never heard of a creature such as this. This is alien, aberration in nature. This is something that is not meant to be on any material plane.
Bayhorn will shrug and say, "Well, he told me his story, and we've come to an understanding.
Hmm.
We're buddies. We'll stick together." Um,
I wonder why you and it have gotten so uh, well along.
Maybe it's because it it likes my profession. My job is, well, to kill, discreetly or otherwise, and I think the
Maybe.
reason why Rowan's been able to survive for this long with me without me ever noticing is because he would absorb the things that I killed,
Maybe.
using that as his energy. Though recently, since I've not had anything for it to feed on, he's had to feed on a little bit of my life force. But I have outlined a rule. If he is to do that, he is to let me know and leave me at full strength for the coming day.
Oh, wonderful.
It's a very interesting revelation to have, knowing your cloak is some rare nomadic creature that could kill you at any time. But such is the life of a rogue.
Such is the life. Well, all right.
Um,
Is that all you wanted to let me know, or is there any exchange you wish to do?
well, that cloak that I was looking at, I had asked Rowan to name the cloak. I figured it was fitting if it's alive. Why not? I asked Rowan if he would be able to take in some of the abilities and traits that you bestowed upon that cloak. So I was hoping to buy it and try that out.
Well, as far as I would be slightly insulted that you would take a creation of mine and you would just have it be consumed by a creature, in one way it is insulting, but in another way it is intriguing. You have to share me the results as soon as you're finished.
Well, if you have somewhere private where I can conduct this in peace, I'd be more than happy to let you watch.
You can do so at my abode. I have my
Damn.
personal forge area there, if you'd like.
Bayhorn in his mind, forge, 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 forge.
However, that'll be set for a different time. What would you have to exchange for it? It is extremely powerful cloak.
All right. Let's see. Knowledge and other magical items is the currency. Gold, not so
Not
much.
gold, not so much. Knowledge, magical items, tomes, materials of any kind.
Tell me this. I have been curious. What what does Quadritum place as a value on the Chaos Phage venom?
It's rare. We have a few vials down below in the Twilight Gardens.
Does that hold any value in trading?
Not for me, for others, most likely. You see a little bit alone of commerce. Let me give you a 101. Here on Quadratum, especially since you are outsiders, but we are friends, especially due to the secrets that we've kept with each other already. And of course, your cap. certain individuals hold values to certain items and things highly likely than others. You might find somebody on this rock of ours. They might find gold the best thing you can trade. However, somebody like myself, as an artificer, materials, knowledge, I have no need for combat or defensive items. Tomes. Oh, yes, I very much like tomes. However, that doesn't mean I hide them high in value. If you were to go down to the many libraries down below and you were to trade a tome for a tome, that might be of greater value than trading a tome for a cloak to me. You understand?
Yes. So, in essentially what you're trying to say, know who you're trading with.
Exactly.
Know their priorities.
And if you can sweet talk them and you can butter up what you're selling to the right individual, as much as intelligence, knowledge, secrets are very valuable here. You know what also has great value? A silver tongue.
Hmm. Very wise lesson. I appreciate the knowledge. Uh, well, in terms of that, I don't know if you'd find it useful because outside of D&D, Adrian, she had the better version of the headband of intellect.
Yes, she did.
Okay. I assume even in my extremely limited knowledge of being a forged as an artificer, no clue how it was made, no clue if the headband of intellect would be needed to make it or make it easier to make one.
Mm-hmm.
No?
You have no
Okay,
idea.
cool. Awesome. All right. But I could surmise you could use it as material.
Actually.
Okay. Well, let's think. Knowledge. Have you ever heard of a mind flayer?
I've heard of them, yes.
Have you ever heard of a vampiric mind flayer?
I've heard of rumors that vampires can afflict mind flayers with their vampiric blessings. Why?
Well, in my mind, I possess a memory that I went through. I fought a mind flayer bestowed with vampiric qualities, and funny enough, it was controlling a silver dragon. A dead one at that. It was able to reanimate an entire dragon.
Really?
Could I use that memory if you possibly had a way to record it onto a crystal as part of the payment?
Remember the lesson I just taught you? I'm not a biologist. I'm an artificer.
That's
You can
true.
take that information to somebody else on in the capital here, but they might have more use for that than I.
That's fair. Okay. All right.
Do you
As
have
an
a potion of
artificer,
reverse aging?
prefer. Why would you? What? That's an
Do you have
alchemist question, isn't it?
Let me work magic.
Vogler is gently caressing Bayhorn's top of his head. Do you have a potion of reverse aging? Because I had just happened to come across one recently on Aerosire of all places.
Really nice.
While its effects may
Potion?
be temporary, it is technically water with affected magics on it. Some magics you might be able to apply to, oh, I don't know, some items within your shops. If it's any consolation, I want to be able to help my friend here procure the cloak he has, and Fukler will take out one of the 6 vials of reverse aging he has,
Okay.
and he'll hand it to her. He'll let her do, like, identify or whatever she needs to do
Is
to
the
see if it's
water even
legit.
still magical?
Yes, it should be.
It is. You can still see it glowing with magic.
Okay.
She overlooks it, and she starts to tilt her head as she continues to inspect it. This is very interesting water. I could definitely use this as a material in some of my creations. However, the question is, will it retain its essence when I mix it with other materials? Will it change those materials back to their pre-form? It's a very interesting experiment. Do you have anything else to add to the pile? This is the only thing you've given me.
I can give you 2 or 3 more if you want to have
Hang
more
on.
samples.
Adrian,
Yes?
how much slad leather do I need in my estimate now that I've forged for a while to be able to integrate it into my armor? Because that is still something I wanted to do. I have
Quite a
15
lot.
pounds of it.
You would probably have to integrate. You would have to rip out your old leather in your armor and put in the new one. Probably like 10 pounds.
So I've got 5 pounds to work with.
Yes.
That is if I don't fuck it up.
Yes, that is if you don't fuck it up.
Yep,
So I'm gonna need somebody with silvery barbs in case I roll on that one.
got your ass.
Yeah, thanks, man. All right. You know what? This is probably the only person on this rock that I trust with this because we've shared illegal secrets.
I mean, slad leather
No.
definitely.
No.
An artificer
No.
would totally take it.
That's not the only thing. All right. I'm gonna look at her and say, "Have you ever worked with slad leather before? I'm pretty sure you could use that in some of your items."
I've dealt with slad leather in the past. I don't have any on hand at the moment. Very tough material to come by, and even tougher to work with.
Well, I've got 5 pounds of it to offer up, and because we're friends, and you've shared some less than legal things with us, I want to share a secret item that we have that I've been tinkering with that I don't know if you've ever heard of. And
Fukler's gonna
Bayhorn,
quickly turn his head towards the door.
If
Bayhorn,
you can see, if you can feel or insinuate a mask like having an eyebrow raised, this is what's happening right now.
Bayhorn's gonna look around. He rolls okay, that bumps up to a 21. Does he notice anybody at the windows or doors?
In a quick flash, you do see a little bit of red. So it's like past the corner.
Oh boy, they're still spotting us. Whatever. Bayhorn will reach into his bag of holding and fish out what he feels to be 10 pounds, like a 10-pound chunk, of sable thermore. With that and the 5 pounds of slad leather, he will place it on the counter.
Where did you get this material?
We found this metal deep in the depths of the fire plane. I'm pretty sure, right?
Not
It wasn't the fire plane.
no.
It was
the Jinn City on
The Jinn City
Aerosire.
that was underwater.
Sultanate of Maritopia?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we found
We
it.
had a little visit, quote unquote, to the Sultanate of Maritopia a while back, and my friend and I here happened to procure a large quantity of sable theorem.
You know,
as we are friends. I heard of a rumor that there was one of our operatives there, and they were sending back reports about this material that were being mined up from the ground. And to see it brought to me, very convincing, Bayhorn. Now you're starting to speak my commerce language.
Alright.
You see, now we've entered in the next phase. You've brought something forward that I would like. The cloak itself is extremely powerful, man, as well as the other items that I've given you so far. Now, the other items I've given you so far, I might have been a little bit lenient, but now that you're learning the ways, I'm going to be a little bit tougher on you.
God damn it.
20 pounds of sable therum, the slad leather, the water vial, and for good measure, because I am going on a routine mission down to the planet's surface, I would need 2,000 gold pieces.
God damn. Okay, I can give you 150 if you need me to chip in, Bayhorn.
That's just short, I'm pretty sure. Hang on.
I can actually give you 224
No,
because that's all of it.
Hang on. Why, if you don't mind me asking, what would you need such a large sum of gold for going to a routine expedition to the surface?
Oh shit. Homie speaking facts.
Let's just say I have a personal relationship with something down below.
I'll tell you what.
Oh, somebody got a human crush. Oh my gosh. Oh.
I will admit,
And
we are a tad tight on gold right now, so I'll make a counter offer.
I'll give you another
You
vial of
asked-
water.
You asked for, what was it? 20 pounds of sable therum, the 5 pounds of slad leather, the vial, and 2,000 gold. What if I offered you 40 pounds of sable therum and 500 gold, the slad leather, and Bayhorn will glance at Fukler, an additional vial of the water.
40 pounds of sable therum is much more than just 2,000 gold extra. No offense, Bayhorn,
You're cooking it a little bit over here. 30 pounds is more than enough.
30 pounds and everything you've just said should tie us up even, shouldn't it? 30 pounds and 500 gold?
Well, admittedly, I'm also eyeing that ring, but I don't think it's going to be enough to buy that ring.
Okay, that's why you're throwing in the extra sable therum.
I can live with the 30 pounds of sable therum.
With the ring thrown on top or not?
No, the ring is
I figured.
also very graceful. The 2,000 gold pieces, 30 pounds of sable therum, the slad leather, and the water vial. Then you have a deal.
I was willing to put in more sable therum in replacement for that gold, or at least a portion of it.
Yeah, didn't she ask for like?
Yeah, she asked for 2,000 to begin with. I counter offered with 500 and then more
yeah, no.
sable therum.
She asked for 20 pounds of sable therum at the beginning.
I would prefer the gold, but I guess I could
bit
procure
tight.
gold. Understood. Why not? I like you. We're friends. Call this a discount. I'll take the 40 pounds, 500 gold, slad leather, and the water. And she hands out her gloved hand. Before she takes off her glove, you notice that her skin is like pristine. It's like a pristine, like
caramel brown with like little bits of starlight flowing through it, almost akin to Kaisai's, but Kaisai's skin is more white in nature.
Fair
She's asking
hand.
for a handshake.
And then
Yes.
Fukler will reach his hand out for a handshake. And
She gives you a handshake, Fukler.
because we're friends, I'm gonna throw in an extra vial of water for good measure. I really want someone to figure out the secret of it. So if
And
you
I figure
do,
it out.
let me know, because I know where you can find much, much more of it.
Well, it seems like we've taken this relationship to the next level then, Fukler. And you, Bayhorn. Not only are we just simple commerce partners, seems like we are now officially business friends. I'll let you know if I figure anything out about that water, but please do message me or let me know anything about that cape of yours.
Of
Mm.
course.
And she goes and
Understood.
shakes your hand, Bayhorn.
I will shake her hand.
Wonderful.
I'm gonna throw in.
Here is your brand new cloak, Bayhorn.
100 gold minus. So you only have to pay 400 Bayhorn,
Oh, okay. I appreciate it.
because I'm gonna throw in 100 gold for you.
So you have now in your possession the Star Weaver cloak.
She's gonna cook something up evil with all that stuff. I know she is.
Dude, you gave her a lot of things. You gave her
Yeah,
a
no,
lot of stuff.
It's an artificer's
She-
wet dream, bro. I swear to
No,
God.
actually, she's gonna cook something vile up with all that stuff. Like, it's gonna be some sort of armor set with regenerative properties and absorption properties based on what we gave her. Like, because the water is regenerative, and the Sable Theorem and Slad Leather can absorb stuff. So she's gonna build some fucking evil piece of equipment, man.
The Sable Theorem's also lighter.
Exactly.
That's why my
That's what
mithril
I'm-
half plate is better.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, she's gonna cook something vile up, G. Like, you can see it, because the Slad Leather, like I told you, has immunities to certain what's it called?
Lightning mostly.
Yeah. And the Sable Theorem can absorb a lot of elements as well. So,
Hey man.
and
if-
that water is regenerative, so if she figures out how to transfer that property into like some sort of armor set, dude,
Here's
you've
the
got
thing,
a
right?
soldier you've got a soldier that's like cooked out to the max, Doom person armor at
They
that
made
point.
they made Captain America.
Yeah, no, like
Captain Quadro.
blood is fuel, hell is full type shit, dude. Like
Hey man, hopefully with the amount that we gave her and the information that we've traded with her, if the time comes where she goes on some rampage, we will be her allies.
I mean, she's probably gonna test the shit out of this. It might be a gift for the queen so she can expand her business. You know what I
Maybe.
mean?
It could be.
So she might become a business head in the future. Who knows? Who knows?
I wonder if Finnegan ever saw that in his fucking hour of magical chronomancy time
Hey,
travel.
Remember, I
Chronomancy.
told you guys, time and fate changes by the minute. What you guys are doing now is setting shit up for the future.
Is this all according to what me and Finnegan did back at Bafford?
No.
Have we
No?
changed the timeline
No,
like
you've changed
irreparably?
shit. No, you've.
How?
I will tell you D&D DM spoiler. When you guys gave her that soul crystal, I'm like, this is a campaign 3 problem now.
Oh no!
So
We have to steal it back.
good luck.
No!
Actually,
I-
speaking of Soul Crystal, do I see
And
it
she can
anywhere?
imbue that soul
You
crystal
don't
into
see
like.
it.
Oh my god!
Oh,
dude,
it's like in her safe or something, like her
She's
vault.
hidden it away.
she's gonna cook something monstrous up. She's just absolutely vile. Good lord!
I hope Shelby's not asleep. She's probably dead tired.
Shelby, are you asleep?
No.
Oh god. Oh jeez. Okay, good. Alright.
Do I have the cloak on me right now?
You have the cloak. I'm adding it to your inventory. Do not worry.
Do I still get an army in the future, Adrian?
We'll see.
Oh,
Can
the queen's
can
gonna
I
be
run
so
my own
mad at
underground
me.
business?
All right, so the Starweaver cloak is now in your equipment. It is bright yellow. It is a legendary.
Yay. I want to give it to Rowan. Wait, if I give it to Rowan, does that mean Rowan becomes legendary?
We'll see. We'll see. You gotta be careful with it. Anyways, as you two run along and you decide to leave because you've made your final transaction with this person, your newfound friend, your newfound business partner, this elven astro elf woman named Honora Veralis, which is surprising within 24 hours of entering into partnership. We've already made a very interesting partner. As you guys make your way back, you greet Kaiasai as Kaiasai is currently having trouble cooking breakfast. Kaiasai, please roll me a D100.
Oh no, we left the worst person to make breakfast.
Yep.
What did she roll?
30.
Oh no.
Yeah, no,
Did Rowan take
she has been yelling out for Chakna to come help.
And Chakna is like barely waking up. He's like, what's going on? Oh god, what's burning? And he runs downstairs. It is a mess. Like, Kaiasai's hair is out of whack. Like, her perfectly straight and bunned up hair is like messy. She hasn't drank her coffee in a minute. Her clothing has like food stains on her. There's just like plates and other things just all around her, and Fabella rushes over and helps her out. But Bayhorn and Fugler, you have gotten your items. As you all drop your stuff and help out with breakfast. It is not the best, but you continue to finish your meal anyways, and you get ready for a brand new day with brand new options to take, as we're going to call it here. It is almost 4 in the morning.
Shit.
I want to give the cloak to Rowan. I want to see
We'll
if
do
he
that.
gets to take the spell.
Hey, next time, Preston, you gonna cut
What?
your arm off?
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't like how Adrian is excited for this.
good to know. Thank you. Anyways,
Why? Why is it good to know?
now I can actually like finish up like exactly what I need to prep.
Oh boy.
Anyways,
Jeez.
we'll continue that next week. So thank you all for playing. It is 4 in the morning, so I hope you all have a good night and good rest. Jeez, what are you guys doing tomorrow?
Me? I gotta
Yeah.
go to church in the morning.
Dang, no D.
And then
It's okay.
and then I get back at like noonish.
Oh, Cedric,
Ari gets here at 3. We could totally play a small.
small session. We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see what happens. We'll see how we feel because Shelby also has to go to sleep early tomorrow for.
For work.
Yeah.